HasanAbi kicking ass, taking names, haters lighting up when their schemes go up and spit on YouTube. Put out your fire.
I spit on you. Period.
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 I'm HasanAbi, himbo player with flowing comedic hair. Mother lair, Limosaire, debonair, billionaire, battle hardened.
Period.
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 I'm maybe a weeb, and this steel I've never been shake me, but you won't get too far. Be seconds the great insult I top of the hour egg.
Got him. Period.
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 What's going on, everybody?
Period.
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 Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, fantastic evening. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker. And
You
this
hate me and I hate you.
is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from finally sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day. That's right. It's April 15th. Monday, April 15th, 2024. And it is Monday News Day, and I am feeling fantastic. It's also known as Tax Day. That's right. It's shouts out to Tax Day. It's funding the most important ally in the United States in the Middle East Day. That's right, everybody. Today we're sending our money to Israel. Let's go. Woo, wee, woo, wee, woo. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one today, regardless of where your money is going and how blood-soaked it is in general. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what this day is all about. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, a lot has happened. Last night, I ended the broadcast after a short 7-hour stint doing gaming, which was awesome. I did Walking Dead Season 1. We finished it. Emotional, traumatic, sad. It had it all. And then after that, I immediately dove into Season 2. There was 20K plus gamers in here. That was a crazy moment. Did you guys notice that? Did you see that? That was wild. Gaming was rising the freak up big time. Anyway, but overall, there would have been more if chat wasn't emote only. Bro, I'm sorry. There were pivotal moments where emote only was totally valid. But yeah, folks, we did the gaming, and then after that, I had to go and spend some time with my family. Dighead, what the hell? 100 gifted subs. You're crazy. You're crazy. Anyway, I have not seen the sympathizer yet. Tax check cleared. Wait, what was I gonna say? Sorry, dog, I'm a slut for your drama takes. What do you mean? Will the Karsana only for fans girl Twitter extortion drama come up today? Yeah, we'll talk about that. I think it's gross. Dude, maybe I'm a really fortunate guy. Maybe I'm a really, really fortunate guy, but like I've never had a situation like that. Seamus was on Navarre today. It was really good. Anyway, we'll talk about that as well. What drama? It's just some Kaisanan drama. I just don't understand how, like, obviously chatters are like me either, but it's like, yeah, dog, no shit. I mean, it's like extortion is done to rich people. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. I hope you're feeling better today, brother. I am. I ended the broadcast last night. I went to my grandmother's birthday, and it was fantastic. I don't even know how old she is now. I think she's like 70 at this point, which is crazy. But I did that, and then I went to sleep. I woke up. I worked out. After I worked out, I got some blood drawn, got some tests conducted on my body, because my doctor was like, bro, you are the most in shape 32-year-old man of all time. How do you do it? Like, how are you so good? Like, how are you so hot? How are you so nice with it? how are you so physically fit? That's what my doctor was saying. He's like, we need to study you for science. And I was like, doc, don't fucking worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about it. This shit comes easy to me, doc. This shit comes easy to me, doc. Just kidding. I have to work out every fucking day. Don't worry about it though. That's what I told my doctor. Eating healthy is a huge part of it. Yes. Your bitch is medically too bad. Yeah, that's what my doctor was saying. Pretty much. You get hooked up on tests. I don't know. We'll see. I'm getting my test levels tested out alongside everything else. So we'll see what actually happens. Because you guys know I have like high cholesterol. And we just kind of don't know why I have high cholesterol, other than the fact that it's most likely just like genetic. Because I don't really eat anything that's high cholesterol, except chat will literally be incredibly fucking annoying from this point on for the rest of the day. All the cholesterol understanders, all the go vegan understanders will fucking complain now. I literally do not eat like any. I rarely ever eat red meat. I rarely ever eat red meat. All you eat is chicken law. It's crazy high cholesterol. No, that's not. I eat chicken breast, bro. It's straight white chicken breast. It is unironically one of the lower cholesterol alternatives in protein. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. See, I told you. It's people being like, it's the Coca-Cola, it's the Mountain Dew. Anytime I mention anything, I know someone is going to be like, my pet project is unlocked. I feel like I say a trigger word. I say like a trigger word, and I activate like the Manchurian candidates in the chat who are like, well, there you go. You said you have a medical condition. So now I'm going to tell you exactly what the problem is. And the problem has to do nothing with like the actual circumstances. The problem, I am going to use this opportunity to tell you what you have been doing in your life that I think is bad, and how you would change, how this would fix your problem if you were to live more like me. Anyway, so yeah, how do I skip this part? You don't. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with my cholesterol. I'm unfamiliar with its game. But yeah. Other than that, I just read a lot and I prepped a lot for today's stream because, you know, World War III on the periphery. So we gotta be up to date on what's going on. It's all the water you're drinking. Yeah, that's what's bad about it. Everyone always says you just gotta drink less water. No way, she's 70. You mean your grandma was only 37 when you were born? Yeah, my grandma had my mom when she was like 17 or 18 or something. Bro, they're old. They're old Turkish. They're hella old. It's that damn phone. Anyway, IRANxISRAEL watch. Israel vows retaliation, but the U.S. urges restraint. World War III watch. Is that a t-shirt, a Sonic Youth reference? It is, yes. Kaya update. There is no updates for her. She's just chilling. She's big chilling. She's having a great time, dude. She's currently chewing on a bone. World War III watch. Trump jury selection starts in New York. Hush money trial. Republicans in full panic mode on aborto and more. Get in now. And Walking Dead season 2 Telltale. Get in now. This aborto one is not as good as the other aborto emo. I hate to say it. Want to know who's really responsible for the high cholesterol? Hamas. It's probably hummus more than Hamas. I started talking about Marxism with my girlfriend and she broke up with me. Good. Boring. Don't be boring. Don't talk about Marxism with your girlfriend, bro. Marxism is only as important as getting like as far as it can get you bitches. Once you have the bitches, you're not supposed to fuck up the bag, dummy. It's like me. Now that I touched a little bit of money, this socialism shit is over, son. I'm done. You know what I mean? Like I'm done. I'm done with this socialism shit. Like it's fake. It's not real to me, you know? Yeah. Everybody knows this Marxism shit is just to get pussy. What the fuck? Toronto accent girl. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to
Israel.
spoil you. Oh my god, I don't want. Okay, you promised everybody gets a boyfriend, girlfriend. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why we do this Marxism shit. Like what? I love how this is the first thing I hear when I first tune in. Yeah, well, it's important for you to hear. It's important for you all to hear for some reason. Pussy, I'm here for men. Yes, dicks and ass too. It's all of it. Cool Fallout related video for the docket later. What happens to the wildlife after a nuclear fallout? No. Clarence Thomas missed court today with no explanation. He was probably just nutting, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's probably some really good new horse porn out there. Suspicious that Vosh also missed a day today. That's probably what it is. Clarence Thomas, Vosh, weird takes on black people, weird takes on horse porn. Handshake emoji. Okay. Why do you know that? I was just joking. I don't know what the fuck Vosh does. It is true though. He Clarence Thomas is into horse shit. Like he's into horse porn. Bro sending shots like he Metro Boomin. Bro. Yeah. Did you see the Intercept got a New York Times memo that told journalists not to use terms genocide and occupied territory? Yeah. That's not shocking to me at all. What do you think about the political state of Hungary? I'm hungry is what I think. Okay, but I can't eat yet. I'm hungry. Fuck, hold on. Shit. What are the effects? I said I'm hungry. Get it? Wait, where's the... Oh, okay. This is what I was looking for. Get Out band? Bro, I'm a fucking comedy genius, dude. Stop playing with me. Don't quit your day job. I'm in a silly mood today because I worked out. Honestly, I'll tell you this much. I did not want to work out this morning because I did not know if I would be able to work out this morning, especially because I have to deadlift on Monday mornings. And honestly, sometimes when you're feeling shitty, you're like, oh, this is the worst time to fucking want to put up big weight, right? It's the worst time to put up big weight. And guess what, dude? I had a beautiful pull day. Wonderful results overall. I didn't go super hard on the deadlifts because like on Friday I had done legs and my legs were still beat. Was scared to fart. I was 100%. That's not even a joke. I was actually scared to fart because of I mean, I've had diarrhea for like the past couple of days, bro. Are you kidding me? Like I'm not trying to stop going to this gym that I've been going to for years now. You know what I mean? Like if I had a moment there, like especially because I'm not even like hitting 405, right? Like if I had an accident while hitting 405, then it's like, or above 405, then it's like kind of more valid. You know what I mean? Because it's like, all right, you're putting up 4 plates and like you're pushing your body to the limit. But if you're doing like 385 and you do that and you know accidentally have a moment, it's like, what are we doing here? Like you should not be pushing your body should not actually test its limits, its boundaries before you hit 4 plates, in my opinion. So yeah, I had diarrhea in a limo once. What? I'm listening to your VODs. You keep talking about Donair without talking about Canadian Donair Poutine. What the fuck is Donair? The sympathizer talks so much about struggle applying theory, material condition of South Vietnamese right-wing stance, and realistic step-by-step goals of unification in the show. They mention a lot of your Western war criminals. Each episode is edited like an A24 movie. You're gonna love it. Oh, okay, hell yeah. I like the principle. I like the concept. We have diarrhea in public transit, you capitalist. Bro, I just read the chatter. I never said I had diarrhea in a limousine. Also, I feel like limousines are, especially in 2024, limousines are one thing that like seems like it's supposed to be fancy, but it's kind of janky, if that makes sense. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not very like, it's very much it's a product of the 90s to think that like limos are cool. I feel like limos are no longer in, I don't think. It's expensive, but it's kind of trashy in my opinion. Yeah. I feel like early 2010s, we swapped out the limousines for party buses, and now it's just all about the black car. Like I feel like it's all about the suburban, the 3-row or 4-row suburban, and you know that is the SUV is now the vehicle of the wealthy. And if you have a larger situation, you get a party bus, the Mercedes Sprinter vans. like the one that I hired when I was in Australia, if you remember. My friend got yelled at a guy in a limousine by laughing at it. That's awesome. Saw you on Iced Coffee Hour and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, bro, real athletes shit their pants. Look up runner diarrhea. Ain't got no shame about it. Stretch Hummer limos are the greatest invention by mankind in history. The fuck you mean? How do you feel about private jets and $200 million mansions? Private jets, unless it is for like a emergency situation, should be banned overall. So I guess like it wouldn't even be a private jet, it'd be something else. How do I feel about $200 million mansions? I think that's ridiculous. I don't understand how anybody needs that much house. I legitimately don't understand it. And I also personally think cruise ships should be banned as well. I assume you asked that question because you were baiting to be like, got him. What if every proletariat gets a private jet? That is unsustainable and cannot happen. It's also very dangerous in general. I got stunlocked by a preacher on campus. I failed you. Cruise ships are kind of sick though. No. I do hate cruises, but why ban? They're disease carriers. People get killed on them all the time. They rely almost entirely on the Philippines, the entire nation being held back in order to be a sustainable industry that relies on hyper exploitation of Filipinos, Swagapinos, and also last but not least, and probably one of the worst aspects of it is that they literally destroy the environment. Like the amount of pollution from cruise ships year over year is akin to like the entire car traffic pollution in Europe. It's crazy. And you still need vehicular traffic to a certain degree. You need it for commerce. You need it to live. You don't need cruises for anything. But yeah, I don't care about the reasoning. I just hate the vibes of cruise ships. Absolutely fucked vibes. I agree big time. Dude, it's so hard to have your stream up anywhere. Men get so mad. They're intimidated by my computer screen and are annoyed I'm watching an attractive human being. Be uglier, please. Got it. I will try my very best. I think fellas just don't. I mean, this is a very fellas heavy stream. Like this is a fellas heavy community. Let's be real. We got a lot of men in here, a lot of white men in here, as a matter of fact. However, I think that they're more so upset, not about the way I look, but more so upset about what I'm saying, because they hate Ethan too. They hate Ethan a lot, actually. Like it's one of the things that I've heard so consistently from like the female fan base of H3H3 is just like the fact that their boyfriends fucking despise Ethan, like just hate him with a passion. And I guess it's kind of the same for me as well, where it's just like if you have any takes that are like women adjacent, where you consider women not to be property to be objectified and ogled at, but instead just like normal humans with flaws, definitely, and women's rights and women's wrongs, that sort of thing, then dudes kind of don't like it across the board. They feel like you're doing it to get pussy or something, which is pretty funny because one, Ethan is like omega married, and two, if you were to look at someone like myself, I don't need to be a fucking feminist to get laid. It's so funny to make this assertion. So maybe you do. To the guy who's like, oh, someone is faking it. They're being a feminist to get pussy. It's like, maybe you need to fucking do that. You should try that, maybe. But anyway, married with 3 sons, like a track heat. Exactly. All right. So why do you care about getting pussy or getting laid? Wait, what? First of all, I'm talking about like a specific type of person. I'm not saying it's a joke, man. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. I can't elaborate further on it. But also, there's nothing wrong. You losing Gen Z viewers talk about sex? I know, I forgot. Gen Z fucking hates sex. Understandably. Their understanding of sex is like the weird Tumblr guys who are in a fucking polycule, aggressive polycules, aggressively pro-sex. So they just like, all Gen Z's understanding of sex comes from fucking like Tumblr polycule guys who are like really in your face about how open they are about sexual liberation, and then unrestricted access to pornographic material. So I think their brains got super broken, and then the pendulum swung in the other direction. So now they're like, if you have sex, it's like automatically an unjustifiable hierarchy or whatever. What is this? I'm Gen Z and watching Sex in the City for the first time. It's not outdated. It's just cringy. Not to be one of those people who tells you what to do with your money or acts like you got millions in the bank, but is there any way you could save the intercept law? No. Are you guys crazy? Bro, the guy who founded the company is Pierre Omidyar. Do you know how much money he had when he built it? The guy who built the company, Pierre Omidyar, is a billionaire, okay? With a B, with the second letter in the alphabet. Just don't misunderstand me. It is not a millionaire with an M, a billionaire with a B. Like, we're talking about a company losing $300,000 a month and is on track to have a balance of less than $1 million by November and could be completely out of cash by May 2025. If you think I had any capacity to be able to pay for this, it is pretty funny. Like, people buy Chapo Trap House, my dude, my guy. Yeah, I bought a house instead of the Intercept. Like, yeah, I don't think even gambling streamers would be able to fund this shit. And also, I don't think they would do that anyway. The Chapo lads could probably buy you. I want them to. If you take out a reverse mortgage, you can keep them afloat for like 6 months. Okay, but what do I do after that? Then I'm underwater. Be broke, I guess? Okay. By the way, the same guys I just said felt some type of way about me watching you, said you're brainwashing me now. Yeah, classic. The problem is, there is no way to keep journalism afloat unless you are in the pocket of the wealthy. And no, I don't mean the wealthy like me. I mean the actually wealthy. Okay? Like, Pierre Omidyar is a fucking billionaire. And this was his own personal project. He really liked Jeremy Scahill, which I love as well. He really liked Glenn Greenwald, and he wanted to do investigative reporting. The problem, however, is that when you do really good investigative reporting, you're going to ruffle a lot of feathers. So I suspect that Pierre Omidyar probably got a bunch of fucking phone calls, because there's no way to have an outlet like this. There's no way to have an outlet like this unless you are operating on a fucking skeleton budget, okay? And you are almost entirely fan funded, like Democracy Now!, right? And even then you can't do it. And the reality is, you can't have world superstar journalists on a fucking ascetic skeleton budget. You just can't do that. So there's no genuine incentive for anyone to operate a company like this. Like, great story here. The Intercept, one of the U.S.'s leading leftist publications, was funded by a tech billionaire. This is true. Once he stopped sending cash, the magazine couldn't make any money, and its reporters began struggling for power and knifing each other. Decades from now, we tell the story of how America calmed down after the unrest of the 2010. Stories like be a key part of history. I don't know why this guy is still doing the fucking, like, Fukuyama, is that his name? Like, history died shit. Like, history is over. Like, we're living in the end of history. Like, we're just going to calm down and go back to neoliberalism. Like, a dude who just legitimately doesn't understand how unimaginably unstable the world around him is, and is like desperately writing articles to make it seem as though it is totally fucking stable and neoliberalism is working. Anyway, newspapers, especially ones that are doing phenomenal work, are not valuable for the billionaires, and they can't succeed, they can't exist without omega wealthy people keeping them afloat. That's it. That's it. That's it. The only places that are actually in the green are the Axios, the Politicos of the world. Why are they in the green? Well, they're in the green because they get a shit ton of donors from Chevron, Exxon, BP, all the big places give these center-right publications like Axios, center-right publications like Politico, a shit ton of money. That's why if you are subscribed to the Politico newsletter, like I am, you will see every fucking day, it will say, like, in the header, this newsletter is sponsored by Chevron. This newsletter is sponsored by Raytheon. So that's it. The problem is, you cannot have a sustainable media operation if you don't have a shit ton of corporate mega donor sponsors. That's it. That's just the unfortunate reality. So what do we do? Because the New York Times, as much as I am very critical of them, the New York Times still does phenomenal reporting. They are a necessity. Sponsor it. Yes, dude. I know. I am single-handedly going to keep this operation going, even though they lose more money than I make. I am somehow going to keep this alive. You're right. The problem is, The Intercept was born a decade ago in a very different moment for media and politics. Two of its founders, Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras, broke the story of Edward Snowden's leaked surveillance files in 2013, which reshaped how Americans thought about the government and their privacy. Omidyar, a leftish billionaire with no known appetite for political combat, rapidly pledged deep support for an organization that would combine the anti-establishment mission with a combative form of online journalism born out of Gawker Media. The problem, however, is that when you're a billionaire, there's no reason to open up. When you're a billionaire, there's no reason to open up fights with other fucking billionaires, especially when like everyone you know and your own class interest goes against combative investigative reporting. People think you make real money like the Bolshevik Party did by robbing government bank wagons, lol. Yeah. There is no world in which you can be a unironic leftist billionaire. There are people who are descendants of billionaires, like trust fund kids who try to use their trust fund for leftist causes, who are anti-capitalist. But ultimately, it's just not, it is antithetical to their way of existence, to the way that they make money. Why the fuck would they do that? Why would they cook themselves? A decade later, American politics are almost unrecognizable. Greenwald quit in fury to make chaotic allies on the right. Liberal donors have lost their taste for the party infighting, and the specter of Donald Trump looms, while voices further left are promising to punish Joe Biden over his response in Gaza. Those factors frame a crisis that comes even... By the way, the irony is Semaphore is an outlet exactly like The Intercept. A lot of great journalists. They hired a bunch of great journalists. Don't know how they're going to make it work. But this is an operation that is like not... It's not that different from, I guess, The Intercept. They don't do like super hardcore investigative reporting that like tackles the State Department. That is the worst part. That is the biggest no-no in this country. The biggest no-no in this country is like is doing real investigative reporting, not on like domestic issues, but actually on foreign policy. That's the major role that The Intercept played. Anyway, The Intercept has broken stories about American diplomatic cables, warning of a catastrophic Israeli invasion of Rafah, infighting in the philanthropic world, and the tensions on campuses, in art galleries, and inside U.S. newsrooms over the war in Gaza. It has picked fights with the New York Times and become a home for the harshly anti-Israel voices rarely seen in U.S. media. That part is true. Like their reporting on the Screams Without Violence was incredible, and they haven't stopped, and they're still doing phenomenal work. Problem is, yesterday my dad called me a Hamas hole because I told him Israel doesn't have a right to cut off water and electricity in Gaza. Why do we have cringe dads? How do we arrive at an era where, like, I guess that's like millennial parenting, like Hamas hole? The fuck? I'm sorry about your dad, Chatter. But tensions between the outlet Star Reporters, his founders, and his 4-person nonprofit board are threatening to unravel it. Many of the Intercept's journalists direct their ire at Chabelle, a long-time nonprofit executive. Chabelle joined the Intercept at a transition moment for the organization in 2022. First Look Media had offered a $12 million grant to help the publication spin off, about half of what the Intercept leaders had asked for. Publications editor-in-chief Roger D. Hodge said he told the organization's board that he did not believe the grant was enough, and they should wind down the Intercept and give staff as a generous severance package as possible. Chabelle, who had initially joined the organization as a consultant to manage the expenses of oversee the spinoff, helped convince First Look Media to up its grant to $14 million and presented what appeared to be a financial path forward for the organization. When staffers convened in October last year for a meeting at the organization's New York offices, its leadership had what staff interpreted as good news. Now the organization's CEO, Chabelle, overseeing the new financial support model, which would rely on both small dollar donors and major gifts from philanthropic individuals and organizations. While she wouldn't commit during the meeting to not laying off staff in the future, Chabelle told employees that the organization was stable and appeared to be on target to meet its fundraising goals. Honestly, I think you failed to consider the arc of history, and especially economics varies by generation. Most notably, the top of the hour ad break isn't bound. I don't know. Wait, what? No, this is the half hour mark. You're wrong about that. It's Anyway. But yeah, editorially, world events have reinvigorated The Intercept and given it its renewed purpose. Progressive publications' disdain of Israeli military action and sympathy for the Palestinians distinguished it early in the Gaza war from many major American news outlets, and its distance from the democratic establishment helped it break a number of stories about the rift within media organizations, liberal politics, and the art world over both U.S. domestic issues and Israel's military operations in Gaza. It's so sad, dude. A lot of my friends that I have had the fortune to work with, that I have the fortune to call my peers, people that I've looked up to, that were very influential in my development, in my upbringing, people like Jeremy Scahill, of course, or friends like Ryan Grimm and Ken Klippenstein, who I urged Jank to hire back in the day because I thought he was awesome. These guys, you know, they all work at The Intercept. They do phenomenal reporting. And it is very sad to see an outlet that actually does. Ida Chavez, another great. There's so many. Akilah Lacey, right? I think she was at The Intercept as well. I love The Intercept's entire lineup. They're all phenomenal. Problem is, you just gotta. I don't know. You just have to dial it back, I guess. Like, these organizations can only work with. Prem Takar is great as well. Did Assam pull an I Made You? No, I did not. Like, I'm a commentator, okay? I don't do shit. I don't make news stories. I don't do investigative reporting. I don't do reporting at all, right? I need reporting so I can do commentary. So it's a major issue when we are, fundraiser for The Intercept is such a funny take. It's like, no, dude, we can't do a fundraiser for The Intercept. We cannot save The Intercept personally. This community cannot do that. Okay, you're insane. They need to do internal restructuring and figure it out amongst themselves. You're talking about an institution that was like established by a billionaire. Okay, but while the scoops yield a small dollar donations, the organization's leadership struggled to find big money needed to keep it operating. Privately, the executives acknowledged while philanthropic donations had doubled between 2022 and 2023 from 488,000 to 867,000, they still had fallen short. In February, the publication laid off 30% of its editorial staff. It also fired Hodge. The relationship between the then editor-in-chief and Chabelle had been deteriorating for months after Hodge told Chabelle that he would not lay off any more staff. Two sources told Semaphore she was also frustrated by his lack of enthusiasm for working more closely with the business side. Chabelle raised their concerns to the organization's board of directors. There you go. It is always the same fucking attitude. He said, I'm in danger. So, yeah, it's it's the never-ending power dynamic between actual combative journalism, which is a necessity. It's a fundamental plank of real democracy, true democracy, right? Is having an educated populace make educated decisions. And the only way they can be completely educated on the matter is if there is like actual legitimate combative journalism happening, investigative reporting happening. And investigative reporting is always going to ruffle feathers, is always going to disrupt the existing hierarchical standards. And that is the reason why you see the likes of Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire raking in a gorillion fucking dollars, while real investigative reporting, on the other hand, and those from those from the likes of The Intercept, they're having a very hard time. That's just what it is. It is what it is. But the reality is, even the New York Times is having a hard time, like, with its finances. So, like, reporting in general is difficult to make work under capitalism without like a shit ton of grants. Okay. Anyway, is the Dersh pulling his support for the Democratic Party because of Biden's refusal to start a war with Iran? Do you think it has significant impact on his reelection chances? Oh no, the Dersh. What people saying we don't need the New York Times are crazy, dude. You do need the New York Times, guys. That's an insane take. Please stop. There is a reason why I rely on the New York Times and Washington Post all the fucking time. The Associated Press all the time. Okay? Please. These are incredibly important parts of American society. You need reporters to You need knowledgeable reporters who know what the fuck they're writing about to fly out directly to places of conflict and do real reporting. That is insane. Even if these institutions have biases, and they certainly do, and a big part of my commentary revolves around parsing through said biases, they are still incredibly important. They have to exist. I don't need the New York Times, just Marx and my moots. Like, thinking that you don't need new reporting to be happening is kind of crazy, I'll be honest. Like, you always need more reporting. Things are still happening. You know what I mean? Things are still fucking happening in the world, and you need to know when those things are happening, right? Even if the New York Times is like very, very biased and very frustrating in general in how biased they are, especially as it pertains to doing propaganda for the State Department, they are still a profoundly important. They're still a profoundly important institution, and there are some phenomenal journalists there. Okay, still. All right. Now let's talk about Israel first. Israel is weighing on a response to the attacks by Iran. We're going to be talking about that, obviously. And how horny the right is for war, and how restrained, I guess, the State Department has been kind of. There is some confusion in the commentary. It is actually the first time I have seen a consistent contextualization of why a foreign adversary attacked an ally. I have never seen that in the news ever in my entire life. Okay? I have never seen that in the news ever. The fact that they are still saying that Iran is retaliating as a consequence of the embassy attack is kind of wild. It has almost become a party split. People that want to nuke Iran are predominantly on the Republican Party, not realizing the consequences of such an action. And then there are still calls for restraint from the Democratic Party. It is wild. It is actually shocking. I am confused as to how we got here. The Democrats normally absolutely love the notion of more American war. I think part of it is because of how far Israel has gone. The more restrained voices that are interested in dialing Israel's actions back purely from a pragmatic State Department attitude, not because they care about the lives and not because they're worried about the human toll if there is a broader conflict, but simply pragmatically approaching the situation with a pragmatic interest in self-preservation, are being more restrained in their conversations in the way that they're talking about Israel. Now, is that real? Like the Democratic Party and Joe Biden saying, if Israel tries to retaliate against Iran, we will not participate in an offensive campaign. Now, is that real? I don't know. If Israel retaliates to Iran and actually hits Iran on Iranian soil, what Iran will do as a retaliation back with a great escalation in that front, will America defend Israel? Yes, I do believe that. Will America be drawn into war if they do not hold Israel back? Yes, that's what I think. And yet, people are still championing this notion that we have to fucking blow up Iranian soil, Iranian positions, on especially the Republican side of the equation. Let's hear what the news media is covering.
Morning, new details about Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel, launching more than 100.
Shapiro claims USA allowed Iran to retaliate to save face. He's right. He's right. I don't think I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't think Ben Shapiro is wrong. He is 100% correct on that. Actions have consequences. That's why it all came from Iran. I think that Israel's embassy attack was genuinely unacceptable and unprovoked. Israel thought that they could get away with murking some IRGC officials on Iranian soil, thinking that potentially they could also get America on board. Israel has shot at and assassinated Iranian nuclear scientists and things of that nature time and time again. But that's a little bit different because when Israel does that on the off season, nobody's paying attention to Israel. But when all eyes are on Israel because it's the fucking playoffs, you can't really do that. Okay? So when Israel did that without giving prior go ahead, or without getting prior confirmation from the American state, when they hit the Iranian soil without telling America and only giving them like a 5-minute warning or something, that was a genuinely fucked up move that escalated the conflict because Israel is belligerent. Israel is not only a genocidal apartheid state, but it's also belligerent in the way that it is swinging wildly at any and every regional actor, trying to open up new fronts in the war with a desperate interest in preserving not just like Israel as a legacy, Israel as a country or anything, but simply Benjamin Netanyahu's political career so he doesn't go to fucking jail. Now, that was a big fuck up from Israel. So something had to happen. Under international law, Iran did have a right to retaliate. Iranian sovereignty was violated. This is a major breach of international law. So Iran, for weeks, because this happened 2 weeks ago, Iran, for weeks, in the first week, expected the UN Security Council to condemn Israel for its embassy attack and violating Iranian sovereignty and punish the perpetrators of the actions. Of course, the UN Security Council didn't do that. America only seemingly was upset that Israel had not told them before doing this attack and not necessarily condemn the attack in and of itself, even though it did violate international law. It did violate Iranian sovereignty. You can't do that, and potentially open up a new front in the war. So some kind of retaliation had to happen. It had to take place. You can't have all those fucking weapons and defense systems if you're not going to use them, right? Especially if Israel only responds to force. Israel only responds to actual appropriate use of force. So Iran signaled that they would do a counterattack. Iranian envoys, bro, do you hear what you're saying? You're justifying Iran launching 400 rockets at Israel? No, my friend, I'm wearing my big boy pants and talking to you about how foreign policy works. I hope you can understand it without freaking out at me. I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just simply telling you it is the thing, okay? So I hope you can stick around and completely understand what I'm saying here without, pissing your pants and shitting in your diapers, okay? Now, this is very important to comprehend. Why is it very important to comprehend? Because a retaliation from Iran would be a win-win for all parties involved, especially if it was a relatively restrained retaliation, okay? Going after sites, going after military sites and not like urban areas directly. Now, you might have seen, if you live in Israel, you probably saw rockets fly over your head, but those rockets were still aimed at not dense urban areas, but instead military, desert military outposts. This is not my assessment of the situation. I am simply reporting to you what I have seen from mainstream media. If you listen to NPR, if you listen to the New York Times Daily, they do a phenomenal job with this, which was shocking because normally you don't expect the New York Times Daily to do a phenomenal job on foreign policy, especially on foreign policy where we have a big bad foreign adversary in Iran fighting against a big good foreign ally like Israel, right? So it is genuinely shocking to see the New York Times Daily and to hear Mike Barbaro's beautiful voice over those airwaves talking about how, like, yeah, I mean, this was a retaliatory attack and it was restrained in general. So Iran waited for 2 weeks, demanded some kind of answers from the international community that never came. Then Iran said, okay, well, we're going to retaliate to Israel, as is within our right to do so. Now, of course, doing that under normal circumstances it would require no communication whatsoever. But because Iran did not want to, as far as I understand, because Iran did not want to, max out on the damage, but instead simply make a theatrical somewhat or a political posture against the state of Israel for violating its sovereignty, they chose to communicate by way of mediators like Turkey, a NATO nation, and warn 72 hours ahead of time that they were going to be hitting certain military targets. Okay? That's it. If you're confused by this process about what happened over this weekend, that is what happened. Okay? It's interesting because it's like, oh, if Iran is like simply interested in like maxing out the damage and killing everyone in Israel, all the KKK colonizers in Israel proper, well, then why are they actually informing 72 hours ahead of time that like in the next 72 hours, we are going to be launching missiles? If they're interested in maxing out damage, why are they not sending more ballistics and more cruise missiles that are harder to intercept than the hundreds of drones that they sent in that was relatively cheap? Why didn't they use their missile systems that actually can go faster than that can break the sound barrier? They don't have that tech. What do you mean they don't have that tech? The way that this works is the way that this works in under international law in foreign politics is if you inform ahead of time that you're going to bomb a certain location, and America does this with Russia as well, for the record, because big countries, especially sometimes nuclear countries, not saying that Iran has nukes, I don't know that, will oftentimes inform ahead of time their adversaries exactly when their retaliation is going to happen and exactly how that retaliation is going to happen. That communication not existing is what I guess like makes an act of terror versus like a state act, I would say. Yes, Nate King is correct. It is called deconfliction. Well, deconfliction is another thing. Deconfliction happens in times of war when you are mapping out your air force. Israel does it as well. Yes. Obviously, Israel doesn't do it for Gaza because Gaza is an occupied area. Anyway, David Cameron was asked what the UK could do if their consulate was obliterated. That's awesome. So I think that Iran gave the U.S. and others in the region 72 hours notice in the attack, allowing them largely to thwart it. It could have been much worse if they didn't fire in waves and if they timed the missiles with the drones. They could have done a full surprise attack with hypersonics. Like they didn't showcase any of their newer weapons capabilities. They used weapons that Israel was very knowledgeable on, and that's why they were very successful in thwarting those attacks, both because of the Era 2 system, the Era 3 system, and also obviously the Iron Dome, which is Tamir interceptors, as you guys know. And on top of that, you had Central Command, allied coalition forces flying over Syrian airspace, flying over airspace in Jordan, also intercepting some of those cruise missiles. And they did a remarkable job at it. That is the reality. So it's just, this is just political posturing. Hasan, why are you a dick rider for Iran? Are you trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate? Is that what's going on? Or are you just simply saying that I'm dick riding Iran for not just saying that like, yeah, oh, you are doing a top of the hour ad break debate. Got it. Because the reality is, if they were interested, at the top of the hour, the reality is that there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. That is the reality. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay. You can defend yourself. It's kind of like the Iron Dome. Very successful. If the 3-minute ad break is about to hit you, you can just subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub, like the Central Command and Coalition Forces can like pepper you a gifted sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. So yeah, as much as Israel fucking sucks so hard, the Iron Dome is kind of fucking sick. Yeah, it is dope. It is a technological marvel. It is phenomenal. I can't help but, I'm not going to fucking sit here and lie. Israel's defenses are insane, okay? It is crazy. It is insane. It sucks that, like, it is a fundamental plank in defending an apartheid regime. It's really not. Yes, it is, dude. Are you kidding me? Come on. Did the U.S. build it or Israel alone? No, of course the U.S. built it. What do you mean? It's our tech. It is not impenetrable, but it doesn't matter. It's still fucking phenomenal work. Come on, guys. Be for real. Be for fucking real. Look at a country that doesn't have the Iron Dome, Ukraine. Okay? Which is pretty crazy, by the way. Never has a man been as cucked as Volodymyr Zelensky. Never has a man been as cucked as this motherfucker who literally was like, yeah, Russia is behaving like Iran against Israel. We're just like Israel. And it's like, you're such a fucking idiot, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu literally blocked the Iron Dome. He said it was a non-starter. Benjamin Netanyahu said sending the Iron Dome to Ukraine would be a non-starter. You know who would have needed an Iron Dome more than Israel? Motherfucking Ukraine, dog. He did that because he's in the pocket of Vladipoo. Because he's homies with Vladimir Putin. Remember that. Remember that. The most cucked man on the fucking planet, dude. Iron Dome has a very limited range, 50 miles, and is made for tiny rockets and artillery shells. What do you think Russia uses? What are you talking about? I mean, I'm sure there's first of all, Russia uses a litany of different weapons in Ukraine. This would eliminate some of the, this would be this would help out a lot. Is the whole point. Who the fuck is he to have a say in this? Yeah. Chat really tries the shit on anything. It's so funny because I've talked about the validity of sending Iron Dome defense systems to Ukraine for a very long time. No matter how hard the fucking NATO Andes freak out about it, about how I'm actually pushing Z, I've been saying this from the jump, that it is fucking ridiculous not to allow Ukraine to have an Iron Dome. I think it is perfectly valid for Ukraine to have Iron Dome, anti-artillery, anti-fucking missile systems. Ridiculous. When you say it, I keep thinking you're being sarcastic. No. Well, I'm not sarcastic when I say give Palestine an Iron Dome as well. You know? Now, this wouldn't have been this would not have been the winner. This would not have changed the battle dramatically, but it certainly would have allowed more less civilian casualties. That's my point. Anyway, Israel is really that guy who you will talk about some traumatic event in your life, will look at you and try to take something smaller and make it sound way worse. That's funny. Anyway, also would have made Russia reconsider investing in drones. Yeah. So that's the situation. That's the situation with Zelensky. It's very silly. Size of the country is a big difference. Yeah, but you're right about that for sure. Israel's much smaller as a nation than Ukraine. Ukraine is fucking massive, but you can still fucking plant it in Lviv, Kiev, and many other places, civilian dense areas. You know what I mean? It would still be helpful. My point is, it'd still be helpful. It would be helpful. There is no reason not to give them the Iron Dome. And the reasoning that Netanyahu gave was, it could land in the hands of Hamas. It could land in the hands of Iran. And we cannot allow Iran to learn about the Iron Dome. IDF TikToker on Iran doing Israel just small
It's
bean.
2:45 in the morning and we're still up because Iran has launched hundreds of ballistic.
Iran. Bro, you're in... Dude, this is so funny. Bro, you're in Israel. What do you mean, Iran? She said Iran like she's from fucking Alabama.
Missiles towards Israel. And they take hours to come. So it's a bit of a waiting game. And I just turned to the person next to me and I said, doesn't this kind of just make you believe in God? Because we're so small. We're a tiny country. We're not that important. Can y'all just stop hating us? For 5 seconds?
Bro, what do you mean? Do you think this just happened? How could you be so oblivious to why this is occurring? You got to be shocked and confused all the time if you are just the average Israeli citizen. I guess you just don't have access to the news. 2 weeks prior, Israel strikes a fucking embassy and you're yeah, that was sick actually. We fucking did that shit, not recognizing that it's it's foreign soil. What do you mean? Oh, we're just a small bean. Well, why'd you do that then? Why'd you do the thing? Not you, but why does your country do the thing? I just don't get it. How do you not see that? And it's funny because my expectation is I do this in America every fucking day of the week. I do this in America nonstop. I talk about this stuff in America all the time. We do shit all around the world. We destabilize the world and then it comes back to haunt us. And I'm like, yeah, dude, well, we fucked around and we found out. Like, what did you think was happening? And people hate me for that all the time. But when it comes to Israel, God forbid, I have a similar attitude. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't do that. We're always the victims. We're permanently the victims. It's weird, man. This is no different than they hate us because they ain't us, okay? But in like a Gen Z version of that, okay? This is the Gen Z version of the Steven Crowder take that I've heard a million times over.
No, you can't. You know why you can't? Because anti-Semitism is biblical. Because it's divine. Because it reminds us that we only have each other and our commitment to our Jewish values. In the end, that's what's going to make us stronger. So thank you, Iran.
It's like, yeah, dude, it's anti-Semitism that is like leading Iran to fucking launch, but not so much anti-Semitism that they gave a 72-hour warning. You know what I mean? Like they have a balanced level of anti-Semitism. Once the anti-Semitism levels from the fucking mullahs reach a certain point, then they won't give warnings. You know what I mean? Like, what an insane way to go about your life. What an insane way to operate. You're young enough that you can definitely see the truth. Okay? You have to be able to see it. I just don't. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The mullahs are operating at 75% anti-Semitism. God forbid they got to 100%, in which case they will not be. They will be starting to use the hypersonic missiles or whatever, the ones that break the sound barrier, and they won't actually give a 72-hour notice. It's like the level of anti-Semitism is entirely dependent. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Israel, in a couple days, we're going to get really anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole point. 72 hours in a specific UN article where it explained why they have the right to retaliate. Yeah, it's just that's what they're doing. What do you say to Israelis that say Palestinians fucked around and found out? I say to them to find God, okay? That's what I say. I say to them that is a ridiculous fucking attitude because it's the exact same attitude of saying October 7 is Israel's fucking around and finding out moment. And that seems like an unconscionable thing to say. It seems like a gross thing to say. Israel has been operating an apartheid regime for 75 fucking years. Of course, it was going to like inevitably be a problem for Israeli citizens. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous that you just think that hitting that same exact note over and over again and then retaliating in kind and only increasing the fucking brutality is going to somehow fix the problem. It's not. I don't know. It's just the fascist dynamics. It's constantly being like, yeah, we're just the victims of every story. We're the victims nonstop. It's crazy. It's crazy how much we are always the victims and in the right. Stop doing the Arabs are Semites too shit, please. I don't fucking care. Nobody uses anti-Semitism to talk about Arabs. It is one of the dumbest fucking arguments of all time. I apologize if your Arab grandfather likes using it, but like it is straight up one of the stupidest fucking most pedantic arguments of all time. Absolutely zero people give a fuck about it, okay? Colloquially, that is not how the language works. Nobody fucking cares, okay? Stop. I disagree. Okay, keep fucking arguing on that front then, dumb fuck. How can Arabs be anti-Semitic? They're also Semitic people too. It's like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut the fuck up, okay? Okay, anti-Jew then. Is that better? Because that's what people mean when they say anti-Semitic. Is that fine? It makes me so annoyed. Fresh and Fit literally used it against Ethan. That's how dumb it is. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that argument. Hey, we found the cholesterol spike. Yeah, that's how it works.
Thank you, TikTok comments. Thank you, everyone trying to bring us down. It only brings us up in the end. Amisha freaking Kai! We still didn't go to the...
Isn't denying Arab identity anti-Semitic though? Oh my God. No, dude. No, it's not. You want to know why? Because anti-Semitism colloquially is talking about anti-Jewish, okay? It is anti-Semitism is not used to imply that like Arabs are considered Semite people, Semitic people in the current understanding of the word. It doesn't fucking matter. Is it true that LA Persians are pro-Israel? Don't even get me started. Why are you minimizing Arab hatred? I'm literally a Semite. Oh my God. 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 We're done. We're moving on. We're fucking moving on from this conversation. It is one of the most idiotic versions of this. You get anti-Arab sentiment, you get Islamophobia, which is racialized inherently, but you are never going to be able to fucking arrive at at a situation where people understand what the fuck you're trying to say. It is called the etymological fallacy. Words don't literally mean the sum of their roots. Thank you. It is so goddamn pedantic, and people get like hyper focused on the aesthetics of a conversation and just can't give up on something. Okay. Anyway, this is not aesthetics. It 100% is aesthetics. It literally is aesthetics. It's just a pedantic argument. It's just you're hyper focusing on like, it is literally the same shit that Kanye does, where he's like, oh, as a black Israelite, like, I am Jew, you know what I mean? Or whatever the fuck he says. So I can't be anti-Semitic. I'm a Semitic person. And then you see like 1,000 TikTok videos from the most conspiracy brain broken people, like looking at the dictionary and being like, technically Kanye was right, actually. And it's like, I want to fucking video game myself. I want to stand underneath one of these like Iranian drone strikes when I fucking see the 7,000 argument about it, because it's just so irrelevant to the main point of contention. Israel is doing a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Israel is an apartheid regime, okay? And when people say something is anti-Semitic, they mean anti-Jew, okay? They do not mean whatever the fuck you think it means, okay? You're missing the forest for the trees. And it's such a weird fucking thing to hyper focus on, unless you are deliberately trying to derail the conversation to an unproductive place for, you know, malicious, narcissistic purpose. Here.
Ballistic missiles and swarms of drones, a larger attack than expected, in retaliation for an airstrike that killed 2 Iranian generals in Syria this month. A senior U.S. official so surprised at the number of missiles in this weekend's attack that his hand was trembling as he took notes.
3 over here. You can see that rocket flying up in the sky just over Jerusalem here now. It's just raining rockets with those sirens blaring out. You can hear the interceptions every few seconds here.
Overnight, ABC News confirmed at least half of those Iranian missiles either failed to launch, failed in flight, or crashed before reaching their targets in Israel. Israel says 99% of the drones and missiles ended up being intercepted by Israeli, U.S., and coalition forces. Those that did hit caused minor damage at an Israeli airbase and left a young girl critically wounded from missile shrapnel.
Well, Tehran's massive attack has largely been a failure. A senior official saying that Iran's intent was clearly to be highly destructive, causing significant damage and death in Israel.
Now, attention turns to whether Israel will respond. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meeting with his war cabinet yesterday. One member saying Israel would act in the manner and time that is appropriate for us. His war cabinet reportedly supports retaliating against Iran, but is divided over the timing and scale. U.S. officials, while emphasizing Israel's right to defend itself, say the U.S. will not participate in any counterstrike. Sources say President Biden has urged Netanyahu to slow things down and think carefully about the risk of escalation. Biden's call for restraint drawing some criticism on both sides of.
But you are anti-Semitic? You are an anti-Semitic because you didn't give equal denunciation to Iran's attack on Israel? Wait, what? What do you... I don't understand what you mean. What do you want from me? You are anti-Semitic? No other truth. Impeccable warrior. What is happening? They're on a saga account? Yeah, I'm trying to understand like what they want. You have to equally attack both Iran and Israel? Wait, what? What do you mean? Listen, big dog. If Iran out of nowhere opened up fire on a fucking Israeli embassy and then Israel struck back, that's valid. Okay? That's how it works. That's how life in the big city works. Okay? Israel is not a occupier of Iranian territories in the same way that it is of Gaza. Israel does not have a right to, under international law, defend itself against the Palestinian population because it's a belligerent occupier of the Palestinian population. It technically, under international law, needs to fucking defend the livelihoods of Palestinian civilians, which it does not. There's a lot of you aren't denouncing or condemning Iran on Twitter. Good luck, have fun. It's nutty. Israel's our chosen people for a reason. Why defend Iran but attack Israel 24/7? You can't play one side and support the other. I don't think you understand. Okay? I don't think you understand this at all. There are only 7 million versus 1.4 billion Muslims First of all, there are 14 million Jews, not 7 million, unless you think that only is the Israeli population is what matters at this point. I love that. I love the notion that this guy isn't like even a supremacist, like a Judeo supremacist, but an Israeli supremacist. Like he just moved beyond, like as though, 7 million Israelis, okay, 7 million Israeli Jews, 1.4 billion Muslims in the world. Like as though these guys are like always at fucking war with one another. That's pretty cool though. Israel needs to expand to gain more power. Otherwise we will always be weak. Oh, that's awesome. I can't tell if you're like just trying to make Israeli people look bad or something. I don't know. Or if this is like a genuine opinion that you hold, because you are not doing a good job defending anything. He thinks it's a paradox grand strategy game. I speak the truth. Got it. Yeah. That's a genuine opinion. I can feel it. This chatter is not real. You can be racist, but not this racist. Yes, no, you can be that racist. Zionism, especially in its like modern understanding of the project, is 100% fascist. This is a perfect demonstration of ultra-Zionist sentiment. Okay? It's Lebensraum. It's the chosen people narrative. Like it is 100% just a hype. It's an ultra-nationalistic. It is an ultra-nationalistic fascist ideology. That's it. Just explain it to the poor lad. I don't think I'll be able to explain away him from his days, from the opinion that he has. That chatter is for sure a settler, like a bird stuck inside a Costco. They're not going anywhere. Yeah. Lots of young Israeli people really view things this way. Trust me, I know from experience. Yeah, my heart goes out to my my Israeli leftist chatters. Okay, I know it's. Listen, I live in America. Okay, it's not as bad as it is in Israel in some respects, because like the war that we do is overseas for the most part. Our domestic colonial, our domestic fascist actions are oftentimes against minorities. So I get it. I know what it's like to be a fucking leftist in like a hyper militant, very fascist country. But it's, of course, Israel is much, much more advanced in its racist politics. But I get it. I to a certain degree, I can empathize with the feeling of isolation that you experience from your peers when you see some of them speak in the way that they do, where you're like, this is unconscionable. These are unconscionable things that you are saying. I get it. From the hyper militant attitudes that I grew up with in Turkey, that I saw in Turkey, which I think is like ultra nationalism. Its ultra nationalism is a little bit closer to the Israeli ultra nationalism in some respects, culturally. Genocide denial being a fundamental plank of like the Turkish education structure. I get it when I think about it from the perspective of like growing up in America, or rather living in America now for the past 10 years, and seeing my peers have attitudes that I would consider fascist, like straight up. It sucks. It is a weird situation. You get isolated. You have a feeling of isolation when you hear so many of your friends and so many people that you know say like unconscionable, incredibly violent, and oftentimes self-defeating things. You are all dumb. They're attacking Israel so that Iran can declare itself a nuclear state once Israel attacks. Years of consuming political content, and you still can't figure it out. XD, I'm a better political analyst than you. Your chat should subscribe to me. What? Your chat should subscribe to me instead of you? On second thought, don't sub to me, as they like being abused by Hasan. That's awesome. Anyway, that was fucking dope. Thank you, chatter. But yeah, the Iranian situation is obviously political posturing, and it was like somewhat of a controlled response. It sounds insane to say when you, depending on your perspective on the matter, but yeah, it is controlled response. It was calculated. It was controlled. It was communicated through mediators to Israel and to America as well. Iran also said that they weren't going to touch America. They were only going to attack Israel for specifically the consulate bombing. That's it. That's the whole point. Iran wanted to say, you can't get away with fucking killing our generals in a goddamn embassy that is technically our soil. That is ridiculous. And America was like, all right, well, this is what we're going to do. Now, the point here, the reason why I say, like, is this World War III? Will this turn into something much larger? Well, Only time will tell, because if Israel then continues and Israel still continues and says like, no, we are going to retaliate to Iran, and not through proxies, not through like some Syrian fucking, we're not going to just like hit Syrian targets where there's like, military locations where there's some IRGC proxies or whatever, but instead we're going to directly hit fucking Iranian soil, then it's bedlam. This is just how things have been in the Second Intifada and this 1,000-year Netanyahu rule. Even for secular Jews in Israel, you grow to believe God doesn't exist, but he gave us this land. I know y'all experience stuff like this every day. It's just in Israel. It's ubiquitous in ways I haven't seen almost anywhere else. Yeah. Well, it's a small country. It needs desperately to do like a shit ton of fascist propaganda that dehumanizes Palestinians. It needs to tackle every fucking angle in order to continue in the violent ways that it does. I'm Israeli and I'm just tired of all this mess around here. Once I get my chemical engineering degree, I'm out of here. Probably I'll come to USA. Which area you say is best to live in the US, Hasan? Bro, the US has its own litany of problems too. It does. I don't even fucking know, because it's just so expensive. Ohio. Yeah, unless you got the shmoney, I would say, as that chatter said, Europe is probably a little bit better. But even Europe is very expensive too. I don't fucking know, dude. Chemical engineering is a good field, I think. I don't know exactly what the salaries look like. Columbus is the fastest growing city in the USA. Oh my God, here we got the Ohio chatters chirping. Respect. Midwest isn't expensive? Yeah, but then it's the fucking Midwest. Chatter, go to New Mexico and cook meth. He's an engineer, so we can afford it. I mean, considering that I have a aerospace and mechanical engineer in my family who has a hard time saving any money whatsoever, LA is not exactly hospitable.
Of the aisle.
If Joe Biden, as some press reports have it, is urging the Israelis not to retaliate at all.
Yeah, this guy is a fucking freakazoid, dude. I mean, look, my man is just out of control. He's just like, yep, that's right. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. It's time to glass Iran. It's time to glass Tehran. They have been sitting there unglassed for far too fucking long. John Bolton is a war criminal and a genocidal pervert. Why the fuck is he talking about this issue? It is like, it just doesn't make sense, bro. You are literally a psycho.
He is an embarrassment to the United States.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers are now considering a new military aid package for Israel. A vote could come as soon as this week. Iran's government this weekend sent a message to the White House suggesting they were finished after their attack late Saturday, saying they consider this matter closed. The Biden administration is making the case that this was a success for Israel, suggesting retaliation may not be necessary.
For more on it's also just a way to flex, like to be like, a lot of the messaging I've seen, including from Philip DeFranco, surprisingly, well, I guess unsurprisingly, it was like Iran did like this laughably silly thing. They got fucking owned. And to the people who are saying like Iran got owned super hard, dude, by fucking having all their missiles be intercepted, like I guess the question I have is like, why do you think they telegraphed that they were going to strike Israeli military targets in like relatively remote locations? And also, like, do you think they're really stupid and that's the reason why they did that? Or do you think that they're like relatively rational actors, whether you agree with them or not? And I certainly don't agree with the domestic policies in Iran either, by the way, that it is understandable that they were going to retaliate and wanted to do it in the most limited fashion possible to basically maintain their position in the region as a regional actor that wanted to retaliate for having its sovereignty be violated. So, you know, for people who are saying, though, like, yeah, Iran is about to fuck around and find out, or rather like that, yeah, Iran got fucking owned here. Good. That's great. Fine. Yeah, Iran got owned. Israel does not need to retaliate now. So that's great. That's my take. By the way, maybe you'll remember I mentioned the court order, the state report on the aid distribution after petition by Geisha and others. They gave their report today, but it's pretty boring. They just blame Hamas. I don't know what I expected, but they're dragging their feet for Geisha's response due in 5 days. I can link an article on it, but it's not worthwhile for stream. Yeah, it's all good. That take of Iran getting owned is so America-coded too. Our defense systems are the best type vibes, but it is true. Our defense systems are the fucking best. That part is definitely true. Okay? I'm sorry. It is a marvel. I am not like a war pervert by any means, but it is kind of a fucking marvel to watch, like, you know, the most expensive fireworks show of all time when you have like genuine drones and ballistic missiles and cruise missiles getting fucking taken out in the middle of the night sky like shooting stars, I could really use a wish right now. I think it's I genuinely think that defensive capabilities such as that, it just sucks because it's still defending an apartheid regime, but defensive capabilities such as that are technological marvels and objectively good in general. That is a real defensive weapon. So yeah. Overall, though, when you look at it, when you isolate it from like what it's defending and think about like the tech capabilities, it is not, I mean, it is awe-inspiring to a certain degree. What is this? I think they're just straight up denying that Iran gave a warning because they didn't exactly say when or where they were going to hit. Iran says it gave warning before attacking Israel. U.S. says that is not true. Wait, what? They did. Through Turkish, Jordanian, and Iraqi officials said on Sunday that Iran gave wide notice days before his drone and missiles attack on Israel. But U.S. officials said Tehran did not warn Washington that it was aiming to cause significant damage. Yeah, this is just posturing. This is just PR posturing. First of all, if they told Turkey, Jordan, and Iraq, do you think that conversation is a one-sided conversation? Yeah, they told Turkey and they were like, Binky promise. Bro, Binky promise, bro. Do not tell this to America, okay? Allah, wallah, say wallahi. Say wallahi, bro. We are not telling America. NATO, you are a NATO country with American military bases, but say wallahi, bro, do not tell America. Is that what was going on? So why did America use Turkey as an envoy? Why did America use Turkey as a mediator if they're so one-sided on this effort? That's Arab, not Persian. Come on. I was trying to do my Persian. This is horrible. We don't say wallahi. Okay, my bad. Here, okay. What is the Persian one? Okay. Turkey, do not tell Patrick Bet David. No, Patrick Bet David's accent is busted. It's not fucking Persian or Iranian at all. Because the U.S. trusts Turkey and Iran knows it? No, of course they fucking told Turkey, Jordan, and Iraq that missiles were going to go over their fucking airspace and that they shouldn't interfere because it's not actually going directly at, it's not going to touch them. And it's not Turkish airspace, but like they're told Turkey so that they could inform America. That's it. Iran launched hundreds of drones and missiles on Saturday in a retaliatory strike after a suspected Israeli strike on its embassy compound in Syria. Most of the drones were down before reaching Israeli territory, though a young girl was critically injured and there were widespread concerns for further escalation. Hossein Amirabdullahian said on Sunday that Iran gave neighboring countries and Israel's ally, the United States, 72 hours notice that it would launch the strikes. Turkey's foreign ministry said it has spoken to both Washington and Tehran before the attack, adding it had conveyed messages as an intermediary to be sure reactions were proportionate. So why did Biden leave his Delaware vacation home early before Iran launched its attack? Is he just, can he see the future? Did he know that it was going to happen somehow in his mind? Or were they given advance notice? Turks did many genocide against the people of Armenia and Kurds, but you still criticizing Israel because they did genocide. What a hypocrite. Yeah, famously, following since 2020, and yet hasn't heard me talk about Turks fucking melting Kurds in the northern Syrian corridor or internally, and of course has never heard me. I just did it all for some attention, dude. At least he admitted it. Okay, good one. Yes, brother. I have talked about the Armenian genocide quite extensively. All right, let's continue. I feel like normies can't understand the realpolitik of foreign policy and why we can understand the motivations of Hamas, Ansar Allah in Yemen and Iran, while at the same time despise their domestic politics and want people to have more liberal freedoms. Everything has to be this postmodern binary of good versus evil. That postmodern binary benefits American foreign policy. Don't think about them as like rational actors making decisions in the interest of self-preservation, and think about them as violent, barbaric monsters. And that's how colonial violence has been justified internally in perpetuity throughout history. When there were always pussies, there were always libtards throughout history that were like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be butchering the fucking indigenous population here. What the fuck are we doing? How do you silence those pussies? By telling them, no, you don't understand, actually. The conquistadors are actually valid in their actions because the Aztecs are fucking killing each other. They're cannibals, okay? You got to tell the libtards to shut the fuck up somehow. Colonial violence and imperialism has it needs a justification mechanism for every single aspect of the in-group. That's how you do it. You just say they're barbaric, violent monsters and they need to be quelled. And that's how you do it in this circumstance for the libtards that also need to, for the libtards that are soft in heart, that think like, oh yeah, gay people do deserve rights actually, and women should have autonomy. How do you tell those guys that like, no, they need to be melted? By telling them that, you know, the mullah regime is really, really fucking barbaric and brutal, which is true. So we have to be even more barbaric and brutal by just killing them. Anyway, reports now saying too, Israel's response to Iran coming very soon. The strikes are starting in Lebanon a few minutes ago. We'll see. Check out this pure Hasbara propaganda from an Iranian woman. People eating this up.
Iranian woman.
Oh, hell yeah. This is my, dude, my people yearn for freedom. President Biden, please glass Iran. My people yearn for freedom is my favorite take.
Hi, Iranian woman here. It's become very apparent that you haven't been listening to anything that we've had to say for the past 2 years. But I was wondering if you could just lend me a few minutes of your time in this ungodly hour to hear us now.
What are people saying? I understand your frustration, but Westerners not speaking up on domestic Iranian issues, but taking note on issues their wider international impact is largely due to exposure is in the news. I mean, I'm Nigerian, and I remember when the world took note when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, but I doubt people now would be aware that it's happened dozens of times since then. Recently, hundreds of children were abducted from primary schools.
Watch over the past 24 hours people clambering onto the internet to exclaim that Iran has the right to defend itself. In what capacity have you distorted the story to make the Islamic Republic the victim?
Bro, I love diaspora Iranians, bro. Persians. It's funny because they don't understand that like no one views you like that. Okay? It's the I'm not black, I'm Dominican version of menopolitics in some respects. It's like nobody thinks that, okay? No racist person ever makes that distinction, dumbass. Like no one is going, yeah, you know what? Actually, you're right. We should be separating the Islamic mullah regime from the Iranian people. Like when bombs start flying, they don't give a fuck, okay? The bombs don't discriminately target not your fucking family members that still live there, if there are any, okay, that still live in Iran, okay, and avoid your family members and only fucking kill the bad guys. That's not how this works. Sanctions don't target just the oppressive mullahs. As a matter of fact, they harden the position of the reactionary elements in the country. Okay? It doesn't work that way. You should probably learn your own history, specifically because that is how Iran got to the theocratic position that it got to from the jump. That's how Iran became what it is now.
That's I think what we're most curious about. When we were screaming for the past 2 years that they were lynching us, where were you? When we were screaming that they were killing Iranian women for not wearing a hijab, where were you? When they were lynching Iranian men from cranes for protesting, where were you? When we were explaining that this is a terrorist occupying force,
bro, you literally live in England. Like, oh my God.
Where were you? But all of a sudden, everyone's graduated from Instagram School of Law to say that this is a violation of international law and Iran has the right to defend itself. First of all, you're not talking about Iran, you're talking about the Islamic Republic. What the Islamic Republic does is not a reflection of the Iranian people. We've been clear about what we want, which is peace. Second of all, you may have discovered the Middle East yesterday, but the Middle East didn't start existing yesterday. If you want to talk about an act of war, just a few days ago, a federal court determined that the attacks on Israeli embassies and Jewish centers in Argentina were conducted by the Islamic Republic and Hezbollah. That was in the 90s. That was in the 90s. Was that an act of war? How about the terror proxies that the Islamic Republic has created to foster regional instability? What did you think that they were there for? What did you think Hezbollah was there for? Hamas, Houthis, the militia groups in Iraq and Syria. Did you think that they were there to instigate a system of...
How much do you think this person earns doing this? $0.00, bro. This is like, listen, I hear this all the time, okay? I live in Los Angeles, so let me tell you something. I live in LA. I hear this a lot for free, okay? I hear this regularly with regular frequency for free. It's free 99, baby. This is classic, this is classic diaspora politics. It's like asking a Cuban living in Miami over the age of 35 what they think about Castro or socialism. Their take is going to be, bomb Cuba and let God sort it out.
of public schooling, education, to feed the poor, house the unhoused. What did you think that they were there for? Is that an act of war? Was October 7th an act of war? Are the rockets that Hezbollah fires into northern Israel on a near daily basis an act of war? And so when these senior IRGC commanders meet up with Hezbollah in a IRGC military base, okay, not an Iranian embassy, and Israel strikes, your response is to say that that is an act of war. If you had listened to us for the past 2 years...
When are you covering non-TikTok news? Never. This is a TikTok-only broadcast, chatter. My calculus teacher was Persian. She was a lib, but not a big fan of Iran. You don't have to, listen, I think you guys know this by now, am not a big fan of the domestic policies of the Islamic Republic, okay, of the current Iranian administration. After all, I am an advocate for queer rights, women's bodily autonomy, that sort of thing, right? And so obviously theocracies are not exactly something that I am a fan of, okay? Something that I am in favor of. Having said that, however, this has nothing to do with that. This conversation between Iran and Israel has nothing to do with that. It's not being done on the basis of the Iranian theocracy. It's not being done for that reason. Okay? Where were you? I mean, I've criticized the Iranian administration quite a bit. It is ridiculous to expect that a belligerent state in the region can keep striking with increasing intensity at other targets while in the midst of doing an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign and expect no retaliation from regional actors, especially when said belligerent apartheid regime has demonstrated time and time again that they only respond to force, that they only back down when they are met with even force. This is entirely in the hands of Israel. Israel does not want to do democracy or diplomacy with any of the regional actors that it has declared a foreign adversary. Okay? You're talking like Iran has not fucked with Israel before the embassy attack. It is ridiculous to act like Israel's embassy attack is valid. It's not. It is not a valid attack. It is not valid under international law, and it is not even a strategically valuable target. It is greatly expanding the conflict for Israel. It's making it harder for them. The only reason why you would do that is if you are a despotic fascist who is very horny to stay in power in his war cabinet, even though he is deeply unpopular, and trying to expand on the conflict as best as possible so he continues remaining in power and he doesn't get fucking fired and then go to jail for his ongoing corruption court case. That's it. Your hands are already tied. If you're Israel, if you're the war cabinet, you're already too busy trying to do an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Why the fuck would you go and then directly strike Iranian soil? Why the fuck would you go and directly strike Iranian soil to invoke some kind of retaliation or response from them with hopes that you will bring America into the fold and make and broaden the conflict to a degree that makes it even less safe for the Israeli citizens, to a degree where the obvious regional actor is going to retaliate? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Just FYI, she, Elika Laban, loves to clip things out of context to her 400k IG following. She would likely do this with this segment. I mean, what? Okay, who cares?
Much less the past 45 years. You'd know that Iranians don't want war with Israel. We want peace with Israel. Iranian people inside of Iran have come out and said this over and over and over again. It's you that wants war with Israel. It's your hatred for Israel and your hatred for Jews that's pulling us into a war that we didn't ask for. Have we not suffered enough for the past 45 years that we now have to be used as pawns for your fantasies about war with Israel? Leave us alone. We don't want that. So if you want to support the Islamic Republic in putting Iranians' lives at risk and everyone's lives at risk, they just killed a 10-year-old Bedouin boy for this. Is that what you wanted?
It was a girl, I think. Oh, you're British for fuck's sake? I think she's in America. It says Elika in America. Perhaps if the Iranian people are upset, they should stand up against the regime. That's crazy. Bro, that's an insane expectation. You have no idea what it's like to live in Iran and try to push back against your authoritarian government while your authoritarian government is able to position themselves as a defender against Western imperialism. Okay? Israel's relentless actions, Israel's genocide is a gift to the mullahs. If you want to think about it from that perspective, the entire reason why the Iranian theocracy exists is because of American intervention. Doing more of the same reasons why they got into power is a ridiculous way to try and solve the problem. What's the solution? Diplomacy. That's it. It's also really funny to just sit at the comfort of your home and be like, why aren't they fighting hard enough against their government? I don't know. Maybe because maybe because it hardens their position, especially in the broader Iranian public's eyes, that they are true defenders against Western imperialism, because they are. The Iranian resistance does phenomenal propaganda for the Iranian regime in general. If you have an issue with that, you should try to solve the conflict from the area that you can, which is our allies, not by hardening their position further, by increasing sanctions, by creating economic instability and volatility that ends up harming Iranian people. They fight back all the time. They protest all the fucking time. It's so silly to be like, yeah, I live in America. Why don't you fight back against your government? You live in America. You don't even have fucking health care. You know? Think about it like that. Do you really think that an all-out war will happen between Iraq and Iran? I live in Iraq. I'm Kurdish. I'm really scared if it does happen in Iraq, we'll get involved and get fucked. A missile already hit Iraq and Holler at a mountain of Kurik in our capital city in Baghdad. I've asked this multiple times. Sorry. But I really want to know your opinion. I don't know. Many anti-IRI people in Iran here correctly don't like the Israeli apartheid and see it as such. Exactly. People said this about the Houthis too. They were like, the Ansar Allah, the Houthis are bad guys. The Houthis are bad guys. It's like, okay, well, now they're not seen as such. Do you want to know why? Do you know how you can very easily and very quickly position yourself as like the good guys when there's a much larger evil happening in the fucking region, not that far away from you, and you stand against that? That's it. That's it. Mr. Beast commented on our TikTok saying real, by the way. Yeah, I saw Mr. Beast commenting on the Philip DeFranco TikTok with a real too. It's getting real political. Iranian here, you have to realize how much the diaspora and the vast majority of people in Iran resent the regime. This girl is brain dead, but there's a lot of cognitive dissonance when shit like this happens because the resentment is so set in. You just flail wildly with takes like this. Yeah. Mr. Beast is Persian confirmed. Yes, I am Persian, not Iranian. I do not like the Iranian government. It's the same principle behind Hamas and any kind of Palestinian resistance, okay? There would be no need for them to exist if Israel was not conducting a genocide, if Israel was not an apartheid state. You know what I mean? In order to end any kind of resistance against your unjustifiable and oppressive structures, you have to end the apartheid first and then deal with the fallout as though they are full-blown citizens. That's it. But anyway, Iranian Foreign Ministry Hussein Amir-Abdollahian said on Sunday that Iran gave neighboring countries and Israel's ally, the United States, 72 hours notice. Turkey's foreign ministry said it has spoken to both Washington and Tehran before the attack, adding that it had conveyed messages as an intermediary to be sure the reactions were proportionate. Iran said the reaction would be a response to Israel's attack on its embassy in Damascus and that it would not go beyond this. We were aware of the possibilities. Developments were not a surprise, said a Turkish diplomatic source. One senior official of U.S. President Joe Biden's administration denied Omidyar's statement, saying Washington did not have contact with Iran through Swiss intermediaries, but did not get a notice 72 hours or they did have a contact through Swiss intermediaries, but did not get a 72-hour notice. That is absolutely not true, the official said. They did not give a notification, nor did they give any sense of these will be the targets, so evacuate them. Tehran sent the United States a message only after the strikes began, and the intent was to be highly destructive, said the official, adding that Iran's claim of a widespread warning may be an attempt to compensate for the lack of any major damage from the attack. We received a message from the Iranians as this was ongoing through the Swiss. This was basically suggesting that they were finished after this, but this was still an ongoing attack. So that was their message to us, the U.S. officials said. What is this? House Republican leaders are considering adding a TikTok ban to the foreign aid bill. According to multiple sources involved in the talks, nothing is decided. Nothing is close to done. Conference meeting tonight at 5:30 p. Expect Johnson to run through some options tonight. Let's go, dude. Are the Houthis still blocking ships? Yes. IDF chief of staff says Israel will respond to the Iranian missile attack. So this is why I said it is all in the hands of Israel now, okay? If Israel chooses to attack Iranian soil directly, then they will continue along with the interest of trying to expand the conflict, and bring the United States into the conflict. Gallant said they have no choice but to retaliate. It is, like I said, if they continue on hitting proxies in Syria, hitting proxies in Iraq, military bases and things of that nature, that's one thing. If they continue taking pot shots at Lebanon, as they have, that's one thing. If they hit Iranian soil, that's an entirely different thing. I need you guys to understand something. What is this? Political expert here. This is true. The only way to create lasting peace in the Middle East is by returning the whole region to the rightful rulers, i.e. Hindus, by establishing a neo-Mitanni Hindu empire. Perhaps Baghdad, which was named after King Bhagadatta, could be its capital. Yeah, so crazy, but maybe crazy is what we need right now. I love this, dude. Dude, I love India Lion too, sir. Okay? Dude, oh God, Indian hogs are my favorite. I swear to God. Modi's burner. This will happen tomorrow. Oh, at least it's unique. It's refreshing to see like just a totally nutty take. You know what I mean? It's refreshing to see a totally insane take that you haven't seen before. I love that. Exotic racism? No, literally, it's fucking awesome. Anyway, mildest take from the average Hindu nationalist. By the way, we Indian leftists have to deal with them every day wherever we go on Twitter. Isn't this such a perfect demonstration, though, of like hogs having universal hog takes? Like, isn't this such a perfect demonstration that like hogs somehow find the funniest and most creative way to demonstrate their hog-like attitude? That's it. It's universal hog rights for all. Okay, I love this shit. Wait, what the fuck? Hindus stand with the Jewish community. Swastika stands with the Star of David. India stands with Israel. Yeah. Balkan posting is so watched. Hindu nationalists are on the come up. Indian hogs are even worse than probably Turkish hogs. Yeah, I mean, Turkish hogs are furries, so it's funny. Turkish ultranationalists love fucking talking about how they're wolves and shit and posting sexy ass wolves. Indian hogs go straight for the fucking swastika. You're literally a lawyer at the Supreme Court, man. Stop with this nonsense and go do something productive. Oh, some BJP officials were unironically calling for invading Mecca. These people are on another level. It's awesome. They're on an awesome level. Another example of Elon Musk making Twitter great again. This is phenomenal politics. This is right in the pocket of extremely my shit. Okay, stop this nonsense. It's such an Indian thing to say because normally you'd say bakwas, which means nonsense in Hindi. Oh, it's so good. All right, let's get back to it. So, like I said, it is entirely in the hands of Israel now. The ball's in Israel's court. And let me tell you, they're fucking J.R. Smith style shooters out here. They don't give a fuck about contested shots. They're fucking opening up. So we'll see what happens. I really, really, really hope that they somehow magically find restraint in an interest of self-preservation. But who knows?
On the delicate balance, the U.S. is trying to strike between defending Israel and avoiding a wider war.
You have not seen the worst of Indian Twitter. We are Aryan, not any Unga Bunga, and we don't look like this, and we were fair from the start. Only the delete African who came from Africa to work in our fields as laborers might be they were South Indian migrant who shifted our places of work in the field. We are North Indian, not like you blackish African South Indian. We don't have any relationship with you. North Indian, Pakistan, Iran, Turkey, Russian. We are all Aryans. You are African. Have proper knowledge how this present Indian landscape formed. In whole world, only South Indian, African are black. It's so sick. This is, dude, God. This is what, like, you know how racist Americans will, like, unearth new tomes of racism to find, like, old terminology or whatever, where they dust off, like, a book and they find, like, old terminology to, like, bring back into the fray? This is what they should be focusing on instead. This is awesome. Just like esoteric racism from India in like South North Indian dynamics, still with its own version of colorism as well. It's great. As a Pakistani North Indian person with 1,000 times more Indo-Aryan DNA, this asshole doesn't represent the North Indian diaspora. He's partially right. Despite being unhinged, North African Indians are 30% steppe in ancestry, but it's because they were invaded. Funny part is Modi's foreign ministry still can't be openly hostile to Gaza due to our colonial past. India hasn't even put Hamas on a terrorist list. Fucking Hindutva hogs can't even get their man to get crazy. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Modi is weirdly inconsistent on the Palestine issue. No, that is true. Because of India's colonial past and like Israel being a British operation, there's this weird dynamic that like while Palestinians are seen as like Muslims in general and Modi fucking hates that shit, there's also the other side of this conversation. That's why Modi, I'm pretty sure, fucking literally went. Didn't Modi meet with like hold on. Didn't Modi like visit the West Bank or some shit? Yeah. Dude, yeah, see? Modi visits Ramallah, backs independent Palestine state. Dude. Oh, that's so funny. While this was happening, weren't they like literally shutting off the fucking electricity in Kashmir too? Like, he's like a little bit column A, a little bit column B, you know what I mean? This is probably a vestige of the European colonial period of Africa when the Euros imported Indians to Africa as middle-class managers during the Indian slave trade. Yeah, this is in 2018. I know. I know. This is Emir Gularhan. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. Let me run that real quick. Let me run that shit up real quick. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Modi is unofficially a sock them. This is why as an Indian living in a third world country like Canada is so much better than living in a Western civilization like India. But we get abused every day with a top of the hour ad break. The far right part of Modi's coalition called him Maulana Modi for doing this and put up his pigs in skull caps. Funny as shit. Yeah. God, I love politics in this part of the planet. Okay. Obviously, we're so Western centric in our analysis because I live in America and I talk primarily about American politics, American foreign policy. But like, India is a standalone entity, and its foreign policy and its domestic policies are so funny to think about from our side of the world. It's awesome. Anyway, all right, let's move on. But I am offering full support to that guy that wants to make the entirety of the MENA region Indian again. I think that's what we need to do. It's the best. It's for the best, guys. I think that's what we need to do. All right. So the IDF chief of staff says Israel will respond to the Iranian missile attacks. General gives clearest confirmation yet that Israel will hit back, but it's unclear what form of response it will take. Israel's top generals have said the country will respond to Iran's missile and drone attack, but it remains unclear what the response is going to look like. U.S. officials said on Monday that some form of counter to Iran's attack, which involved more than 300 missiles and drones, was almost inevitable, but the Biden administration was still hoping it would be a limited counterstrike and not aimed at Iranian territory. The IDF chief of staff, Herzi Halevi, gave the clearest confirmation so far to the attack that Israel will strike back. What's really fascinating is Gantz and Eisenkot, who, for context, basically Gantz is number 2, were in favor of an immediate military response to Iran in the war cabinet, and Netanyahu, with others, was the one who opposed it since casualties weren't fully reported yet. Yeah. U.S. urges Israel to be careful and strategic regarding the response to the Iran attack. And it was Benny Gantz, Yoav Gallant, and Benjamin Netanyahu that have like full-blown control over what they do as far as retaliation. I suspect Gantz and Eisenkot claimed the longer Israel waits, the harder it will be to get international legitimacy for the counterattack. They also claimed that an immediate counterattack, as the Iranian drones were still making their way to Israel, would likely prevent Iran from launching another attack in response and would end the exchange of attacks. Netanyahu and other members of the war cabinet opposed the idea, mainly because it wasn't clear yet whether the Iranian attack caused any damages or casualties, the officials said. Yeah, this is the official Iranian Parliamentary National Security Commission says the country is ready to use a weapon we have never used before if Israel launches a retaliatory attack, which I assume would be the sound barrier breaking missiles that they have. That would be much harder to intercept, if not impossible. I don't think they mean a nuke. No, they mean nukes. No, I don't think they mean a nuke. I said Jewish space lasers. Yeah, we found the Jewish space lasers and intercepted them. We will use it against Israel. One official said Netanyahu also wanted to wait for his phone call with President Biden. There were several options for a retaliation, but the call stopped it. This train has left the station, and now we can take a breath to think about it again, the official said. Do you think Iran has nukes? I don't know. I do know that Israel definitely has nukes. I don't know if Iran has nukes. I would like to live in a world where I don't know if they have nukes or not. I would like to continue not knowing. Do you have any Jewish friends? Yes, I have a shit ton of Jewish friends. I live in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is, I believe, the second highest Jewish population city on the planet after New York City. I did that for attention too. It's all good. Duck chatter. Yeah, not a Ben chatter, but a duck chatter. Or third. Los Angeles is the third highest Jewish population city on the planet. New York City is number 1. I guess Tel Aviv would be number 2. Anyway, what is this? Oh, dude. Okay, we'll cover this in a second. Yeah, at least chatters that admit they did it for attention are much better than chatters who are. Let me tell you something. Chatters who admit that they did it for attention are significantly better than chatters who play the facade that like they actually are doing this for some real moral reason. Okay. I'd much rather have someone immediately and readily admit that they are simply doing this for attention than act like they're doing this because they genuinely wanted to know something or they are just genuinely curious. But yeah, here's Iran's deputy foreign minister Ali Bagheri saying Israeli regime needs to know that in the case of another mistake, they will not have 12 days and the response will be given in seconds, not in days or hours. Iranian deputy foreign minister Ali Bagheri, this time they will not have 12 days. So, I like that the American House Republicans are worrying about the right reasons, though. Worrying about the right things, such as adding TikTok ban to the foreign aid bill. What were they going to say when you tell them all your Jewish friends agree with you, lol? I don't know. What is this? Oh, here's some good news. U.S. Missile Defense Agency selected Lockheed Martin to continue development of Next Generation Interceptor. Thank God. Thank God. Saudi Arabia says it helped defend Israel against Iran. Report. That's not surprising, nor is it shocking. So I don't know what to say about that part. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this launch of so many missiles, cruise missiles, and drones into Israeli territory will be met with a response, Halevi said. Israel's war cabinet met with the fourth time in the last 2 days on Monday afternoon as the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and Benny Gantz, the former Defense Minister, his centrist Netanyahu rival, again discussed how to walk the tightrope between escalation and deterrence. No, J-Post got that from a fake website claiming to be the royal families. It's been debunked. Oh, that part is not real. The Saudis aren't helping. The Saudis helping is false. The story's source is not a Saudi outlet, though it claims to be. Why is J-Post getting baited so fucking hard? During last night's riot, settlers were caught on camera setting a vehicle on fire in Deir Dobwan, right in front of the soldiers guarding them. This was filmed by the owner's security cameras. As seen in the video, the soldiers don't interfere, contrary to their duty and authority. That's not shocking at all. At first, I thought the story in the Israeli press was true because there's indeed a website called houseofsaud.com with a story that says a source from the Saudi royal family acknowledges Saudi Arabia's supposed involvement. But upon closer inspection, contrary to what the Jerusalem Post says, the website is not the royal family's website. It seems it has, in fact, zero affiliation with the royal family, so this is essentially fake news or a psyop. I don't really care one way or another. Saudi Arabia's allegiance to Israel and the United States of America is obviously, I hope, not called into question here. Even if they weren't involved in intercepting Iranian missiles, they have been involved in intercepting Yemen missiles. So it's not like this would be it's not like this would be new, is what I mean. Like, this would be in line with what they have done consistently. Regardless, it's not an important part of this conversation at all. So, does Saudi Arabia not like Yemeni people? / sarcasm. Okay. I think, and I've said this for a minute. I think that if Israel attacks like proxy IRGC positions in Syria and Iraq, or maybe in Yemen, or maybe in Lebanon, then this stays relatively tame. If they strike Iranian soil, they are trying to open up a new front and bring America into the battlefield. America has said that they won't defend forward operations on Iranian soil, but that doesn't mean that they won't defend Israel unconditionally when Iran does retaliate. Israel vows to retaliate against Iran for missile attacks. I don't know.
To Israel, the base of Never team is now still functional around the clock. Additionally, we've seen the hits here in the base from the Iranian operation. It's only very light damage to the infrastructure, only 4 hits altogether, 1 next to the runway, 2 in open fields, and 1 close to a building that damaged it very lightly. It was still under construction. All of these hits will be corrected very soon. This base is operational around the clock, as it was during Iran protection operation, as it does today. From this base, airplanes took off to protect the state of Israel. IDF altogether is still ready to protect the state of Israel. We are preparing and following any developments in the north during operational activity next to the fence at the night. Our protection, while we were protecting, 4 of the IDF soldiers were hit by an explosion we are still looking into. Right afterwards, we've evacuated them quickly while being protected both from the air and from the sea. 1 was severely injured and was taken to a hospital to be treated there. From here, I wish quick recovery to all those who were injured. The IDF planes throughout the night attacked several points of Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon. In Gaza, the IDF forces are operating in the center of the Gaza Strip. Up till this moment, we have killed dozens of terrorists and hurt terror infrastructure. Last night, at about midnight, we have decided, after an operational evaluation, to no longer keep the limitations on the home front. We must make it clear that the safety of the civilians is the most important thing. I know that the implications over the work, economy, children, home, etc., are very significant, and therefore we let down limitations as soon as we can. Yesterday, in light of the defense situation, we could only do it very close to midnight, only very near midnight. If we could have done it earlier, we would have done so.
I think Benjamin Netanyahu not striking back against Iran instantly and waiting for America, a phone conversation with Joe Biden, also once again reaffirms my position from the jump that yes, contrary to what liberals posture online, Joseph Robinette Biden could have done infinitely more to restrain Israel from the jump. This is why anyone and everyone that acted as though America is small bean in this small bean Israel ethnic cleansing campaign had nothing to do with it and could not stop Israel from doing ethnic cleansing was wrong. Okay? Completely fucking wrong. When America says jump, Israel says how high, because without American weapons, without America constantly rearming Israel's defenses, Israel would not be able to defend itself. Okay? Israel would also not be able to do offensive campaigns without being able to defend themselves. Israel would not be able to attack an Iranian embassy in Damascus without knowing full well that America will defend it unconditionally if Iran retaliates. Of course, when Iran retaliates, America is going to defend Israel. That's it. Angry old gamer, down with Islam. Sure, brother. Good luck. Is a client-state relationship, but for some reason we're the client? We are not. Kind of stupid question, but do you think right now Trump as president would be in war with Iran? He was bombing the shit out of them at one point. Yeah, I don't know how Trump would behave, but I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't be even more violent and also urging to fucking blow up Iran immediately.
Over the weekend, Iran launched a large-scale attack on Israel. Over 350 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, armed drones, and rockets were fired from Iranian soil, as well as Iraq, Yemen, and Lebanon, towards the state of Israel. Across the skies of the Middle East, a coalition was activated to counter this attack, marking the start of the IDF's Operation Iron Shield. The Israel Defense Forces...
He does sound exactly like Eran Morad, like 100%. It is crazy. Colonel Eran Morad.
Together with the United States Central Command, the British and the French armed forces, and other partners, operated together in real time in the air, on the ground, and at sea. Defense systems were activated, the threats were intercepted, and Iran's attack on Israel...
It's funny because, like, the more they flex about how dope their defenses are, the less reason they have to attack Iran directly. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they understand that, maybe, or maybe they do understand it, and that's why they're saying that they defended Iran, defended against the Iranian threat perfectly. It's like, yeah, dude, the more you say to everybody that, like, you did a phenomenal job of thwarting this attack from Iran, the more, the less justification you have for invading Iran or doing any bombing campaigns on Iranian soil. So ultimately, this isn't a bad thing. It could mean that they are going to have a more restrained retaliation. But who knows?
Failed. Operation Iron Shield proved the strength of our ironclad cooperation. I want to thank all our international partners who stood up to Iran's aggression. Iran's attack has created new opportunities for cooperation in the Middle East. We are closely assessing the situation. We remain at our highest level of readiness. Iran will face the consequences for its actions. We will choose our response accordingly. The IDF remains ready to counter any threat from Iran and its terror proxies as we continue our mission to defend the state of Israel.
Yeah. Created new opportunities for cooperation in the Middle East, and that Iran will face consequences for his actions. What they're talking about is, of course, like with other regional, like Gulf state actors and whatnot. Here's a White House spokesperson, John Kirby, on unsubstantiated rumors.
To correct the record on a few points that have come out in the last several hours.
He's saying that Iran informing Turkey is not the same as Iran informing the United States of America by their own chosen proxy, Switzerland, which is bullshit. You know what I mean?
I've seen reporting that the Iranians meant to fail. That this spectacular and embarrassing failure was all by design. I've also seen Iran say that they provided early warning to help Israel prepare its defenses and limit any potential damage. All of this is categorically false. To coin the phrase from the president, or still a phrase from the president, it's malarkey. This attack failed because it was defeated by Israel, by the United States, and by a coalition of other partners committed to Israel's defense. So let's be straight. Given the scale of this attack, Iran's intent was clearly to cause significant destruction and casualties. Iranian leaders launched so many missiles and other munitions because they knew that many were going to be defeated. But the aim was to get as many of them through Israel's defenses as possible. Now, I've also seen this speculation about messages passed forth and warnings. We did receive messages from Iran, and they received messages from us too. But there was never any message to us or to anyone else on the time frame, the targets, or the type of response. In fact, before yesterday, it was presumed that 100 ballistic missiles might overwhelm even the best defensive systems. That was Iran's intent, and as you all saw for yourself, it didn't work. This attack was defeated thanks to our preparations, to a coalition of committed partners, and to Israel's remarkable defensive systems. And I want to focus on that last point for just a moment. Israel today is in a far stronger strategic position than it was only a few days ago. Iran's vaunted missile program, something it has used to threaten Israel and the region, proved to be far less effective. Israel's defenses, on the other hand, proved even better than many had long assumed. Israel's defense was strengthened by a coalition of countries led by the United States and working together. The United States has never before so extensively and so directly defended Israel from attack. To ensure...
Yeah, you don't understand. Like, things are really good. Things are really, really good. All right, let's go to CNN to see what Jake Tapper has to say.
In any Israeli counterattack directly on Iran. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, the Israeli War Cabinet meeting ended hours ago. How should we read the fact that there has been no public announcement yet over any decision to counterattack?
Your new book, which is just out, An Unfinished Love.
Well, Jake, it's very interesting because yesterday when the War Cabinet met for nearly 5 hours, we were quickly told that there had been no decision made. Today, after nearly 3 hours of meetings, Israeli officials have been quiet about whether or not a decision was made. What I was told, though, by one Israeli official is that the sense coming out of this War Cabinet meeting was that a swift response to this Iranian strike was generally the consensus. And that has really been one of the key points of debate within the War Cabinet, is not only the scale of this response, how big to go, how measured this response should be, but also the timing of it, how quickly Israel should respond. But one thing is clear, is that they are in agreement that a response is necessary. I spoke with the former head of Israeli military intelligence today who said that Israel needs to reestablish deterrence.
Israel does not want that to be a part of their tool in the toolkit, in a future operational friction. We do not want to create some kind of routine. Something needs to be done in order to reestablish the deterrence against Iran.
And so, Jake, now the question just comes down to timing. How quickly will the Israeli military carry out the next steps? Today, the Israeli military's chief of staff, General Herzi Halevi, saying only that Israel will indeed respond to Iran. Jake?
Jeremy, you also have some new reporting about Hamas significantly decreasing the number of hostages it says that they're willing to release. What's that?
That's a weird way to say that Israel killed a shit ton of the hostages.
Has actually slashed by more than half the number of hostages that it would be willing to release over the course of 6 weeks. This is according to an Israeli source close to the negotiations.
Didn't they literally just say that all of those hostages, a lot of them are dead?
The basis of these negotiations has been 40 hostages released over the course of 6 weeks. This has been the basis of negotiations for months now. And now Hamas is saying that it will only release fewer than 20 hostages over the course of 6 weeks. I even got comment from Bassem Naim, a Hamas spokesman, who told me that Hamas had proposed, quote, releasing 3 captured Israelis each week, but he said that no one is talking about final numbers. I'm also told that Hamas is demanding more Palestinian prisoners be released in exchange for fewer Israeli hostages. They are also asking for more Palestinian prisoners who are serving heavy sentences in Israeli prisons. And the Israeli source who I spoke with said that they believe that Hamas does not want a deal. That is their belief, as they see this the talks effectively backsliding with this demand. And of course, beyond this issue of Palestinian prisoners, there is also the issue of the withdrawal of Israeli troops, a total end to the war. Those are some of the other Hamas demands that they are making right now that Israeli officials simply are not going to go for. Jake?
All right, Jeremy Diamond in Israel for us. Thanks so much.
The fuck is world sport? All right, here's the latest on the negotiations process and how it's like kind of falling apart between Hamas and Israel. By the way, the Israeli political and security elite has decided to react in a clear and decisive manner on the Iranian attack. This is from N12, but the fuck is this? Hamas's response to U.S., Qatar, and Egyptian proposal for a hostage deal included a willingness to release only about 20 hostages in exchange for a 6-week ceasefire, about half the number of hostages originally included in the proposal, a senior Israeli official said. The Israeli official noted that in response, Hamas used ridiculous excuses to explain the reduction in the number of hostages it is willing to release in the first phase of the deal. For example, Hamas claims that some of the hostages included in this part of the deal, women, men over the age of 50, and men in serious medical condition, are not alive or are not under its custody. I don't think that that's that ridiculous. Why would that be ridiculous? They have no control over what the fuck happens in Gaza. It has been a war zone for the past 6 months. I don't think that that is ridiculous at all. There's also obviously other elements, like including criminal elements and Islamic Jihad and other factions as well that took some of the hostages. I don't know why would they lie? Like, that makes no sense. Also, Hamas demands higher keys, meaning the release of more Palestinian prisoners for each Israeli hostage, and it increases demand regarding the number of prisoners who serve life sentences that it wants released. The Israeli official noted that in its answer to the mediators, Hamas divides the agreement into several phases and binds them together. Hamas conditions the implementation of the phase 1 by providing international guarantees at the end of the war already in the phase 2 of the deal. That also makes sense. According to the official, Hamas also demands the withdrawal of IDF forces from large areas in the Gaza Strip as early as phase 1, allowing the full return of Palestinians to the north of the enclave and full freedom of movement in the entire enclave starting from phase 1 of the deal. The answer that Hamas gave had far-fetched elements. There is not even a single clause in which Hamas approves or accepts the position of the mediators. Hamas took the entire proposal and changed it from the ground up and doubled and tripled the demands. The conclusion is that Hamas is dragging its feet, is not interested in a deal and a ceasefire, and continues to hope for a regional escalation, the Israeli official said. Tell them no and continue with the Rafah plan. It's just, why would Hamas bank on a regional escalation if it wasn't Israel always being the one that strikes first and increases the likelihood of a broader regional conflict? It just doesn't make any sense. Israel's like, yeah, Hamas wants us to fucking attack the Iranian embassy and then broaden this conflict to regional actors, to state actors. And it's like, okay, well then don't do that, right? Like, you're Israel. You don't have to do that. Am I wrong in this? I just don't understand how the Israeli side is like, well, they want us to, broaden this conflict, which we will do by swiftly retaliating against Iran. I don't understand it. What? Hamas opened people around the world to see what? What are you saying? Anyway, do you think this was part of Israel's strategy to weaken Hamas's position in the negotiations so a deal can never be struck because the hostages have already been killed? Like, without hostages, how can a ceasefire come about? I mean, we do know that the Israeli government has an official position of it has the official position that like dead hostages are better than any hostages that the enemy takes. So technically, Israel doesn't strike first almost ever. They retaliate like crazy whenever they get attacked, but they don't do it because they feel like it. Yeah, they're just always, yeah, you're right, Chatter. That's why they just always find themselves in a defensive position. You know what I mean? Historically, like they're doing defensive apartheid, for example. Like these guys here, watch. You want to see, hey, you guys want to see some more defensive posturing from the settlers in the West Bank? Here they are defensively lighting a car on fire, okay, as the Israeli soldiers, the IDF, sit back and defensively wait for the Israeli settlers in the West Bank to defensively light a car on fire. Look at that. Look at that defense. Never let a good genocide and potential for World War III happening go to waste. In the eyes of the West Bank settlers, they're like, this is perfect. This is a great opportunity for us. Yeah. You are taking this out of context. Yeah. No, the context of this is that like this car was potentially going to be used by a Palestinian, and Palestinians do drive cars. And when they do drive cars, they sometimes drive it to Israeli checkpoints. And so the car was The car was a human shield, actually. It was a Hamas car. Yeah. Yeah, it was clearly an anti-Semitic vehicle. A terror car. Anyway. 4 IDF soldiers were wounded, including one seriously, as a result of a blast on the Lebanon border overnight. The military says the incident took place during operational activity. The activity was being carried out by troops of the Golani Brigade's Reconnaissance and Elite Yahalom Combat Engineering Unit. The cause of the blast that wounded the soldiers in the western region of the border in Lebanon is still under investigation. One soldier was seriously wounded. 2 were listed and in moderate condition, and another one was lightly hurt. The troops were taken by helicopter to a hospital. It is permitted for publication that the Golani and Yahalom soldiers were operating on the Lebanese side of the border amid the incident overnight. Why the fuck are they on the Lebanese side of the border? I wonder if accidentally Israel blew them up or something. Operating against Hezbollah positions? No, I understand that. It's just that that's a foreign territory. See, we are so used to Israel just violating international norms and international boundaries in the international rule-based order that we don't even call in the question. The Hezbollah claimed a responsibility for the IED attack on them. Oh, okay. Well, but regardless, like Hezbollah claims responsibility for the blast that wounded the Israeli troops on the Lebanon border overnight, saying it placed a number of explosive devices in the area. Hezbollah said the bombs were planted adjacent to the border fence in the Lebanese territory. They were detonated when the Israeli troops crossed the frontier. The question remains in this circumstance that, like, why is it considered to be permissible when Israel goes over the border, over the Lebanese border, to conduct military operations? I know what the reason is. Why wouldn't they do this? Who's to say don't do that? Yeah, they occupied that side for 15 years, so they have a right to exist there. Exactly. It's just that, like, when you're an Arab country, your sovereignty doesn't really matter. Feel me? You are denying Greater Israel as a concept that's anti-Semitic. South Lebanon is part of the land God has, the sons of Abraham, and essential for me to let you know that it's the top of the hours. Here comes the 3-minute ad break. Bro, it's fucking 2:40. You have mathematically arrived at the worst possible time frame to fucking try and do an ad break debate. Okay? You are, like, you're not even close to the middle of the hour to, like, do a middle of the hour debate or something. Like, you have figured out the absolute worst time. Anyway, so like I said, we will hold and we will wait on how Israel chooses to retaliate. But House Majority Leader Steve Scalise called Netanyahu and said that he supports any Israeli decision regarding retaliation against Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said Netanyahu told Scalise that Israel will do whatever it needs to defend itself. So American hogs are now saying, like, they're seeing blood and they're saying, let's go full tilt, attack Iran, attack Iranian soil, do whatever the fuck you can. Biden, on the other hand, is saying that the U.S. will not participate in retaliatory strikes on Iran.
Nancy Cordes at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. What the White House is most focused on right now is preventing any kind of escalation between Israel and Iran that could spread to the region. And to that end, we are told that President Biden has informed Israel's prime minister over the weekend that while the U.S. did step up to protect Israel on Saturday, the U.S. will not participate in any retaliatory strikes on Iran. The U.S. role on Saturday was actually pretty extensive, we're learning. First of all, U.S. aircraft operating out of Jordan and Saudi Arabia, they were waiting for these Iranian drones. They shot down more than 70 of them, according to a senior administration official. Also, there were 2 U.S. Navy destroyers operating in the Mediterranean, and they took out 4 to 6 Iranian ballistic missiles. President Biden spent the past 36 hours on the phone with world leaders, including the heads of the G7 countries, the world's largest economies, and they came down hard on Iran, releasing a joint statement saying, quote, Iran has further stepped toward the destabilization of the region and risks provoking an uncontrollable regional escalation. Today, President Biden is meeting here at the White House with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Some of those Iranian drones and missiles were actually launched from Iraq over the weekend. And so that's a country that is very concerned, Tony, about the prospect of escalation.
Yeah. John Bolton, speaking of hogs, let's do a little bit of hog watch here. Why is it so difficult for old shitheads in position of power to decide not to launch a missile at a guy across the pond that they don't like whenever the opportunity offers itself? Defense contractors make a lot of money.
Administration official says that President Biden made it clear to Israel that the U.S. will not participate in any Israeli offensive operations against Iran. Joining us now, someone who seems to take a different view of how to respond to Tehran, former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for joining us. So what is your assessment of what's happening right now? You said earlier on CNN that this is a huge failure.
An absolute freak, by the way, a freakish monster of epic proportions.
Of both U.S. and Israeli deterrence.
Right. Last night, the Iranians launched 320 plus cruise and ballistic missiles and drones. It's a blessing that the Israelis find only 1% got through. But not every night is going to be that good. And unless Iran sees a powerful response, that risk will continue. And the way to reestablish deterrence is not proportional. That's academic talk. The way you
Yeah, you got to hit him hard. We watched this live, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember, but we watched this live when it was happening, where John Bolton was like, yep, we got to hit him hard right now on Iranian soil.
You establish deterrence is by telling your adversary, if you ever try that again, the price you will pay will be.
Central Committee asking a question. Who the fuck is John Bolton purporting to defend? He's got no support in the Republican Party. This is true. This is insane that he's being interviewed. No one is behind this guy. No, he is here to represent the position of the most militant war hawks, the most anti-Iranian position you can possibly get. That's why he's here. He's here to represent the other side of the State Department, the other side of the American military-industrial complex, the side that wants to literally glass Iran. That side has existed in the American State Department for a very long time. Obviously, there's no like Democratic backing for his attitude. I mean, maybe actually that's not true. There's probably some fucking American hogs that do want it. But there are this, like, he doesn't hold any institutional power at this point. So why is CNN interviewing him? Well, CNN is interviewing him because he is a representative of that side of the State Department.
Be so much higher than any gain you think you can get. You shouldn't even think about it. So I think Israel has a wide range of potential targets. You start by flattening Iran's air defense capabilities. Next, you might go after headquarters of the regular military and the Revolutionary Guards. You could consider going after their oil infrastructure, the oil fields, the distribution pipelines, the export port facilities. And most importantly, I think Israel should be looking at this as an opportunity to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program, which is.
Remember when John Bolton openly stated on CNN, he's like, you know, we've done a lot of coups. Some you may not have heard of or something along those lines. What was it? What did he say? A couple months back, he went on CNN and was like, I should know. I've done many coups.
The existential
I'm a
threat
big fan of
that
coups.
Israel
I love
faces.
coups.
I don't know what they'll do. I can't predict it, but I will tell you this. If Joe Biden, as some press reports have it, is urging the Israelis not to retaliate at all, he is an embarrassment to the United States. This is an American interest to make sure that Iran, which is the principal threat to international peace and security in the region, is at a minimum put in its place. To spare Israel, to spare the Gulf Arabs, to spare us from the threat that they pose.
So, look, I don't think there's anybody in the White House that if they could snap their fingers and have the Iranian regime disappear wouldn't do so. The question about what you're proposing would be that doesn't necessarily end the conflict. That might actually just escalate the conflict. And then you have Iran responding even more harshly and even more successfully. And who knows what their nuclear capabilities are right now. And how does one avoid that happening?
Well, let's start with what we don't know about their nuclear capabilities. Do you want to tell Israel to roll the dice that next time a salvo of ballistic missiles comes into their territory, it won't be nuclear? I think that's the point that Israel needs to focus on. And I would say this, too, about this escalation, this fear of a wider war. The administration fears a wider war because it's worried about gasoline prices in the United States. It's worried about the left wing of the Democratic Party. The fact is, Israel's...
Yeah. No one's worried about the humans in Iran because we don't think that they're actually humans. They are like a hive mind, a monolithic, barely sentient being operating on pure anti-Semitism. That's right. Gasoline prices is the reason why we're being pussies about nuking Iran. Once and for all, we must nuke Iran right now, please. It will make me very happy. Have you considered how happy it would make this old soul who's given his whole life to being an elderly statesman? I mean, think about it now. Give this old man one final moment of happiness. Okay? I would really like it if we could nuke Iran, please.
Been in a wider war since October the 7th, which the administration has resolutely refused to recognize. If you don't understand the strategic environment, you can't possibly respond to it effectively. This theater of operations has 5 battlefields at the moment. Certainly Hamas in Gaza, the Houthis closing the Red Sea to international sea traffic, the Hezbollah attacking northern Israel, Shia militia groups in Iraq and Syria. Now we see Iran itself. And even yesterday, they hijacked, I believe it was a Philippine ship on the high seas. So there are 5 sources of pressure here. It's not necessarily the world's most effective alliance, but it's one battle plan, which the Iranians call the Ring of Fire. And the administration needs to face up to that, which it has not done so far.
Nobody wants Armageddon, right? Nobody wants world.
Come on, bro. You can't be sitting across from Mr. Armageddon and be like, nobody wants Armageddon. John Bolton's like, well, you know, Armageddon ain't too bad, Jake. I mean, I don't know. You're saying nobody wants Armageddon, but here I am standing right before you, a big advocate for Armageddon.
World War III, nobody wants nuclear weapons used. Nobody wants more death of innocent people. Why are you convinced that your method?
Yeah, here's John Bolton openly.
Trump looking out for Donald Trump. It's a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence.
I don't know that I agree with you, to be fair, with all due respect. One doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat, not here, but other places, it takes a lot of work, and that's not what he did. It was just stumbling around from one idea to another. Ultimately, he did unleash the rioters at the Capitol. As to that, there's no.
You don't understand. I've done many coups, Jake.
Doubt. But not to overthrow the Constitution, to buy more time to throw the matter back to the states to try and redo the issue.
No, Jake Tapper did respond. This clip ends before Jake responds, where even Jake is like, what do you mean? What the fuck do you mean nobody? What the fuck do you mean you've planned many coups?
Is the best way to avoid that, as opposed to diplomacy, deterrence, and other ways.
Well, how well is diplomacy working so far? Hamas this morning again rejected the ceasefire plan. And by the way, I have heard from people in Israel.
Yeah, diplomacy is when Israel says, you give us all the hostages and we keep bombing you. Okay, that's diplomacy. And when Hamas says, no, we don't have that many hostages. We have less hostages that we can give you because you killed a lot of them. And also, here are the steps for a permanent ceasefire that we would like be implemented. That's not diplomacy. Listen, you don't understand. Diplomacy is when you meet the demands of the genocidal apartheid state unconditionally, and you just sit back and take it.
Israel, they believe there are less than 20 hostages still alive, that perhaps 100 of them are dead. And if that's true, and if Hamas knows it, but has been negotiating these past months on the basis of 40 coming out, with more possibly later, and Hamas itself saying they can only find 27, Hamas may have been conducting a deception operation to build up pressure on Iran, knowing full well
pressure on Israel.
It could never meet the diplomatic goals of the administration. So deterrence failed 320 times last night against Israel. If Iran doesn't feel the pain, I think it's only going to get worse for Israel.
Former President Trump last night at a rally in Pennsylvania, Schnecksville, said that none of this would have happened if he had been.
Yeah, they were being real deceptive, putting the Israeli hostages in the direction of the Israeli bombs. Real fucked up of them to not be able to defend the Israeli hostages against Israeli bombs that just kept flying in.
President, take a listen to what he said.
The people of Israel, they're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. This would not happen. The weakness that we've shown is unbelievable, and it would not have happened if we were in office.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he's like, you agree with him 100%. I thought you hated Donald Trump.
I just think Trump is delusional on this point. It's a point that nobody can refute or confirm one way or the other. He doesn't have any idea what to do in the Middle East in this situation. Remember when he...
What do you mean? He fucking assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Don't you love that shit? He gave you... Yo, John Bolton is such a fake friend, honestly. John Bolton is such a fake friend because Trump literally assassinated Qasem Soleimani. That is like... That literally got John Bolton's dick so hard that he almost died in that moment. Okay? He almost died that very moment. You guys need to understand right now, John Bolton right here is demonstrating something phenomenal. Okay? Here is a guy whose dick is so hard, like a diamond. Okay? He could cut through diamonds right now with his penis. That's how hard he is, and yet he's still able to describe to you why we have to nuke Iran. Think about how unimaginably difficult a position John Bolton is in right now. That, like, Iran retaliated after Israel blew up an Iranian embassy. Iran retaliates by striking Israel directly. Now John Bolton is being brought out to CNN to advocate for the number one thing that he's always wanted, glassing Iran. This is like, many of you would not be able to nut that hard while simultaneously keep your composure. Here he is, meeting the moment.
He threatened fire and fury against North Korea. Within a year, he had fallen in love with Kim Jong-un. So he's not qualified to be president. I think people often ask me, well, if you don't think Trump is qualified to be president, why not vote for Biden? Look at Biden's actions in the past 24 hours, trying to persuade Israel not to respond. This is a measure of two candidates, neither one of whom is qualified, at a point of enormous threat, not just to Israel's national security. Let's be clear, what's happening in the Middle East is a threat to American national security, and we should be standing...
Yeah, I mean, Israel's actions are a threat to American national security. That much is definitely true.
Moments ago...
That part is not wrong. He is right about that. Absolutely. Where there was another... Oh, here's another horn dog. Here's another guy who is also unimaginably horny to fucking blow up Iran. Let's take a
over
look.
the weekend, the Islamic Republic of Iran essentially entered a war directly with the state of Israel. There's no other way to put that. When you fire 170 drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at another sovereign nation, you are now in a state of war. Now, this has been a long time.
Yeah. Not when you blow up the sovereign nation's embassy, though. When you do that, you're not in a war with them. Only when they retaliate, you're officially in a war with them. Okay, got it. Thanks, Ben.
I'm coming. The fact is that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been using all of its proxy terror groups to attack Israel repeatedly for literally decades at this point, from Hezbollah in the north of Israel to Hamas in the south of Israel to now the Houthis in Yemen. They've been using...
He forgot to hit the when he said Houthis. Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza and the Houthis in Yemen.
All of their proxy groups because they do not want Israel to take direct action against the Iranian regime itself. They also understand over in Iran that the rest of the world is not interested in an Israel-Iran direct war. And herein lies the conundrum.
The rest of the world is not interested in a Iran-Israel war, but I am. So let me tell you why the rest of the world is actually wrong and how nuclear Armageddon is sick. Yeah, no, actually, here, I will spend the next 13 minutes describing to you why we have to glass Iran. We have to do it, okay?
For the state of Israel, because after you are attacked with 170 drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles, typically you are going to respond in kind to the country that just attacked you this way. We'll get to Israel's response in just a second. First, the actual news was that on Saturday night in Israel...
I thought he was going to be like, first, the actual news is that a lot of your information online is stolen by third parties. That's why you have to use Aura, especially at the top of the hour when there are ads that are going to be served to you. I'm so used to him fucking hitting an ad break in the midst of his commentary at this point that I genuinely expected him to hit you with a NordVPN in the same way that I hit you with the top of the hour ad break, which, by the way, just like the Iron Dome, you can defend against the hostile ads at the top of the hour by hypothetically using a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. 2 heavyweights doing their thing, baby. That's right. Both Ben and myself, 2 heavyweights in the ad-serving game. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Suddenly, people started waking up 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning to the sounds of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles being shot down. The video is absolutely astonishing. It was Israeli weaponry, by the way, that was actually taking down missiles that had been fired near the Dome of the Rock. If it were not for Israel's defensive capacity, many holy sites in Islam would have been destroyed because, again, the only defender...
Yeah. No, that's right. Israel famously loves the holy sites of Islam. So when they're like beating the shit out of, religious worshipers inside of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, for example, they're actually doing that to defend Islam, famously. Or when they kill 30,000 Palestinians... and blew up pretty much every mosque in the Gaza Strip. They did that in a defensive way.
Of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in the Middle East would actually be the state of Israel. Here is some of the dramatic footage as literally hundreds of drones.
This is such obvious, glaringly obvious propaganda that Israel tried to do. And absolutely zero people in the Muslim world look to that and go, yeah, these guys definitely care about defending Islam. Yeah, Iran definitely was trying to blow up the fucking dome. They were trying to blow up Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Israel defended it. It's such a funny talking point because, like, it's almost entirely designed for non-Muslims. Okay? There is not a single Muslim on this planet, with the exception of, like, maybe fucking MBS and, like, super hardcore, like those sheiks that you see sometimes that dick ride Israel into oblivion. Not a single Muslim person on the planet thinks that Israel legitimately wants to defend Islamic sites of worship. Okay? They know the truth. So obviously, they're not cutting this propaganda to fucking bring Muslims on board. No. They're cutting this propaganda to get the Christians to be like, oh, look at how hypocritical these goddamn Iranians are. Iranians. I hate the shit. The ballistic missile guidance systems literally need to be targeted and inputted before a strike, so Iran would have to deliberately target the third holiest site in Islam. Exactly. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Just not a single person legitimately believes that, unless they are, trying to unconditionally defend Israel and do so for financial gain or because they just love Israel that much.
Drones and cruise missiles and ballistic missiles were shot over the state of Israel on Saturday night. It's about 1:45 a.m. Saturday night in Jerusalem.
It's a little different. It's hard for me to assess. There's the sirens now. Guys, are we on
air? You can see the incoming cruise missiles and ballistic missiles being shot down by Israel's anti-weaponry. This is directly over the Dome of the Rock. That's the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, the third holiest site in Islam. Again, this is directly over Israel's capital city in Jerusalem. So dramatic footage in Ashkelon.
Yeah, definitely. Iran was trying to fucking target the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Ben. Thank you. Well, knowing how much of a defender of Islam you are and how much of a defender of Islam the Israeli state is, I, of course, being the dumbest person on the planet, definitely believe what you're saying. I am now convinced the caliphate will start in Israel. I was wrong. Many people have called me a neo-Ottomanist caliphate defender and a supporter of Erdogan for that reason. Turns out Benjamin Netanyahu will wield, as someone said in the chat, the sword of Islam. That's right.
On Israel,
Alhamdulillah, he has said the Shahada. Joe Biden was wrong when he said he's going to have a come to Jesus moment. He meant come to Isa, which is, of course, an accepted prophet in Islam. Benjamin al-Netanyahu is now the official defender of Islam. He is going to be, he has said the Shahada. He will be going to Jannah. He is the true supporter and defender of Islam.
Which is near the South Israel. Looks like a fireworks show as Iranian drones are shot down over the state of Israel. Ashkelon is a major city in Israel's south on the coast. And this sort of footage is shocking. Israel's success rate here was even more shocking. So in what can only be described as a technological miracle. And if you're a religious person, obviously, when you see the miraculous in real life, you attribute that to the hand of God as well as to the hand of technology. But it is
so far removed from God That literally is actually man overcoming God in every sense of the word. You just watched years and years of technological advancement, and it is truly a marvel, I have to admit, okay? It is ridiculous to say that this is the hand of God. It is not. It is the opposite of God. It is science, okay? It's also our tax dollars at work in many respects, but that's besides the point.
It can only be described as miraculous that 99% of all ordnance emanating from Iran here was shot down by the Israelis and the UK and the United States. Here's Clarissa Ward of CNN explaining just how successful the defensive measures were put forward by the state of Israel as well as Jordanian forces. Jordan's revealed preference, by the way, is now for the state of Israel. Revealed preference is when you say that you're for a thing, but what you're actually for is another thing. Jordan has been proclaiming that it's very, very much pro-Hamas and the Palestinians.
No, they have. It's so funny. No, you only say that because you think that they're like too Arab adjacent, okay? They're just like Arab. So you're like, yeah, their preference is towards Hamas. Like, no, man. Yeah, I'm shocked to see that the British Empire placement in the Jordanian monarchy that has been personally fucking squashing pro-Palestinian protests by force for the past 6 months actually is supporting Israel here. Like, that's crazy. Wow, dude. I can't believe it.
And then when it comes down to it, they really, really don't like Iran at all. And so they're shooting down incoming ordnance.
You're wrong. They do posture as pro-Palestinian. Yes, everyone postures as pro-Palestinian because they have to respond to public sentiment because the Jordanian public is pro-Palestinian, just like the Saudi public is pro-Palestinian. So every administration in the region, in an effort to make it seem like they are in line with the interests of their citizens, will say that they're pro-Palestinian. Jordan will also obviously allow humanitarian aid to go through. Jordan will also do humanitarian aid drops, but so does America. Do you think America is pro-Palestinian by that very same metric? Or do you think America is pro-Israel? Of course, the leadership of these countries are in support of, they're in support of the big guy in the room, which is America, and also by way of America, Israel.
Over Jordan.
Ben Shapiro, by the way, did say Joe Biden is pro-Hamas. So, he is just an insane person.
The United States, the UK, even France got involved in shooting down much of this material in an attempt to avoid an escalatory war in the region. Here's Clarissa Ward explaining the success rate.
President Biden has urged Israel not to escalate further, but one Israeli official telling CNN that they will respond. It's simply a matter of the scale and scope of what that response will be. This after, as you mentioned, 300 cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones fired towards Israel last night, 99% of them intercepted. But tellingly, the IDF has said that a number, they won't give the specific number, of ballistic missiles did make impact at the Nevatim Air Force Base in southern Israel. That is where those F-35 fighter jets are based.
Okay, it did very minor damage at the Air Force Base in the south of Israel. Not enough.
It's so weird that those missiles hit this like remote Air Force base when Ben Shapiro and everyone else has been saying that Iran was just trying to simply hit like all of the population centers to kill as many Israelis as possible. I guess those missiles were trying to kill as many civilians as possible, but then ended up being redirected to the Air Force base or something. I don't know. It must have been a coincidence. Was it actually minor damage? I think it wasn't as big. The damage was not as big as the way that the Iranian side presented it. I have yet to see it, but yeah, it was a civilian military base where they were keeping their commercial F-35s. Those F-35s are civilian F-35s. You do not understand. There was one Bedouin girl that was hurt by shrapnel. Yes, there was a little girl hurt by shrapnel in the south. Unfortunately, as I'm sure you know, this Volodymyr Zelensky, that Bedouin areas, due to them being somewhat nomadic and also due to them not getting a lot of political cover from Israel, oftentimes live in areas where they don't get any Iron Dome defense coverage as well, or sometimes they end up even in Palestinian even when like Hamas rockets are being launched into Israel, anytime there's casualties, most of those casualties do come still from the Bedouin villages. You joke, but just saying that added 2 years and $10 billion to the F-35 program to develop a civilian version.
Enough damage to actually stop that base from working. It did no damage to Israel's F-35 fleet. Again, this was not just an Israeli effort. The United States, Britain, Jordan, and France all helped to intercept the massive barrage of drones that Iran fired at Israel overnight on Saturday, according to the Times of Israel. The United States and Israel, of course, had been bracing for an attack for days after Iran said that it would retaliate for a suspected Israeli strike this month on what Tehran claims was a consular building in Syria, killing 12 people, including the 2 senior Iranian generals in the Revolutionary Guard's elite Quds force. According to the Pentagon, the United States forces intercepted dozens of missiles and drones launched from Iran, Iraq, Syria.
The Bedouins aren't allowed to build bomb shelters, and the father of the slain girl has an order to have his house destroyed. The father of the Bedouin girl injured in the Iranian strike complains that Israel doesn't allow his community to build bomb shelters and shows the Israeli state's demolition order for his home. Yeah, but hey, they did a really good propaganda by being like, lol, Iran almost killed a fucking Bedouin girl. Remember there were chatters when I was describing to them the living conditions of the Bedouin in the chat on the day of this strike, when we found out that the one casualty was like a 7-year-old girl, a 7-year-old Bedouin girl. And I said that this is because in many instances, the Bedouin villages are, 1, slated for destruction by the Israeli state, and 2, rarely get Iron Dome coverage. And there were chatters in here that were trying to tell me that was wrong. There are fake info on your Wikipedia page, man. Will you deal with it? I don't know what it is. And then one of the chatters literally said, no, she didn't die. One of the chatters literally said, well, the Iron Dome has priorities. Yeah. Using Arabs as a prop is like classic. Amina, the only badly injured person recorded in Israel in this unprecedented attack by Tehran, was placed in intensive care with a serious head injury, said the Soroka Hospital in the city of Beersheba. The little girl belongs to the Bedouin community, descendants of Muslim Arab shepherds who live in the Negev and are often denied many of the rights granted to other citizens. People will say the Iron Dome has priorities and deny there's an apartheid ethno-state. No, the liberal Zionist argument for the Bedouins not getting ample coverage from the Iron Dome is that they're nomadic. Just learn the propaganda. For those of you, if you wanna encounter it, if you encounter it in the wild, remember the real more correct way to try and massage this narrative is to say that, well, the Bedouins are nomadic, so we don't know where they are, so we can't offer them ample coverage in the Iron Dome. That is the liberal Zionist version of doing this propaganda. Israel was scheduling to demolish her house in 2 weeks. Yeah. We have no shelter, lamented Amina's father, who criticized Israeli authorities for leaving him and his family at the mercy of rockets and missiles. What's the counter to that? Oh, it's just bullshit. It's bullshit. They have villages. Israel refuses to recognize said villages and refuses that and routinely demolishes them to build Jewish settlements. Oh, whoa. What is this? What is this? Hello? Murat? Can you let her out? You riled her up. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. She being kind of a good girl today, so. Did you watch the rest of Fallout? Oh, it was really good. I'm trying to get Murat to watch Fallout. They watched the first episode. Anyway, I like that the English Iranian girl earlier using this Bedouin for Israeli PR. She has not read this, I guess. No, there's a reason why this is on fucking uknews.yahoo.com, okay? You will not hear this. You will not hear this this kind of coverage in many of the mainstream media. Anyway, the worst take you've ever had is that the Fallout show is good. It's phenomenal. It's really good. Murat said you definitely had worse takes. Anyway, let's finish this bench.
And Yemen, that were headed toward Israel. Again, this is a testament to the technological superiority of Israel and its allies here. Israel has a wide variety of defensive measures that it took against these particular incoming missiles and drones. Most of it was actually shot down before it ever reached the state of Israel. Israel has what's called the Arrow 3, which intercepts ballistic missiles and handles longer range and higher altitude interceptions, including exo-atmospheric. In fact, there was some film that was pretty astonishing of Israel using what looks like essentially Reagan-esque Star Wars to shoot down a missile in the higher.
It is cool as fuck. That shit is definitely a technological marvel for sure.
Atmosphere. They have the Arrow 2, which is for endo and exoatmospheric interception capabilities. They have David Sling, which is for surface-to-surface missiles. And then, of course, Iron Dome, which is for short-range rockets.
Arrow 3 missiles cost $3 million USD each to shoot down missiles worth 10 times less.
We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, using the internet without ExpressVPN. Receive a VPN.com/Ben. I've been using ExpressVPN myself for years. You should too. ExpressVPN.com/Ben. Now, Iran, for its part, is saying that they are done, and they are threatening to hit American bases if Washington backs an Israeli counterattack. According to the Times of Israel, top Iranian commanders warned Israel on Sunday the country would face a bigger attack if it retaliates against overnight drone and missile strikes, adding that Washington has been told not to back any military action from its ally. Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff Major General Mohammad Bagheri told State TV, quote, our response will be much larger than tonight's military action if Israel retaliates against Iran. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi said if the Zionist regime, that'd be Israel, or its supporters demonstrate reckless behavior, they will receive a decisive and much stronger response. Now, Iran's been trying to play this off as a victory. On Iranian TV, they've been showing footage of fires from Chile, pretending that it's actually fires from Israel. They're propagandizing to their own population that this was not, in fact, a humiliating evening for the Iranian forces, which it was. When you fire off that much ordnance and nearly all of it gets shot down, and the only person who is severely wounded happens to be an Israeli Arab girl, 7-year-old girl, who may die because of the Iranian assault.
Yeah, 7-year-old Arab girl. Bro, don't act like you give a shit about 7-year-old Arab girls, okay? Like, you literally openly fucking advocate to melt them in Gaza. Humiliating. Is this the Middle East version of the Northern Lights? It's just like, no, the girl wasn't at a military base, chatters. What the fuck? Bro, you guys have to understand something. When a missile gets intercepted, it doesn't matter, okay? It can still have shrapnel that falls on top of a civilian population. The only fucking missiles that actually struck Israeli targets were the ones who landed in the airbase. It is not a made-up example. An actual 7-year-old girl was harmed by shrapnel and has like head trauma, okay, and had to be hospitalized. But that was shrapnel, okay, from an intercepted missile or potentially a drone. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact details of it. That part is correct. That did happen. What also happened, however, is that little girl, as we found out, is a part of a Bedouin tribe whose family has a house slated to be demolished by the Israeli state. Yeah, it was an intercepted ballistic missile near Nevatim Air Base. The Nevatim Air Base, as far as I understand it, is like in a desolate area. It is isolated for the most part because the Iranian targets were military targets. Okay? Yeah, suddenly we can believe what Israel says. Israel injuring random kid and blames it on Iran. You guys are insane, dude. If you think that like Israel personally bludgeoned this little girl to do propaganda. No, this is a, oh my God. Dude. It is a normal consequence of sending missiles to Israel that one of them shrapnel might have struck a civilian. Okay? I don't think Israel personally lobbed a shrapnel at the head of a 7-year-old girl. Okay? No, I'm certain that I'm certain that this part is correct. I think some of you are so understandably you don't trust anything that Israel says, but fail to consider that like this is a realistic scenario. Okay? We don't have to use lies like Israel does. We can analyze the situation and find the truth. Exactly. Like, you're certain because you just guess so? Yes, that's a big chunk of how you analyze the situation. You measure it on the likelihood of it happening. The actual smarter analysis here is to recognize that the living conditions of the Bedouin are not great in an apartheid regime that treats Palestinian citizens as second-class citizens, even those who it has given full-blown citizenship to. If we're both guessing, yeah, and we both are guessing, I am still closer to what I suspect is the truth. It is likely that especially Bedouins that don't have bomb shelters, especially Bedouins that don't get broad coverage through the Iron Dome, could possibly, as I know, as it has happened in the past, could possibly be harmed by any kind of missile strikes, more so than someone living in fucking Tel Aviv. Over 120,000 Bedouins live in unrecognized villages. They're not connected to the water pipeline nor infrastructure, and their houses are repeatedly destroyed. I remember a Gideon Levy article about a Bedouin village that was destroyed over 50 times, which is quite the record. In the Second Lebanon War, 19 of the 44 Israeli civilians killed were Arab citizens in the north who did not have bomb shelters and weren't evacuated. Do you understand? Perhaps I know a little bit more than you do in the situation, given for the past 10 years of my coverage on this matter, that I'm a little bit more familiar with what happens when, in the past, for example, when like Hamas or Palestinian resistance groups launch rockets and Israel claims casualties, okay? Most of the time, those casualties are predominantly Palestinian citizens of Israel. Most of the time, they are from Bedouin villages. Bedouin villages do not get the same level of coverage and protection from the Iron Dome that Israeli citizens get when they live in urban areas. Each ballistic missile intercepted will break into dozens of bits high up in the atmosphere to cover a large area. 120 ballistic missiles were fired and dozens were reportedly intercepted, so there would be massive shrapnel. The video showing glowing projectiles over Jerusalem were actually large shrapnel from downed missiles. Anyway.
It turns out that is a signal military failure. Clearly a signal military failure. So the question becomes here, what happened? In order to understand what's about to happen going forward, you have to understand how we got here.
Are we cheering for Iran now? Some people are cheering for Iran. Some people are cheering for Israel. I'm over here cheering for the rule of law. That's right. That's why I'm cheering for, what's his face? Robert Mueller and the rule of law. That's a fucking deep cut. I don't even know if that chatter is going to understand.
So the first thing to understand, obviously, is that Iran was in a catch-22. That catch-22 is a catch-22 of its own making. So Iran, the way this whole conflict started on October 7th, is that Iran was deeply afraid that Israel was about to sign a new Abraham Accord with the Saudi government. That was very close. Everyone was openly discussing this. And that would have solidified a Sunni-Israeli pact against Shia aggression in the Middle East. Iran then would have effectively been boxed in. Because the reality is...
Megaphonics, how do you have that ready to go? How do you have a Krasenstein tweet from 2019 ready to go as soon as I mention it? That's fucking insane. I mean, respect. While many of you are likely yelling, go Patriots or go Rams, I'm yelling, go Robert Mueller and the rule of law. Listen, many Americans are understandably anti-ISIS. I myself am also anti-ISIS. And I usually use that as my moral compass, like the thing that grounds my morals. I'm anti-ISIS. So if one state in the region is also anti-ISIS and kills a lot of ISIS members, and the other state actually offers cover to Salafists and ISIS members, then I'm going to be a lesser evil voter and say that I usually sometimes land on the side that is anti-ISIS. Now, why did I actually bring this up? Well, that's because one state has actually killed a shit ton of ISIS members, Iran, and another state that has actually offered health care and protection to ISIS members, the state of Israel. So do with that information what you will, okay? It's called lesser evil voting, sweetie. I am a Democrat after all.
Is that an American-backed Sunni-Israeli alliance would be extraordinarily powerful in the region. It would be a massive counterweight to terror groups in Yemen and Hezbollah and Hamas and Iran itself. Iran was feeling quite boxed in. And so Iran activated through...
What I'm elaborating on is this. IDF chief finally acknowledged that Israel supplied weapons to Syrian rebels. For the first time, Israel describes the aid work it carries out in Syria. Or Syrian fighters rescued by the IDF. The war next door. Israel reportedly providing direct aid and funding to Syrian rebels. It has been known that Israeli hospitals have treated wounded Syrian fighters, but Wall Street Journal report uncovers direct support in cash without which fighters say they wouldn't have survived. It's al-Nusra, which is not ISIS. That's why I said Salafist. And no, these aren't the Syrian rebels like friend of the show Brace Belden fought alongside. These are the other Syrian rebels. These are not the Rojava Kurds. You said ISIS though? That's so funny. Oh wait, are you a supporter of al-Nusra? I'm confused. Wait. I'm sure al-Nusra is a moderate democratic rebel group. Wait. Chat's like, no, you don't understand. They're actually aligned with Al Qaeda, so it's different. No, one of the chatters was actually joking. The other chatter was being dead serious when he was like, you actually said ISIS. So, no, the chatter that said, I'm sure al-Nusra is a moderate democratic rebel group is joking. The other chatter that said, you said ISIS, though, is 1,000,000% serious and doesn't think that this distinction is one without a difference. He thinks that distinction is very serious and very different, as a matter of fact. Nah, they're still fucked up just being accurate to the facts. Oh, dude, you got me. That's why I said Salafist as well after saying ISIS. Rather, was. Is that better? And then this guy is going, isn't this the same terror group which Turkey supported / still supports? Turkey did support some of these guys. I don't know why you would think that this is important. Like, unless you somehow think that because I'm Turkish, I agree with the Turkish government's decision that was backed by the United States of America, by the way. Like, Turkey's support for Salafist groups on the ground was, an American decision. NATO member Turkey. My bad, didn't hear that. Okay. Anyway, that's why I said lesser evil voting, boys. It's just normal lesser evil voting stuff.
Through this General Mohammad Reza Zahedi, who's the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, at least its terror operations in Syria, Lebanon, and via Hamas. They greenlit the October 7th attacks that killed 1,200 Israelis and took 250 hostage, 133 Israelis still missing, most presumed dead, dozens still held hostage in Hamas terror tunnels. That was specifically designed in order to elicit a military response from Israel that would supposedly put the nascent Sunni-Israeli alliance on hold. That was the entire goal, was to reorient the Middle East. And the Biden administration, acting as cowards, decided to basically go along with that instead of doing what the Biden administration should have done, which is say to Israel, do what you need to do to finish off Hamas, take that Iranian pawn off the board. And then if you need to, make a move against Hezbollah in the north, which has been threatening Israel.
Yeah, dude, Iran and Saudi Arabia were going to join hands together. That's what everyone was thinking, that these guys were actually going to, they were going to be like, yeah, you know what? Actually, we were wrong. My bad. The current Saudi kingdom was going to be like, yeah, actually, I know where my bread is buttered, but I actually do love Iran now, despite the fact that I've been fighting against them and hate them so much more than I hate Israel, and I don't really hate Israel at all.
For years, then do that as well, because only strength works in the Middle East. And the only way you're ever going to get a Saudi-Israeli deal is if the Saudis believe that the Israelis are militarily powerful to rebut all attempts to destroy them and or do significant damage to their civilian base. What the Biden administration should have done in the aftermath of October 7th is given Israel the green light to do what it needed to do with Hamas and Hezbollah. No American troops involved. Continued funding to the Israeli military, which of course means buying from American sources. Move forward and demonstrate strength. Instead, the Biden administration over time began to put more and more shackles on the Israeli Defense Force in Israel's attempt to extirpate Hamas and also to counter Hezbollah. And Iran saw the gap. The reason that this latest attack happened is because Iran saw the gap. Israel took out the general who had greenlit the October 7th attacks.
The guy was he was an October 7 general. Dude, it's crazy. Anyone that Israel targets, no matter where they're targeting it, is actually Hamas somehow. Yeah. Shit, dude, my bad. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, totally. Yeah. It's just like Netanyahu, the American State Department, Iranian leadership, Hamas leadership, all in unison collectively said that Iran did not participate in 10-7 until it was actually, Israel wanted to kill some IRGC generals on Iranian soil in an Iranian embassy. And then they decided, actually, he did plan October 7. He literally did it. Yeah, no, everybody collectively was like, yeah. Even Iran was literally, after October 7, they were like, listen, that shit was awesome, but we didn't have any part in that. Make no mistake. Give it up for the goats, basically, was the Iranian response to October 7. They were like, holy fuck, we had no idea that this was going on. We would have loved to be a part of it, but we didn't fucking know. Do we know why they attacked the consulate? Because they wanted to clap IRGC generals. That's it. The IRGC generals that they shot, the IRGC generals that they killed in the Iranian embassy were leaders of the Quds Force that play a big role in the planning of attacks by Iranian proxies in the region, in specifically, I believe specifically Syria and Iraq. That's it. They wanted to take out high-ranking IRGC officials. Can we believe Iran, though? Well, there's a reason why I know, because of the automatic consideration that we can never believe Iran, we can only trust Israel. I gave you Israeli officials and also American officials that also corroborated what Iran was saying. I actually used Iran as the last group. Notice how you conveniently didn't hear the parts where I said the Israeli official said that Iran played no role in October 7 and the American official said that Iran played no role in October 7. They also wanted to sabotage the Cairo talks, which weren't doing so well anyway. Same thing with assassinating Hania's children. Yeah, and grandchildren. Exactly. I don't know why Americans and Israeli officials don't understand that, like, opening up the world to the possibility that you can strike embassies and opening up the rest of the world to the possibility that, like, all matter of high-ranking officials, both in the army and also in government, is fair play, is a dangerous prospect for them. This is something that I don't understand, because these guys in positions of power love self-preservation. They operate on self-preservation quite a bit, to a fault, I would say. That's why you always see positive coverage of, like, dead leaders, no matter how big of an asshole they were, whether it be Henry Kissinger or George H.W. Bush. Why do they do that? Because they know one day they'll die and they want that same kind of positive coverage. That's self-preservation. So why doesn't that extend to, like, you know, assassinating high-ranking officials on their own nation's soil? Because if Israel had struck a military base where these Iranian officials were at, okay, Iran would not have the same international jurisdiction to be able to retaliate. They still would have been very mad. They still probably would have wanted to retaliate, as a matter of fact. But given how restrained the Iranian response has been since October 7, I doubt that they would have done anything. But they didn't do that. They hit them in a fucking Iranian embassy on Iranian soil. They did that because they thought opportunity. It's a great opportunity to do that. Remove Israel from the world. Muslims just kill each other next. Great take, man. Wait, I thought it was in Syria. Am I wrong? It was. It was in Damascus. Damascus also has embassies in it in Syria. An embassy and an embassy compound is technically the soil of the foreign state. Legally, you're not allowed to do that. You can't fucking strike someone's unless you are in war with them, I guess. And even then, there's some legal distinctions. But if they had no choice, then why take 78% and not the 56% the UN dedicated to? Wait, what? Also, why don't you take the Palestinians from Israel proper and make them first-class citizens? Why not allow them the right to return, which is also a U.S. decision? How do you respond to someone saying that the atrocities in Israel like the U.S., but that the Jewish people had no choice but to colonize the land because the UN gave it to them? Bro, you've asked this question 1,000,000 times over. This is like first day talking points. I've made many videos on the matter. You can resort to those videos if you need talking points, or just think about it thoroughly a little bit. There is no defensive settler colonial violence. That just doesn't work that way. Legally, it is not their soil. No, it is. It is technically their soil. What are we talking about? Dude, you would not have the same attitude if an American administration official or an American general was fucking bombed in an American embassy, okay? We would find out very quickly that it is actually American soil. Is the embassy actually Iranian soil? I was looking it up and it seems that is a misconception. It is functionally a part of the nation state's sovereignty. Okay, you are violating a nation's sovereignty if you attack their embassy.
And Iran was faced with this geopolitical prospect. One, the possibility that it would be seen as weak by its own people for not responding to Israel taking out General Mohammad Reza Zahedi in Syria.
People bringing up the Libyan embassy is so funny. Yeah, look at what happened to Look at what happened to Libya. Like, yeah, exactly. Literally. And that was a nation that was already in conflict with the United States of America at the time. Iran and Israel are not in direct conflict with one another. They are not openly in war with one another. That's why they fight through proxies.
They can't be seen to look weak in the face of this. And two, they saw an opening with the Biden administration. They saw that because the Biden administration had been putting so much pressure on the Israeli government, they felt maybe there's a gap there that we can exploit. Maybe we can up the ante. Maybe we can demonstrate to the Saudis and to the Israelis that we can flex some muscle and show our power. The problem they had is they weren't sure just how far they could go in attacking Israel without the United States either directly responding or unshackling Israel. That was their catch-22. They needed to do something in response to the killing of General Mohammad Reza Zahedan.
He's like, it seems like he's mad. I mean, he's always mad, but he's like extra mad that Iran's retaliation was like ascetic and not as aggressive, so that there would be righteous cause for Israel to go and bomb Iranian soil. It's pretty awesome. He's just like, I hate that the Iranian retaliation was minor. If it was a little bit more major, I could just fucking hornily talk about how we should glass Tehran tomorrow.
Hedi, who, of course, was killed in response to October 7th. That's why he's dead.
Yeah, no, that's not correct, by the way.
But it couldn't be strong enough that would actually elicit a full-scale military response from Israel, greenlit by the United States. So what did they do? It sounds very much as though the United States was approached via channels by the Iranians. And the Iranians basically said, we're going to do something. And we just want to make sure that what we do is not enough for you to take the chains off of Israel. That's what it sounds very much like at this point. According to the Jerusalem Post, in a stunning report, Iran apparently informed Turkey in advance of its planned operation.
He's mad that Iranian response was calculated, dude. What the fuck? He's not wrong. He's literally upset. He's upset that Iran gave prior information ahead of time before it struck Israeli soil.
Against Israel. A Turkish diplomatic source told Reuters on Sunday, adding that Washington had then responded to Tehran via Ankara that any action it took had to be within certain limits. You want to talk about a betrayal of an American ally? That is a betrayal of an American ally. So two things can be true at once. One, the United States can use its military might and billions of dollars in military weaponry in order to shoot down Iranian threats. Second, the United States apparently, according to this report, actively greenlit a limited attack on its own ally from the Islamic terror regime of Iran.
Yeah, no shit, dog. What the fuck? What do you mean? Yes. Yeah. This is literally the best of both worlds for everyone involved. A limited attack that is very restrained, that can be thwarted with American weapons, which is exactly what happened, that gives some level of like political cover to the Iranian state so that they don't come across like they have no power whatsoever in the region, that would then embolden Israel further to attack even more Iranian targets. Yeah, no, this was a deliberate, calculated, tactical response to Israel trying to desperately expand the conflict. Unless you also personally, without thinking of the long-term implications of this, want Israel to greatly broaden the conflict and directly engage in state versus state actions and I guess like try to draw America into the war and open up an entirely new front, you should be happy about this. You should be saying, look how wonderful it was. Look how wonderful it was that American weapons and the Israeli defense capabilities are sick. Iran was embarrassed with this action. What the fuck?
That's what this report is effectively saying. And the reason that Biden would do that is because he knew that Iran had to show its own people that it was going to stand up muscularly against the evil Zionist regime. And at the same time, Biden did not want this escalating.
Ben is so funny because like he is smart enough to recognize what's happening, but also bloodthirsty enough that he still gets mad. If you are smart enough to understand what the fuck is going on here, then you should be recognizing that this is not even good for Israel in the long run. Opening up another front while you're doing genocide, especially against a militant state that has literally designed its weapons specifically to, blow up your shit, that has proxies all over the region, is probably not the best idea if your goal is to do complete ethnic cleansing. This is literally the Hitler trap. It's like moving your fucking troops into Russia in the middle of the winter. The fuck? I don't know. It's weird that he has this take.
Into a full-scale Israeli retaliation. And so the happy medium for Joe Biden was green light an attack that would cost America significant military resources and Israel significant military resources, literally billions of dollars in military resources, allow Iran to get away with a massive missile and drone attack on an actual sovereign country, and then tell Israel to stand down. That appears to have been the Biden plan here, at least according to the...
I think he's just really horny to shit on Biden, so he's just saying this, not recognizing that it's like probably in the interest of Israel to not, I mean, in the grander scheme of things, if your goal is to complete the final solution on the Palestinians, it's probably better to be a little bit more restrained and not open up a new front against Iran.
The Jerusalem Post.
I guess maybe he thinks that like they have a final solution contingency plan akin to the camps during the Holocaust, but he's wrong. What I want is Ben's answer to this. What's the alternative to what he's inaccurately describing as greenlighting? Iran's attacks, what? Bomb them so they don't do the attacks? Like, what was America supposed to do when Iran said they were going to bomb? I don't think that Israel has a contingency plan for the final solution. Like, they don't. In the same way that the Nazis did. The Nazis had already put all of the people that they consider to be political dissidents and people that they wanted to kill in concentration camps at that point, and they were already killing them. All they needed to do was basically increase the intensity of the killing. Israel, on the other hand, does not have a fully functioning, fully operational concentration camp that it has placed Palestinians into in this analogy. So they wouldn't even be able to complete the final solution if they were to open up another front against Iran. That's why I'm saying it's short-term thinking. Even if I were to place myself, Gaza isn't a concentration camp, not in the same way that concentration camps were a concentration camp. Gaza is more so a ghetto. You still need to bomb them instead of, ordering people to walk into a oven. My point is, it's easier to kill people in large numbers in a desperate moment in this other example than it is to like kill them in Gaza, because you very much need to use those bombs now against Iran if you were to open up another front. And Iran should be grateful that the defense worked. Iran is a terror state and is leading cause of conflict in the region. Only the technological superiority of Israel's defenses, the intervention of the United States, and the coordination of Sunni states prevented the attack from starting World War III. If Iran had been successful, Israel would have no choice but to devastate Iran. Okay, but he's saying that while simultaneously mad. Iran did this because they believed there was daylight between the Biden administration and Israel, daylight created by the absurd position of the United States trying to stop Israel from finishing off Hamas. Now Biden is pressuring Israel not to respond directly to Iran, pretending that a successful defense is tantamount to victory. It isn't. Such weakness only creates the appearance of daylight again, yet another incentive for Iran's proxies to test the waters of aggression when the time is right. So what should happen next? Israel has three choices. 1, Israel could directly strike at Iran, demonstrating that it will not be treated as a punching bag. This would mean attacking Iran's oil refineries and nuclear facilities. What? What is this? Israel could swivel and strike Hezbollah, Iran's top proxy in the region. Israel could finish off Hamas, then turn to make the peace deal with Saudi Arabia. The Biden administration is already broadcasting its dyspepsia about the first two options. The last option is the most likely, especially given that Israel will pursue a conclusion of its campaign in Rafah anyway. It is in the interest of Israel and the United States for Israel to truly finish off Hamas, then swivel and extend the Abraham Accords to Saudi Arabia, thus completing the formation of an anti-Iranian axis that will actually deter the Iranians from further aggression. Yeah, totally. Defeating Hamas means removing one of Iran's chess pieces from the board. Yeah, the problem is, when Ben says finishing off Hamas, he means like ethnically cleansing and displacing all Palestinians from the region. That's what he means. That's what he's talking about. Concluding a peace deal with the Saudis would put a new Sunni-Israeli alliance in position to take other chess pieces off the board too. The Houthis, Hezbollah, and even the Iranian Navy. All of that would be the best retaliation against Iran, and Iran knows it, which is why they activated Hamas for October 7. Yeah, they activated Hamas for October 7 and then literally did not defend Hamas or the Palestinians at all. So how does that work? Why didn't Iran do anything until it was directly struck on and Iranian sovereignty was violated by Israel? That makes no sense. Yes, there will be Walking Dead later in a little bit. Also, if you guys want to know, my favorite, obviously, John Hagee is back. Lee Fong has been doing a great job reporting on this stuff. Here is John Hagee's take on the Iranian ballistic and cruise missile and drone strikes on Israel.
Exactly. Did you see last night that the
John Hitler John Hitler did the right thing during the Holocaust because then you could create the state of Israel. Hagee, by the way. A Harkonnen ghoul himself. John Hitler is what I should have just said. Or John Hitler was Jewish and also the Antichrist Hagee. Just a perfect, living, breathing, barely, representative of the anti-Semitic but unconditionally pro-Israel guy. Very famous evangelical pastor. An absolute fucking freakazoid.
that you want to share with the people this morning?
Prophetically, we are on the verge of the Gog-Magog war that Ezekiel described in chapters 38 and 39. This attack by Iran, who launched more than 200 missiles yesterday, is a tribute.
Yep, the Gog-Magog war. Megiddo. Jesus Christ is about to come back to earth. That's right. He is about to come back to earth and serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Now, of course, good Christians who are believers of the evangelical Protestant church will subscribe for $5 and avoid Jesus Christ coming back to earth and rapturing all of us good Christians and making sure that all the Jews burn in eternal damnation alongside the Muslim man. Is this the I want to smell flesh burning guy? Yes. That's right. You will be raptured if you subscribe at the top of the hour. Let me tell you now. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
To the weak and pathetic leadership of Joe Biden. I assure you, if Ronald Reagan was president, we wouldn't be in this mess. Iran attacked Israel one day after our president looked into the face of the camera and said, don't. Don't you know they just laid on the ground and trembled with fear? They were loading the launch pad right then. The Democrats are trying to advise Israel to de-escalate, which is music to the ears of Hamas and Iran. We don't need to de-escalate. Hamas started a war murdering Jewish people. Hamas needs to be wiped out, period. So you heard me say love is not what you do. Love is not what you say, it's what you do. So what are we going to do about it? You know, the providential timing of God is an awesome thing. Early in the week, when I began to feel the way this was going, I told our Christians United for Israel organization, we're going to have a Washington, D.C. fly-in. This is an emergency fly-in. That means you fly in one day instantly and have a meeting with Congress. After the service today, I'm going to get on a plane and fly to Washington, D.C. 250 more.
I mean, this is one of the more, this is a meme that we will forever use. Okay. Tim Houthi in prison for 11 days. My car was stopped at the Southwestern Court in the capital Sana'a for trivial reasons. They want to confiscate my car. I was in prison for 11 days in prison. Maybe I will tell you everything if my car is not taken away or I am in prison. No! Critical support to our boy Rashid al-Haddad. Free him. Why does he... Free my mans, dude. Free Rashid. No, Hassan. No. Wait, what? Why? This is going to get you more hate tweets that you support a terrorist? Man, I don't give a fuck. How will my haters... Wait, what? First of all, he's not a terrorist. Also, how do you say that he's a terrorist if he's being imprisoned? If he's being imprisoned by the Houthi governments? Like, what the fuck? Like, how does that work? Like, I thought he was a high-ranking Houthi terrorist official. What the fuck? He was posting too hard. I mean, he is a terrorist and you are supporting him. Aden is the non-Houthi capital. Sana'a is the Houthi capital, right? Yeah, I thought, yes. Yeah, they were like, bro, you're out terrorizing us. You're out Houthiing us. That's why we're arresting you. Your Your jip too hard. Your weed too loud. Rashid, your bitch too bad. They'll kill you, Rashid. Yeah. His swag was too hard. They had to stop him. Or rather, the Houthis were like, bro, I cannot believe you got interviewed by a much more powerful, much more anti-Semitic figure like HasanAbi Piker. That's why they arrested him. They arrested him because they were like, bro, really? I can't believe you linked up with that guy Hassan. He was called Anti-Semite of the Week by StopAntisemitism.org. We would never. We cannot have these kinds of reactionary sentiments thrive in Sana'a.
Going to converge there also. We're going to go to face the House of Representatives face to face and tell them to stop shuffling papers and actually do something to help Israel.
I sneezed too hard
I
and
think
my
they're going
abs
to
are
be quite
cramping.
shocked at what we have to say and how vigorously we're going to say it. But it should have been done a long time ago. But God structured this in just a way.
Yeah, he's going to the Capitol to say it's time to nuke Iran. Isn't it crazy that this guy is not considered a terrorist, even though by global standards he absolutely is? Meanwhile, some random fucking Yemeni TikToker is considered a terrorist by all these stupid ass fucking libtards.
That the door is now open and we're going to go through it like a bulldozer. I assure you that. They may not like us, but they're not going to be misunderstanding what we say. Pray for us as we go. We want them to get up and perform because we sent them there to represent us, not the Michigan people, not the people coming across the border.
Oh, he means, we know what you mean when you say Michigan people, huh?
We stand for Israel, and we want them to bless Israel.
What pastor and the members of that delegation are going to engage in is as much a supernatural conflict as it is a natural one. And so, in as much as our theme for the month is prayer, I want you to be praying for your pastor this week, that the angels of God go before him, and that the words and the wisdom of the Lord be within him, and that the hand of God favor that journey. If you'll do that, say amen. All right. The way that we accomplish the mission of this ministry is by the receiving of tithes and offerings. And I'm going to ask our ushers to help us worship the Lord with giving this morning. Those of you who are watching and joining us, you too can participate in giving. Go online to sacornerstone.org/give. Or if you'd like to, you can take out your smartphone here in the service or online and text the word give, G-I-V-E, to 210-880-2300. Call us at 8.
Yep. You must participate in giving, brother. Repent. No matter how hard I repent, no matter how hard I try, I will not be able to offer enough support to the state, to the godly state of Israel. After all of my support for the Houthis and the Iranian devil worshippers, I've already served the top of the hour ad break. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 holy gifts that you have given, the 50 holy community subs that you have given to the cause of avoiding the top of the hour ad break, allowing 50 holy souls to dodge the top of the hour ad break. Amen. Let's take a look at the Iran attack. How likely is an Israeli response by Sky News?
Look in a bit more detail what an Israeli response could be like. I'm joined by military analyst Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, great to have your thoughts on this today. So what more have we learnt from that attack over the weekend, and how likely is an Israeli response?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning quite a lot.
Meth Supply, thank you for the 5. Meth Serpy, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Amen.
More after action reports come together, start to collate them. Always these things get a bit more complicated. The more you look at them, the less simplistic they seem when they first occur. So we're learning some more. I think the theme of what we're learning is that the Israelis were quite lucky in some respects because there were a lot of misfires. We don't quite know how many yet. I'm trying to find out. But quite a lot of Iranian missiles didn't get much further than their launch sites for various reasons. So they count as a launch, but some of them self-destructed.
So it could have been a bigger barrage that was on its way than...
Yes. Well, the barrage was calculated at 330, but some proportion of that didn't get very far. So that's, take that out into account. And then when we see what the Allies are saying, I mean, the American Navy and Air Force say that between them, they think they got about 70 drones. The Israelis say 170 drones were launched now. That was their figure. 185 yesterday. They say 170 today on reflection. The Americans got about 70. The British got about a dozen. The French were there. We don't quite know how many. They got some on their side of the Iraqi-Syrian border. And the Jordanians, defending their own airspace in the Jordan Valley and on their border with Iraq and Syria, they got some as well. So it looks as if about over 100 of the 170 drones, maybe quite a lot more than 100, were brought down by the Allies. And the Americans got some of the ballistic missiles as well. The American Navy ships that were in the Mediterranean, they got a handful of the ballistic missiles, which is very good going. So the Israeli defences did very well, but they wouldn't have done quite as well if it wasn't for their allies. And that gives the allies more political weight in what the Israelis are now thinking about and what they're going to do next. So will the Israelis respond? Yes, they're determined to respond. How do they respond? They're still talking about it. And the Allied voice is a bit louder in that response than it would have been before this attack was resisted in this way.
Yeah, as our previous guest was saying, his sources are telling that they've resolved within the cabinet that they will respond. It's just the level of response.
Yeah, when and how, we don't quite know, but we're going to find out pretty soon. And the contribution that the Allies made to that defence, I think, has become quite interesting.
Talk to us about what form it could take. I guess there are a few options, aren't there, as to how Israel could respond?
I mean, the biggest options, one issue is distance, because the distance between Israel and Iran, the shortest distance between the two borders is about 650 miles. So it's getting on towards 1,000 miles or more if you're talking about targets inside Iran. So if the Israelis wanted to launch strong air attacks to really hurt Iran, then they've got to cross the airspace of Jordan, Iraq or Saudi Arabia, and they've got to get permission to fly. They won't. They've got all sorts of political reasons. They won't get that permission. Doesn't mean to say they wouldn't do it, but it means that it makes it even more politically controversial if they do. The alternative is to go the sea route, go the long way around. So to take a route all the way down the Red Sea, into the Gulf of Aden, right round into the Gulf and into Iran that way. It can be done, air-to-air refueling, but it's much more hazardous. It takes longer. Lots more could go wrong. They could launch missile attacks from Israel. You don't need permission to launch missiles because they go higher than effective airspace. So missile attacks from Israel into Iran are possible. Don't do as much damage, not as obvious, and they need an awful lot of missiles to really hurt them. Much more likely, in my view, are attacks against the IRGC, the Iranian Republican Guard Corps, in their operations in Iraq and Syria. This is what they've been doing anyway. If they were to hit IRGC people and facilities in Iraq and Syria, that would send a message, but it would not be hitting Iran directly. That would give them a response. Most people would say that response is below the threshold that will provoke Iran, and maybe we could call it.
I mean, they're right. That's what's probably going to happen. Bro, how is it not obvious to all actors involved, Iranian officials, that this is being stirred up by lobbyists and people with an insane amount of shares in weapons manufacturing companies? I mean, there is a limit to how much money they can make from the chaos. Who's organizing this Hate America movement? Okay, we're going to move on. Last thing I wanted to say is Elon Levy has been fired from his job. Last night, the Islamic regime in Iran launched over 300 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. Iran has been attacking Israel ever since October 7. Last night, it stopped hiding behind its proxy armies. Didn't he lose his fucking job?
Causing minor infrastructure damage at the Never team.
I guess he lost his job, so now he's just like personally doing this for funsies. My man fell off so hard. He's now just doing it on his own for free. He made a fake office at home, and he's just still continuing. You feel bad for him? Maybe I should hire him, dude. Little bro playing make-believe. It's a hobby. Yeah, many of you want to defend the apartheid state for money. Elon Levy is doing it for free, okay? Chill out. Oh, this was the last thing I wanted to show you. Here is David Cameron, our favorite pig fucker, talking about Iran attacking Israel was reckless.
A reckless and dangerous thing for Iran to have done. And I think the whole world can see all these countries that have somehow wondered, well, what is the true nature of Iran? It's there in black and white.
What would Britain do if a hostile nation flattened one of our consulates?
Well, we would take the very strong action.
That's right. That's interesting. Oh, so you would take very strong action. Interesting. Very nice. All right. All right. Cheerio then. Nothing to think about further here. Come on, you fuck one pig and you call them, you fuck one pig and you're called a pig fucker. You get prosecuted one time for paying hush money to a porn star after having sex with her, and then you compensate your lawyer for paying the hush money for legal consultation that you falsely declared as legal consultation. And then all of a sudden you find yourself in the throes of the criminal justice system. That's right. From one pig fucker to the next. We're talking about the Trump hush money trial, which started earlier today in New York City. Now, of course, they're not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in the way. If it can happen to me, Donald Trump, it can happen to any of us. Who amongst us has not used campaign funds inappropriately and also falsely claimed that they, whoa. Kaya, place. Oh, who's watching Philip DeFranco? Kaya. Anytime Marat walks through that door, Kaya gets up because she thinks Marat will let her out. Well, place. Okay, go. You can go. Anyway, as I was saying, who amongst us hasn't had their lawyer go to federal prison for paying hush money after we had sex with a famous porn star? Who amongst us? I'm just saying, this can happen to the average American. Okay? This can happen to any and every American. Think about it this way. Kai Cenat. Okay? That's right. There was some controversy with the Kai Cenat situation where an OnlyFans model falsely claimed that Kai Cenat was paying to have sex with her and then stopped paying her, and she doctored some images, as far as I understand, to make it seem like Kai was spending $5,000 a pop. The average Americans. Yeah, that's right. A lot of people don't understand that this can happen to you too. His meat got leaked. I mean, that is technically revenge porn. Now, of course, Kai Cenat would never use campaign funds, okay, to pay hush money to a OnlyFans model. Anyway, let's watch what Trump is doing, though.
We are live outside the New York City courthouse where Donald Trump's first criminal trial is underway. Moments ago, they just took a break for lunch. They have been inside that courtroom for several hours, but no actual jurors have yet been brought inside the room as they are still arguing over stuff that happens before the trial gets officially underway, what evidence can be argued, whether or not Donald Trump has violated his gag order. As you know, we've spent a lot of time outside this Manhattan courthouse where Donald Trump is going to be spending the next 6 to 8 weeks. Today is especially loud. As you can hear, some of his supporters are out here, some of his detractors are over to our left. Obviously, a lot of members of the media, as this has fueled intense coverage given its historic nature. It is the first criminal trial of a former president to ever be held. And so we are watching all of this. And Paula,
Bro, why does it sound like a fucking, why does it sound like they're just drinking beers in the background, barbecuing and shit? Like they're day drinking.
Right before
it sounds like a tailgate,
we got into
right?
This break, what prosecutors are asking the judge to do here is to fine Donald Trump for violating his gag order.
That's right. They're pointing to 3 posts that he has made, at least one of which he refers to Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen, potentially 2 key witnesses in this case, as, quote, sleazebags. And here the prosecutors are asking for him to be fined $1,000 for each post, and also asking the judge to warn Trump, remind him that if he continues to violate this gag order, he could be held in contempt.
Dude, what a time. Michael Avenatti tweeting from, I guess he's no longer in prison. Didn't he go to jail too? But Michael Avenatti getting quote tweeted for agreeing with motherfucking Donald Trump. That's awesome. Wait, what? Madison Cawthorn? No. Okay, we'll do that in a little bit. We gotta do this though. This is fire.
Now, the judge has not yet ruled on this motion, and of course we are in a break, but this is going to be an issue that will likely come up pretty much every day.
And we are joined outside this courthouse by Judge Jill Konviser, a former New York State Supreme Court justice who is also friends with Judge Merchan. That is the judge overseeing this case. That Trump has tried unsuccessfully time and time again to recuse himself from this case. And Judge, it's great to have you here, especially just given your knowledge of Judge Merchan, because he has, intense impact on shaping what this is going to look like. And right now on day one, he's being faced with this decision. Did Donald Trump violate this gag order, and how does he respond? If so, he's deciding clearly after the lunch break. How do you think he's weighing this?
Well, I think that Juan Merchan is in a great position to be the judge in this particular case because of the depth of his experience. People look at the Trump case very carefully and under a microscope because, for obvious reasons, but it is quite loud here. But obviously, Juan Merchan for 15 years has handled difficult defendants before and dealt with defendants who have acted out in courtrooms, defendants who are alleged murderers, rapists. This is what we do. It is the landscape in which we toil. So I don't think this is a huge lift for Juan Merchan, for Judge Merchan. I do think, however, that if it were me, certainly I would warn the defendant again. Doing a contempt proceeding at this point will slow everything down. It doesn't really benefit anyone.
I have to get your perspective on something that also Trump has just been arguing that he wants to do, which is when there are those sidebars between the judge and the prosecutors and Trump's defense team, Trump wants to be able to approach the bench. How unusual is that?
That's awesome.
That's entirely unusual. I would never allow it. The defendant in any criminal case is entitled to hear any of those sidebar conversations if they involve issues for which
the GOAT, dude. Oh, God, this is so good. Now imagine actually having cameras inside of the courtroom like the Georgia case. The fact that the Georgia courts have not already continued with that RICO case with Fani Willis leading the helm is so frustrating to me because, like, oh my God, dude, I want to see Trump inside the courtroom so fucking bad. Oh my God, it will be the greatest. It will be the absolute best. Apparently, what? Trump was asleep at times? Oh, that's so sick. Maggie Haberman is in the courtroom saying Trump appeared to be asleep. His head would fall down. He didn't pay attention to his note the lawyer passed him. His jaw kept falling on his chest and his mouth kept going slack.
You wrote an observation.
Oh, I'm gonna nut. I'm gonna fucking nut. I'm gonna nut thinking about, like, oh my God. Imagine seeing that on camera. The memes.
I was very surprised. Trump appears to be sleeping. His head keeps dropping down and his mouth goes slack. Tell us about that.
Well, Jake, he appeared to be asleep, and repeatedly his head would fall down. There have been other moments in other trials, like the Agent Carroll trial, which was around the corner in January, where he appeared very still and seemed as if he might be sleeping, but then he would move. This time, he didn't pay attention to a note that his lawyer, Todd Blanche, passed him. His jaw kept falling on his chest, and his mouth kept going slack. Now, sometimes people do fall asleep during court proceedings, but it's notable given the intensity of this morning and a lot of what was being argued.
Yeah, that's rather surprising. What was, I have to ask, you guys have been at the Times
School Racial Justice Project. That's where he represented the family of Eric Garner. The family sued the city after a plainclothed officer put him in an unauthorized chokehold after he was caught selling loose cigarettes. Garner's death in 2014 sparked outrage and protests nationwide. Bragg credits his interest in police reform to his years growing up here in Harlem, where he says once again he was unfairly stopped by police as a child. His mother was a teacher, his father a social worker, according to the New York Times. And Bragg now taking on his highest profile case to date, his case against the former president underway.
These are felony crimes in New York State, no matter who you are. We cannot and will not normalize serious criminal conduct.
Bragg, who is a Democrat, making good on a campaign promise to make Trump a priority.
I'm ready to go wherever the facts take me. I believe we have to hold him accountable.
Trump has called his trial political persecution and has repeatedly directed his anger at Bragg, someone he's called an animal and a degenerate.
The racist Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, who is presiding over one of the most dangerous and violent cities in the United States.
Should be noted that Bragg's office has received racist threats. They've received threats of violence since taking on the case, but Bragg has remained committed to the case. Aaron saying the following: someone lied again and again to protect their interests and evade the laws to which we are all held accountable.
Not gay. United States of America Not United Gays of America, folks. If you leave it up to Brandon, he'll make it United Gays.
So Alvin, or DA Bragg, he's very cautious. He's careful. He's really, really a very smart lawyer, smart in a strategic, lawyerly way, smart about people. But he's also just very, very committed to justice. I think one thing people don't know about him is the extent to which this trial in this case is just a small sliver of what his office is focusing on and what he's doing. He really is focused during the campaign.
I was shocked to find out that a DA is committed to justice, man. I like my DAs being committed to injustice. That's my favorite type of DA, is one that hates justice, actually.
Office.
So in this particular case, he's making history, right? He's the first prosecutor to put an American president on trial. And yet, we've all heard from the very beginning, this is the least consequential, the least strong, the most political case. I mean, this has been a talking point from the beginning. It's not going to be the only case we're probably going to get a verdict in of all of them, though. But one of the complaints specifically has been that these are misdemeanor charges, and he elevated these charges to felonies. And that is where this is going to fall apart with the jury. Not whether he made a payment, not whether it's the felony aspect of it. I know that you supervise cases like this, criminal cases like this, for 6 years, right? So this is your bread and butter. You know it. What do you think?
So I was the labor bureau chief, and so we brought wage theft cases involving employers who were cheating on their unemployment taxes and other kinds of workplace laws. And we routinely brought cases where there were charges of false business records as felonies. This is a very common charge, not just in the workers' rights space, but throughout New York state criminal practice. And so that aspect of it, saying that these are, that this is something that's never prosecuted, that's just simply not true.
That's untrue. All right.
Yeah.
So now the other criticism, and Jason just referenced this in his piece, but Bragg's, some of the criticism has been, well, how he got elected to begin with, right? He's a Democrat, and this is the way we do it in this, you run for DA. So people are parties, and what you get out of that is someone who has a political party. And in his case, he had talked specifically about how he was going to hold Trump to account if he won. It was part of his platform. And the most infamous soundbite is this one.
I'm the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times.
So, you worked on his campaign. I mean, I understand, you support him, but what do you say to people who say this is politics? He ran on saying, I'm going to go get Donald Trump, and then he went and did that.
Well, so I did volunteer on his campaign, as did dozens and dozens of us who worked in the office, even though he was no longer there, because we all really believed in him, having worked with him for years. And the truth is that on his campaign, looking at his campaign literature, going to the events, he talked about so many different things. He talked about, as I said, ending two systems of justice. He talked about public service. He talked about bringing workers' rights cases and protecting tenants and taking a different approach that would be more strategic and preventive of crime. And so I think that, yes, the issue of Donald Trump came up when he was questioned, and he answered honestly that the Attorney General's office in New York, where he was the number two, the first deputy, had brought cases, as had many other AG offices in California and Massachusetts.
Why wouldn't you just say, don't do the fucking crime if you can't do the time? I don't understand. Just that's the answer to it. It's like, hey, if Trump didn't want to get prosecuted criminally, perhaps he should have not done the crimes. Like so openly and so frequently. That's it.
Thank you. And out front next, we do have breaking news. Israel now vowing to respond, and soon, to Iran's massive missile and drone attack. And tonight we're hearing from people inside Iran calling for the complete destruction of Israel. Plus, Truth Social's shares tanking almost 20% just today, as some Trump supporters are actually now dumping their life savings into the company. We'll tell you more.
The defendant could give input. So if it's strictly legal, the defendant has no right to be there. But if it's anything with a factual basis, the defendant does have a right to be there. And logistically, I think that's a challenge for Judge Merchan to make sure that the defendant has that opportunity, if it means clearing the courtroom or going in the back, as we often do. Logistically, again, it's hard here because
It's really fucked up. Don't make fun of people losing their life savings on Truth Social. I'm one of them. Okay? It's not funny, nor is it cute to make fun of people for losing their entire life savings on Truth Social. I thought We were going to the fucking moon. I'm still a holder. I'm hodling. But it's fucked up to make fun of people for losing their life savings like that.
You have Secret Service, you have court officers, and a lot of lawyers. So that makes it a little more complicated.
Well, and what happened right before this break happened? And I should note, just you were mentioning how loud
I am diamond hands, not paper hands.
it is here. I mean, it is kind of a circus down here. It's really the most generous way to describe it. It's always a little bit crazy. Paul and I have spent a lot of time down here. Today feels especially more so. I mean, some of his former supporters are just circling the courthouse, really, as he is inside. He just left without speaking. But one thing the judge was just doing was reading Trump his rights and telling him that if he disrupts this trial, that the judge has the right to exclude him and even potentially jail him if that happens. What's the threshold for something like that?
Well, that's a good question. Every defendant has a right to be present at their own trial. That right is fundamental, but it is not absolute. In other words, if a defendant, by their conduct, cannot follow the rules of the courtroom, cannot follow the rules of the staff in the courtroom, speaks out over the judge, a defendant can forfeit their right to be present. And if the defendant continues to do that, I would say he would find himself in a bit of trouble.
Hi, I'm curious on the fair use policy regarding watching live TV. Why are you allowed to just watch Aaron Burnett without contributing anything to CNN? My bad if this is a dumbass question. What do you mean without contributing? I am contributing. Contributing commentary. 14-month chatter.
Well, Judge Merchan is not going to tolerate it. He is a consummate professional. He is a fair.
Bro said Aaron Burnett like he's on a first name basis. It's called fair use chatter.
And just jurist, and he will do everything he can to ensure that the defendant gets the fair trial to which he is entitled. And if that includes taking him out of the courtroom because he destroys the process or infects it deleteriously, he will do that. And warning the defendant is the only standard. If the defendant knows and persists, he can be waltzed out, not to return. He can be jailed too. We'll see if that happens.
How would you describe how Judge Merchan is in the courtroom? We don't have cameras in there, so we can't actually see what it looks like. We just see sketches, pictures, we get our dispatches from our team. How would you describe it to someone who's sitting at home and is curious what it's actually like in the room?
I would say that.
Dude, come on. Imagine seeing this in action. It's genuinely sad that we only get to imagine what it looks like in there. It is honestly a miscarriage of justice that we can't see it, in my honest opinion. That's why I'm rooting for Georgia.
So thank you very much. We had some amazing things happen today. As you know, my son is graduating from high school, and it looks like the judge will not let me go to the graduation of my son, who's worked very, very
Barron is a victim of this injustice, bro. It's funny to imagine a world where Trump would actually go and attend his son's high school graduation, but he does like Barron, I think, because he's tall.
I'm proud of the fact that he did so well. I was looking forward for years to have graduation with his mother and father there, and it looks like the judges are going to allow me to escape this scam. It's a scam trial. So thank you very much. We had.
Barron needs his son, dude. I mean, his dad.
That is. It's probably not quite the circus in there that it is out here. There's a certain amount of decorum that's required. There's a lot of people in that courtroom and a lot of static, I'm sure. But when the judge is on the bench and speaking, everyone needs to, take notice and pay attention. When the jurors walk in, they will show the appropriate respect for the courtroom. Everyone needs to do that. It's much like something that you would see on TV. That's very. A lot of people in the jury box, a lot of people in the courtroom, and everyone in their position. Judge.
Do you think Barron is a Twitch account? Do you think he's watched your stream? I think Barron is a major Kai Cenat guy. He loves Andrew Tate. He loves Kai Cenat. Probably more of an Aiden Ross fan than anyone else, honestly. And he probably is banned in here for calling me gay for painting my nails.
Merchan is not a hothead.
All right, this shit's kind of boring, I'm gonna be honest, but today's jury selection. Today was jury selection, and they're looking for any kind of jury. I feel like he uses Black Twitter. Thoughts? No. We're gonna do a quick update on Iran,
Israel, and
Iran-Israel drama, and then I'm gonna move on to Madison Cawthorn crashing into a cop. A juror laughed at him Jurors react to seeing Donald Trump per pool. One woman in the second row from the back right giggled and put her hand over her mouth, looking at the person seated next to her with raised eyebrows. That's the toughest battle that the jurors have, is to act like they can be impartial in this case. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard for the jurors to be like, yeah, I'm totally impartial and I can judge this case adequately.
Carried out this action in the framework of deterrence. If another action is taken by Israel, our actions will be more serious.
On the streets of Tehran, some hardliners celebrated with fireworks, calling for even harsher action and even the destruction of Israel.
We hope this attack continues to the point that Israel is destroyed. With this attack, we can have some of that strong revenge.
The punishment is for the bombing of a building in their embassy compound in Damascus, killing several top Revolutionary Guard commanders. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a rifle by his side, calling for retribution during a speech one day before the strikes. And the commander of the Revolutionary Guard saying, from now...
I don't get it. I thought everybody in Iran supported Israel.
Strategic shift.
From now on, if the Zionist regime attacks our interests, our properties, our personalities, and our citizens, we will retaliate against them from the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
With the help of the U.S. and its allies, the Israelis were able to take out nearly all of the drones and missiles the Iranians fired at them. But Israeli strikes on targets inside Iran, like the country's nuclear facilities, as some U.S. hardliners have called for, would be a major challenge. And Iran already warning the U.S.'s assets in the Middle East would also become a target if America helps Israel attack Iran.
The American bases, personnel and facilities will not have security in the region, and we see America as an aggressor and will deal with them as well.
And Aaron, tonight, more tough talk coming from the Iranians. A senior advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard Quds Force, that is, of course, the foreign operations wing of the Revolutionary Guard, saying that while Iran does not seek war, they also say they will show no restraint if Iran's red lines are attacked. Aaron?
Fred, thank you very much. And I want to go straight now to the retired Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling and Kareem Sajapur, Iran policy expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Thanks to both. General Hertling, Israel's war cabinet meeting, the Israeli officials, the reporting from Jeremy Diamond that they are going to respond sooner rather than later. Iran, in response, has said they'll respond within seconds. What does this look like right now, General?
It looks like a mess, Aaron, is what it looks like. But what we have to consider is the culture of both of these nations. Israel has been attacked multiple times, not just by Iran, but by their proxies, by terrorist groups. So the culture inside that war cabinet is looking for revenge. Many offers were probably made by different members of that cabinet about what should happen next, but the hardliners in the streets of Israel want something to happen. And as Fred's report showed, the same thing has happened in Iran. So you not only have the strategic pressure of Israel fighting multiple fronts in different kinds of wars, but you also have the potential for Iran being pushed by the hardliners, certainly not representative of all of their people, but being pushed that way. So you're going to see some actions. In the war cabinet today, I'm sure they discussed what was the spectrum of operations. Could it be kinetic strikes by themselves, kinetic strikes mixed with cyber attacks and special operations forces? And I'm sure even in some cases, they said, let's not do nothing. We had a good night the other night. Let's continue with the peace and focused on Gaza. So all those things are playing a part, and it is just a mess.
I mean, Kareem, when you talk about Israel responding sooner rather than later, and Iran had said, look, this was their response to the attack on their general and team at the embassy annex in Damascus, and that they would call it a day. It's over. But then they say they'll respond within seconds if Israel responds now. Is that serious?
I'm reminded of Gandhi's quote that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I think that the challenge Iran has is like any dictatorship, it wants to be feared by its population. And so I think among the reasons that they felt the need to retaliate against Israel, obviously they want to send a signal that their generals can't be assassinated cost-free. They wanted to win plaudits and admiration from the Arab and Muslim street. But this is a country, Iran, in which last year, if you remember, Aaron, there were mass protests against the government. And the government doesn't want to look weak in the eyes of its people. So I actually, despite what we saw earlier, people taking to the streets and calling for vengeance against Israel, I suspect that most Iranians are really praying that they can avoid conflict.
General Hertling, to that effect, some who are advocating for Israel to strike directly back on Iranian soil, which Jeremy said is one of the options being considered, clearly, are calling for this to be an incredibly aggressive. John Bolton, Iran hawk, he's calling specifically for Israel to respond by hitting some of the Iranian nuclear facilities, targeting the nuclear weapons program. Obviously, a targeting of a nuclear weapons facility, whether it be power-driven, like Bushehr, or some of those other locations on the map that are clearly part of the nuclear weapons program as well, truly could escalate this situation to, some sort of a horrific world war. What do you think?
I agree with you completely. And I'm thinking the good Lord every night that John Bolton is in no way influencing any of the decision makers right now. Because
bro, John Bolton is too hardliner for him.
Nuclear facilities inside of Iran, that would light the fuse. And it doesn't matter which side would win or which side would be on top. It would be a horrific war situation. And by the way, Israel has other methods of affecting Iran's nuclear facilities. They've shown that in the past. So it doesn't take a kinetic strike. It takes the kinds of strikes where you can be covert and claim plausible deniability on what exactly happened, although most people will understand what happens. Yeah, I agree that this is not something that both nations should go to war.
Dude, it is not often that I find myself almost entirely aligned with like a fucking former general of the American Central Command or whatever the fuck. Like, it's just John Bolton is that much of a psycho.
And most of the region is running contrary to Iran right now. And it's changed from most of the region being against Israel just a week ago. So we're seeing some dynamics play out that will certainly affect the context and certainly affect future actions. I just hope both sides are careful about what their next actions are.
Kareem, can I just ask you, today John Kirby said something at the White House, was basically, the sort of narrative that's taken control seems to be along the lines of, look, Iran knew what they were going to do. They telegraphed it. They told everybody, basically,
No, he's still on the Lockheed Martin payroll, brother. You don't understand. When an American general, when an American war hawk is urging restraint, that is not because they are afraid of the human casualties or that they're no longer on the payroll of the defense industry. It's just that they recognize that there is a limit to how much you can push until you reach a breaking point, and then it's no longer favorable for anyone. It becomes disruptive to capital interests rather than productive for their interests. War is always good, but there is a point of no return. And a lot of these guys are restrained because they recognize that Israel striking Iranian territory directly and bringing about global conflict with a massive state that has positioned itself for decades against this sort of thing would go beyond the point of it's good for business and turn into complete collapse of the global economy, especially because Iran has targeting capabilities that can directly disrupt global oil production. Do you understand? It would literally, think about the Houthis and how much they've been able to do after overcoming genocide and having like logistical and military support from the Iranian government as a proxy. They were able to disrupt complete trade moving through the Red Sea. Now imagine if Iran struck, as they have done before, Saudi oil refining capabilities. That would destroy global trade. Houthis aren't Iranian proxies, Lamau. I mean, they're a part of the axis of resistance. That part is true. What do you mean? They absolutely get support from Iran. What are we talking about? And they are absolutely a part of the resistance forces. When I say someone is an Iranian proxy, I'm not saying that they're, you know, Iran tells them to jump and they say how high. They, of course, have their own minds set and their own political motivations and whatnot. It's the same as, I would say, maybe even less controlled than Hezbollah, but they are aligned with the Iranian state. They existed before Iranian funding, but are financed? Yes. An Iranian ally. The point is, even less, even a non, like, even a state like the Yemen state, okay, even a group of individuals that were in political turmoil that withstood a genocide can, with Iranian weapons, with like minor help from the Iranian government, be able to disrupt global commerce significantly. Now imagine what the fucking major state would be able to do in that circumstance. Do you understand what I mean? I understand your point, but isn't it akin to saying the ANC is a Cuban proxy? They weren't, though. I mean, it's fine that they were still a part of the, it was like a, I guess, a USSR proxy in that regard. They are aligned. It doesn't matter. That's besides the point. Whether they're a proxy or if they're simply aligned with and firmly within the axis of resistance does not change the reality. The point I was making wasn't that they are operating with Iranian interests in mind. The point I was trying to make is that even a ascetic resistance force in comparison to the Iranian state can disrupt global trade as long as they demonstrate the willingness to do so. Now imagine what would fucking happen if Iran was doing similar things. Iran has the capabilities of striking oil refineries in Saudi Arabia with ease. Okay? If they are launching attacks not just on Israel, which has the Iron Dome and obviously the interest of the coalition forces in defending it, but like, imagine if they're doing that to oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. That would disrupt global commerce entirely. It would be catastrophic for the global economy. This is the point I keep trying to make, which is the reason why you see calls for restraint from even the most otherwise bloodthirsty individuals. You'd actually have to get a job. Crazy. That's such a funny take. First of all, imagine thinking that global chaos and I would not be covering it. Like, what a fantasy, dude. What a fantasy from this guy. We're talking about like World War III, and this guy's thinking about what I would do during that process and how I would have to like, how I would lose my job. All right, fuck it. Bring the end times then. You know what I mean? Motherfucker, worry about the food you'd be able to bring to your table instead of me, okay? What a strange way to demonstrate that you don't even think about your own safety and security and only care about what happens to me. Are you just like fucking angry that viewership has increased in the past couple of days too? You're like, oh, if only. So strange. Anyway, I don't care about the Trump stocks and I don't care about the potential jurors. Oh, here, this is what I was going to show you with Trump.
Where our union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was. The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable, I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It
34
represented
MPD 50. Thank you for the 50 gift this
such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general. And they were fighting. Never fight uphill, me boys. But it was too late.
That's why he's the GOAT, man. None of these Zoomers give a shit. Robert E. Lee, he fell off. He fell off the hill, as they say. Many people say that he fell off.
I believe that because we're ready to be a failed nation. We're
a failed
nation right now.
These are the call-outs I make to my homies.
Industry with this guy. Judging that, we're going to end up with no steel industry with this guy. Can you imagine? We're in a war and we need steel to build our ships and build our tanks, and we don't have any. You're in a war with China, and we need, because you see what's going on today, we're very close. We're very close to a world war. We're in a war that we're going to end up with no...
It's weird to talk about Rob Ali when he's addressing people in Pennsylvania, but I guess it's not that weird because these dumb motherfuckers like literally argue for the wrong side of the Civil War, despite what their forefathers did. Quit covering Trump. How dare you? I will never quit covering Trump. I will run cover for Trump. I will defend Donald Trump. He is my big, beautiful boy. All right. Breaking news. Former Republican Congressman Madison Cawthorn, who was tailgating me, just rear-ended a Florida state trooper. I'm shook. I was driving on I-75 South towards Miami in the left lane, and his black tinted sports car was tailgating me relentlessly. I accelerated ahead and moved to the right lane in front of a tractor trailer and let the car by. 5 minutes later, the highway comes to a complete stop. I swerved to the side so no one rear ends me to slow to a halt. By the way, everyone in Florida drives like shit. Suddenly, the door car opens and a man in a wheelchair rolls out. At the same moment, I have to navigate around his car, look ahead to see the officer exiting from his rear-ended vehicle, holding his neck in the left lane. Oh my God. Wait, is he looks more jacked than he used to be. He's looking good. Oh my God. He slammed into the guy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, friend of the show, Madison Cawthorn. Swifties for Palestine. That's an awesome username. Wow, look at that. As I couldn't believe my eyes. It occurred to me the former Congressman Cawthorn from North Carolina was in the black car that stormed by me in an angry road rage tantrum. I spoke to the cop to see if he was okay, and he was quite stunned and kept reaching for his neck. He said he was okay, asked if I was a witness. I wasn't. I must have been 30 seconds behind. And I gave them water as I didn't know what else to do after he thanked me for stopping. As I drove away and replayed the surreal scene in my head, I realized it was the same car who was erratically and aggressively driving behind and then around me. Happened at 4:32 p.m. heading south on I-75 towards Miami around the Big Cypress Reservation. Dude, Madison Cawthorn will not stop until millions are also in a wheelchair. Okay? Someone must stop this man. He wants everyone to be stop being an ableist. What do you mean? He's just going in. He's going after. He's based ACAB, dude. Wait, didn't he literally get paralyzed because of a reckless driving incident? Bro, you going to hell? He's ACAB. He's ACAB as hell. He's like, I'm putting every state trooper in a fucking wheelchair. I will not stop. Oh, dude, that is seriously dangerous for him. It could kill him with the previous SCI. Yeah, I'm not an ableist. I'm an enablist. I'm enabling Madison Cawthorn to wreak havoc. That means there is less to lose in a future car accident, right? So why drive carefully now? Yeah, I think that's like, I suspect that's like the calculation that he's making. You know what I mean? He's just like, yeah, what's going to happen? I already got my first car crash out of the way. Lightning never strikes twice, baby. In 2014, at age 18, Cawthorn was seriously injured while returning from a spring break trip to Florida. He was riding as a passenger in a BMW X3 SUV near Daytona Beach, Florida, when his friend Bradley Ledford fell asleep at the wheel. Someone said, why don't they cuff him? I mean, they probably would have shot him if it was like a random black person in a wheelchair. Let's be real. Clarence Thomas is mysteriously missed from Supreme Court arguments
because of presidential immunity.
I already cleared up this controversy earlier. I told you guys there's a new horse porn out. That's probably why. He's just too busy watching horse porn. As you guys know, Clarence Thomas is a big fan of horse porn and a big fan of you watching the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. So, you know, something to consider. Don't watch top of the hour ad break. How do you know? What do you mean? Court proceedings. The Senate, his confirmation hearings and the was it Anita Hill testimony revealed that he would routinely talk about bestiality porn that he was fond of. I suspect he was out there watching that. Do we need to know that? Absolutely. I am a political commentator, and unfortunately, this is completely outside of my power. But horse porn seemingly, especially for some YouTube debaters, seemingly is a very important part of political commentary. So it's not my fault. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. 34 MKD 50. Yeah. please apologize for our presumed awareness of goblin porn. Right. I have not watched The Sympathizer yet. I plan on watching it after Shogun tonight. Also, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Has Monday Fun Day started yet?
There's one person that has a free invitation from me, Hasan.
I would love to go to the UFC.
If you want to come with me to UFC, I would love to go with you.
Does that mean I have to be on a fucking Rumble stream, though?
I would love to go with you. I will tell you, though, I'm recording the entire thing. But I would love to bring you to UFC.
God damn it.
I would fucking love it. Hasan would have 100K viewers. You know what I mean? Like, people want to say he's falling off. Wait till he goes to UFC and talks to all these people. He would meet everybody. He probably knows them all more than I do. I don't know.
Yes, I do. He's right. It's like Hogwatch IRL, dude. All of my favorite hogs are there. Literally all of my favorite hogs in one room. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. It is my dream. It is my dream to be killed by all of my favorite hogs. Like, they just do a stampede and take me out. It's HogCon. Congrats on number 2, by the way. You're the shit and not the fart. Top IRL streamers in Q1 in 2024. Let's go, baby. Still the GOAT at IRL. We're still in it, boys. Anyway, would you ever do an aquarium stream vlog? Sure. So let's watch this. MK BHD is a bad actor because he didn't sugarcoat his review of a $700 product with a monthly subscription. It's not on him to play interference PR rep for a company if version 1 of the product isn't good. He's never struck me as someone excited to shit on products. I find it distasteful, almost unethical to say this when you have 18 million subscribers. Hard to explain why, but with great tech reach comes great responsibility. Potentially killing someone else's nascent project reeks of carelessness. First, do no harm. This guy promoting smallbets.com. We disagree on what my job is.
It's magnetized to my shirt, and
Yeah, I saw this. I saw a TikTok of this pin. I'm not going to watch a 1 hour and 32-minute review. You are on crack cocaine, Megaphonics, if you think that this is something I'm going to watch. But yeah, everyone's shitting on this AI pin for understandable reasons. I saw one TikTok and immediately made up my mind that it sucked ass. It was a dude. It was a dude who was... all
right, so this...
The worst product I ever reviewed for now. Okay, I love that there was a 25-minute review of this, and Megaphonics still linked the 1 hour and 35-minute review. God damn, Megaphonics. God damn, son. That's crazy. There's a 25-minute review, which I will not be watching, but it's pretty funny that you were like, oh, here, watch this 1 hour and 35-minute one instead. Anyway, I'm not going to watch any of the reviews. My point is, this fucking thing sucks. Like, we don't need to watch the 25-minute review. There's a 28-second review that will basically offer you everything you need to know.
Look and tell me what this is. Or I'll just do this, I guess.
It's still not...
It's a Cybertruck.
The photo is of a Cybertruck.
It takes that long for it to, like, basically give you this input.
An electric pickup truck produced by Tesla.
Yep.
It is pretty funny. An incredible new device.
What's up,
okay,
Greg?
14 minutes. And this one... Is this it? Is this the non-review review?
Technology truly fascinates me. A new gadget being introduced to the world has the potential to change the way we live, learn, and communicate. Or, more interestingly, it could flop and become a laughingstock of the internet. Which is why a few weeks ago, I was thrilled to discover the unveiling for a project called the Humane AI Pin. This might be the worst product presentation I've ever seen for one of the strangest products I've ever seen. Apparently, Humane AI is a new tech startup founded by 2 former Apple employees and current lovers, Imran Chowdhury and Bethany Bongiorno. Their mission is building...
Bro, that's the biggest L. You can't have an Italian run the fucking helm, dude. Are you kidding me? That's what you did. You went and you found an Italian with the last name Bongiorno to run your goddamn company, and then you expected it to be fucking operational.
Innovative technology that feels familiar, natural, and human. Okay, first thing that's sticking out to me is that none of those words were useful. Also, do I really want my technology to feel more human? I've never wished my MacBook to be more fleshy. Also, Humane AI is such an unsettling name for a company. I'm sorry. You lost me right off the bat. I feel like the only times I ever even hear the word humane is when we're talking about like factory farming or something. Don't worry, dude. When this AI takes over, it is going to be super humane in the way it slaughters us. It will not violate the Geneva Convention. unlike other AIs, Siri. All right, let's go ahead and watch the product presentation, and let's see if you think it's as weird as I do.
Welcome to Humane.
Thank you.
This is the Humane AI Pen.
Cool.
It's a standalone device and software platform.
So the intro does have a very threatening aura about it, doesn't it? The sterile white room. They're both so serious, and they're unboxing a mysterious device. I feel like I'm about to be tortured for information. Oh, what is that? This is the Humane AI Pen, and it is the last thing you will ever see.
It's a standalone device and software platform built from the ground up for AI.
Here's The Verge showing what it can't
Remind
do.
me tomorrow to pick up the dry cleaning.
Reminders are not currently supported. Would you like to store this as a note?
So you used the Humane AI Pin for a while, and you start to realize there are a lot of things that feel like they should work and just don't. Here's just a few of them. Set an alarm for 6 a.m.
The alarm feature is not currently available. Timers will become future software.
Look at this and tell me how much it costs.
AI Pin is unable to determine the cost of the item.
Email Nilay and tell him I'm missing our meeting tomorrow.
The email feature is not.
Bro, by the way, this is literally everything your phone can do for those of you who don't know. Maybe you were under the fucking rock. So even if it was able to do all of those things, it would still be kind of stupid. Because, like, why the fuck do you need this? I guess, like, maybe it's got a practical application for the disabled or something. But it's basically everything your fucking Apple Watch could do currently.
Currently available.
Navigate me to the nearest coffee shop as long as it's walkable and over 4 stars on Yelp.
And doesn't have instructions. Smartphone to directions to the Starbucks.
Some of that stuff, if they figure it out, is going to be so cool.
Will it? It's just wearable tech that exists already. It's your fucking smartwatch.
Okay, so it's some kind of mobile device. It's built from the ground up for AI, and I'm very excited for them to tell us what that means.
It comes in 3 colorways.
Okay.
Got Eclipse, Lunar, and Equinox.
Those are not colors.
There's 2 pieces, a computer and a battery booster. And the battery booster powers a smaller battery inside the main computer.
Okay, great. What does it do?
And this is how we achieve our all-day battery life.
Oh, great. It's got all-day battery life. That way you can spend all day.
There are no wake words, so it's not always listening or always recording. In fact, it doesn't do anything until you engage with it.
Okay, thank God. So it doesn't record me. That's good to know. For a second, I was worried that it almost had one feature. Who is this for? What kind of person needs to hear about what colors a device comes in before they'd even consider hearing about what it actually does? Also, 2 of the colors are black. You designed 3 colors and 2 of them are black. You couldn't come up with a 3rd color? Also,
excuse me, that's called Equinox, which is very different than Eclipse. This was amateur mistake from amateur tech reviewer Danny Gonzalez.
I'm sorry because I know that not everyone is super comfortable in front of a camera.
Sorry, Onyx, not Eclipse. Eclipse is the other one.
It's not a skill set everyone has. But maybe you guys should have hired a spokesperson or something instead of letting the world's 2 sleepiest CEOs do this product demo.
The battery booster powers a smaller battery inside the main computer.
Are they okay? This thing has all-day battery life. That's because it actually feeds on your life force. I've had mine on for 3 months, and you probably can't even tell the physical toll it's had on me.
And your engagement comes through your touch, voice, gesture, or the laser ink display.
Whoa, wait, okay. Holy cow. We have a feature. It actually does something. I will admit I was not expecting that. Why didn't you lead with that? I mean, I don't know what that is or what it does, but at least it's something. It looks futuristic. I don't know about the name laser ink display though. That doesn't sound very futuristic.
The laser ink display.
Sounds like a printer.
It also comes with its own connectivity built right in. Our own Humane network, connected by T-Mobile.
Our very own network. That is T-Mobile's network.
We were able to pack a lot of technology into something really small.
Tell me about it, dude. I can barely even count all the technologies you put in this thing. You got the laser ink display, all-day battery, black. Is that a technology? They continue for a while just using buzzwords and vague expressions to explain what this thing does until 3 minutes into the video when they finally give us a demonstration of something tangible this thing can do.
Play the song How Music Makes You Feel Better.
Doesn't look like it's making him feel better.
We've partnered with Tidal, which you get.
Why is he so mad? He's mad all the time. I don't understand why. Why watch this corny edit and not MKBHD better vid? God damn it, dude, because I don't care enough. I don't care enough. I don't care. God, you guys are such fucking relentless nerds sometimes, okay? Oh my God, nerds, shut up.
out of the box.
Okay, finally, we know one thing it can do. It can play music. And not just how you would normally listen to music either. You can give it little riddles to try to figure out what songs you want it to play.
Play music written by Prince, but not performed by Prince.
Give me songs written by first-born left-handed British women who have never been to Ibiza that weren't released on weekends or holidays. Can Alexa do that? I don't know. I don't think anyone's ever tried before.
Got my music controls. If I go to the left, I can go back. If I was to go down, I can pause.
Wow, okay, that actually does look a lot more convenient than using Tidal on my phone, but only because I don't have Tidal on my phone. After this, we do start to get some truly incredible demos using this product's advanced AI.
When is the next eclipse? Where is the best place to see it?
The next total solar eclipse will occur on April 8th, 2024. Best places to see it are Exmouth, Australia, and East Timor.
Huh, that's weird. This NASA article says that eclipse that's happening on April 8th is actually not going to be visible in Australia. It's only going to be visible from like the US. It actually seems like it's going to be nighttime in Australia during the eclipse. Well, what are you going to do? I mean, they're a technology company. They're not a space company. What would you expect them to know about the moon? They only named all of their colors.
Wait, are they using ChatGPT? So it's just lying as well. So it's not even like good Siri. At least Siri uses like existing Google links and shit. Whereas OpenAI has the capacity to hallucinate, has the capacity to lie all the fucking time. Why did they put the lie in the promo video? How sick. I love having a fucking shittier version of Siri tied to my chest that just lies to me.
Colors after it. I hate to interrupt this video, but I have to tell you guys about a revolutionary discovery of my own.
Grams of protein.
Great.
Those almonds for sure do not have 15 grams of protein. An entire cup of almonds has 20 grams of protein. This dude was holding like 9 almonds. Did I think he was asking about his whole hand? Because that actually might be accurate.
I'm gonna eat it.
Enjoy it.
Guys, I hate to say it, but I don't think your thing works. You only asked it to do a couple things and it got 2 of them wrong. He does do a demo where he sends a text later in the video and that seems to work.
Tell Andrew I'll be there later tonight.
But to be fair, we never see the person receive the text. I got a weird text from Imran that just says, learned how to go potty big boy style. Interestingly, after people started to realize that all of the information in this demo was wrong, they actually re-uploaded the video pretending that the pin gave the correct answer the entire time.
How much protein?
A half a cup of almonds has 15 grams of protein.
Don't believe it. That's humane propaganda.
The AI pin allows you to shop in the real world. How much is this online?
This is $28 online.
Great. Buy it.
That one is super confusing. It doesn't give you any information on where it's getting that price, where you're buying it from, when it will arrive. I feel like you need to give it at least some
I just don't get it. Why would you need this? Oh my god.
Specifics. Otherwise, it's definitely gonna mess up your order. Go ahead and buy this book.
Sending to Sudan.
No, send it here.
You didn't specify. Sending to Sudan.
Shit.
According to Verge, if you ask to play Beyonce, the AI breaks because it can't recognize the Unicode character for E. They pushed out an over-the-air update, which now doesn't let you play Beyonce. That's just one example of how hacky and underbaked this product is. I feel like nowadays there are a lot of products, especially in the tech space, that specifically are designed not to do what it was intentionally supposed to do, but specifically designed to make a big wave, no matter how shitty it is, and get influencers to interact with it so they can make a quick buck. A scam. It does feel like so many tech products that are now released, especially AI adjacent ones, are almost always just released to just max out on the first wave of early adopters who have, I guess, disposable income. They figured it out that, like, mathematically, if you just sell to early adopters who will put up with a lot of dog shit thinking that they have one on everybody else, that doesn't actually have any real amenities at all. See, Megaphonics. I love this because Megaphonics is exactly who I'm talking about. I think it's safe to say, as a somewhat new product category, form-wise, not feature-wise, it's fine for it to be meh on the first try. What I'm more interested in is how this form factor adapts in like 10 years. That's what I mean. Megaphonics is exactly who I'm talking about. Like the type of person who would purchase this if he had more disposable income, okay? He would 100p be one of the first like early adopters. just dropping $800 fucking dollars specifically to, you know, be one of the tech pioneers. And I think they rely on this shit now. That's their entire strategy.
Now, if you're wondering how you can get one of these things, the prices range from $700 to $800 for the more expensive colors. And they're estimated to ship in March of 2024. Now, you might be thinking the price of $700 is a little bit high for this thing, but think about it this way. What other product on the market can so accurately tell you how many grams of protein aren't in 9 almonds? Okay, they've also got this little short film about the human experience using their AI pin.
Isn't life about what we experience?
Yeah, Megaphonics won $100 on that Neuralink train as soon as he's going to be the test subject. I called this not ready for primetime AI. Phrases caught on with colleagues. Only a complete simp with purchases crap. Megaphonics would $100 be the first to get on the Neuralink test trials.
What we smell.
To get lobotomized by Elon Musk.
Can I eat this? Yes, dragon fruits are low in sugar.
What is this thing, my mom? Can I drink this?
Not before you finish your vegetables. And say please next time. What did you just call me? I am your pin, young man.
Dude, I want to buy this thing just for that feature. I want to hold every object, creature, and human in front of this thing and ask if I can eat it.
Do you need something from me?
Can I eat that?
Analyzing. Oh, no, you can't eat me. I'm a person, so. High fat content detected.
Rude.
1 gram of protein detected.
That can't be right.
Tiny balls detected. Alright, what the hell? Enjoy it.
Yes! Yummy! Wait, stop! No! You cannot eat me! I'm a human! Alright, man, who do you think I'm gonna trust? You? Or my $700 pin? Last time I checked, this pin doesn't have tiny balls. This thing tells me what to eat, when to eat. It even suggested this very fashionable outfit I'm wearing today. Is that why you're not wearing pants? They're in Sudan!
What we hear?
Hey, what should I get here?
What is this interaction? Who are those people? Does he know them? Man, if he's in a different country where he doesn't speak the language, I would not trust that pin. Based on everything we've seen so far, who knows what it's...
He just says like the worst slurs. That's why they're shocked. He gets arrested for public indecency.
Saying to these people.
What we see?
Capture this.
Dude, parents are gonna love that feature. Me walking around a park with my AI pin. Capture this baby. Capture. Kidnap this child. So after watching all of this, I have 2 thoughts. The first being, maybe someday this will be like a revolutionary product that changes the way we all interact with each other. Maybe we're just seeing some hiccups now, but a few product...
Yes. Peach jars. Let's collab. Let's link up and build. He's too busy shitting on this pin thing. Give him a second.
Generations down the line, this thing is really going to take off. It'll be more refined. It will know where the moon is. But the second thing is, I have a lot of questions about this product. For one, how is this better than the phones we have now? More specific...
Yeah, I need yeah, I think you'll do great on OnlyFans. See you soon. I would love to do an OnlyFans collab. No, we're gonna get PJars to clean up my backyard gym again.
Specifically, why can't all of the features of this thing just be built into one app in a phone? And what if you don't want to be talking to your chest every time you need to Google something or text someone? Well, this thing started to pick up some traction online, and eventually the founders ended up on CNBC, where the hosts seemed to have a lot of the same questions.
Joining us right now is Imran Chaudhry. He's chairman and president of the company. And Bethany Bongiorno, she's the CEO.
We're also very scared of them. That's why we've sat them as far away from us as we physically can. We actually ordered this giant table when we found out they were coming.
I don't know if can we get the camera so people can see just what we're talking about in case...
Imran, you can't see as much because it's black, so it blends in with your jacket. It's black.
Imran's just sitting there like...
It's Eclipse. It's privacy first, so it's not always recording. It's actually just doing things when you want it on demand.
Is it doing something right now, or are you recording us?
It's doing nothing right now.
I get a little sense of pride when he says that. It's actually doing nothing right now.
It's doing nothing right now.
After years of research and millions of dollars spent, we finally designed a pin that does nothing.
It's doing nothing right now.
You might think that's a bad thing, but you've never met this AI. It's evil.
Turn around, maybe you can get that on camera.
Oh, yeah. I see your hand. Yes,
yeah.
I see your hand.
Can you see
What's
that?
that? Yeah, what's that telling you?
Oh god, dude, I do feel for him. I mean, these people are not like media trained, I feel like. They really should have hired a professional spokesperson because I feel like they're just so out of their depth. He's got like the worst camera angle possible to show this thing off. His hand is shaking. Imagine a little alert pops up on the screen that's like, high heart rate detected. Is Squawk Box the name of the show? I'm not familiar with it. I never heard of this before. Or is this some kind of jab at their device? Formal Apple designers peddle their snake oil Squawk Box.
You can use it however you want.
Like what? Like what? Tell me something you would use that for.
Okay, it sounds like this host is thinking the exact same thing as me. What is it? Tell me one thing. Then they just start like drilling them. They don't even let either of them finish answering their questions. They just like are bombarding them with reasonable questions about this device.
That you've got in stuff that you do just all the time.
How would I know without seeing a screen?
A user LED called.
So that's what I want to ask you about.
This is brutal, man. Let the poor guy speak. Just at least let him finish answering your questions, man. I mean, he's not actually gonna answer them. He's probably just gonna say AI over and over, but just let him finish his sentence.
Sometimes I'll be at a meeting, right? And I'm sneaking under the desk to look at my email because that's, and I can't say, hey Siri, tell me my email.
I mean, that's actually a really good point. The only way to interact with this device is to talk to it or to use this weird clunky laser jet display, which I don't even think you can type on. So if you want to text someone, you have to say it out loud, which just does not seem practical at all. So is this device gonna revolutionize technology?
Yeah, you can't even take creep shots with this. Hey, Humane, take some creep shots. Do the pet store, buy everything Kaya, touch a stream idea with peach jars. Ooh, I like that. The peasants crown Peach as the queen of the meat. Wait, what? What is happening? Is there a mutiny abound? Oh yeah, this was the drama.
Situation yesterday where streamer Kai Cenat was basically being held ransom, virtually that is, by an OF girl / corn star named Layla Red. These two apparently had a relationship at some point last year after he met her during a stream.
Hey, where you at? You ain't here with me?
I'm in the A too.
Oh, not with me.
I know, that's why we here.
I'm gonna pull up on you.
Say on God.
And I guess things eventually got deeper for them. And now she is using their time together to try and publicly extort one.
Jamari, top 3 most boring voice in the YouTube drama sphere. Well, I mean, I don't know anything about this guy.
The biggest streamers right now. But she's so dumb that she didn't use the blackmail against him correctly. She skipped way too many steps and went right to trying to expose him to the public. Not to even mention, this man made her sign an NDA.
Bro, this clown has made videos about you? Okay, well, I don't even know he existed until this very moment. Who gives a fuck? Kai made his own video, but you would have to deal with chat calling Kai annoying, so just watch this, Lamau. Yeah. Well, chat's calling him annoying too.
What she has done is illegal. She's saying things like Kai owes her hush money and that he allegedly even paid for her to sleep with him.
Well, I mean,
I don't know why so many people just like hold on to NDAs as though they're like the ironclad rule of law. Although she is in the wrong, as far as I understand, for what she did. Why does every fucking dude, NDAs online are hailed as like this superpower? I don't know why so many dummies, like in the comment section of any and every fucking story, you will see 1,000 comments about like, lol, good luck getting owned because you violated your NDA. It's like, no, dude, NDAs are rarely fucking enforceable if you have a decent lawyer. That's number one. Number two, she did something way worse than a fucking NDA violation. She filmed this dude sleeping, like I'm pretty sure naked, against his consent and leaked the footage. What the fuck do you mean? Like, that's just straight up revenge porn and extortion. That is definitely way more criminal than fucking violating the NDA or whatever.
Might as well leak the news, the Addy, the videos. But you gotta hit that link in my bio. Video coming soon.
This woman reminds.
Yeah, she's talking about how she's gonna like leak the videos, like, and even his address or whatever. Like, that's insane.
It's me a lot of that other corn star that tried to expose Zion Williamson last year and went on that ridiculous Twitter tirade where she made herself look absolutely horrible in the process, all in an attempt to expose Zion. That bitch was out here tagging the NBA and Adam Silver and shit, talking about she did a tornado trick on his eggplant. And look at my boy Zion now, balling out once again. Now when it comes to Kai, he did the best thing possible and immediately responded to these allegations, and it turned into a pretty great reverse Uno moment. So this was the initial post that I saw about this situation. She came forward with this via Twitter, where I guess she was pretty much trying to promote her OF page like we...
When Kai know what to do to get you to come around, and then she posted this, like, I guess doctored image, acting like Kai was paying her $5,000 a pop. Full video of me and Kai Cenat, link in bio. It was so good too.
He came forward with this via Twitter, where I guess she was pretty much trying to promote her OF page like we saw Juice WRLD's ex-girlfriend do recently. I mean, y'all know these OF girls are absolutely shameless. They'll do anything to get that dollar. And obviously, I'm not going to show you these pictures because they're actually revenge porn, obviously. But she says, full video of me and Kai Cenat, link in bio. It was so good, too. And let's be honest, guys, if you see your favorite streamer or rapper or some sort of entertainer, famous person, got their tape exposed on the timeline, if your first thought is to run and go watch it, to run and go pay for it, you need to seek some sort of psychiatric help. She also says, when Kai know what to do when you come around. And this is where this $5,000 Apple payment allegation comes from, where she claims he was paying for the goodies. Now, this is Kai's initial response. He would go on to absolutely flame her throughout the day. Here he's showing his Apple payment history.
She's saved as Layla Red in my phone. On God. You're saved as Layla Red in my phone. Kiara Rush. I'm on you now. Kiara Rush. We call you KR now. Go to November. Stop. Stop.
So as you guys can see there in the Apple Pay history, Layla Red for $50, okay? And I guess he's basically trying to say here, no, I did not pay to smash some old retired corn star turned OF washed up.
Here's what I don't understand. Couple things I don't understand. One, it's shocking to me that, lol, if you were a sex worker, you would not say it was good. Huh? Hey, wallah. I personally don't fucking understand why these dudes, I guess maybe because they're young, why they end up making these terrible mistakes. I have dated sex workers. I've hooked up with sex workers. Like, you need to have a better judge of character in general. It's wild. Obviously, this is not how all sex workers are. In every fucking circumstance, in every single group, you're going to find a person that's just not a good person in general. Okay? And it's so weird. It's so weird to me that, like, someone who is entertaining like Kai, it can't be a better judge of character. Like, I get this from I don't know, the Fresh and Fit guys who go to like the sugar baby websites and troll those websites for podcast hosts and for girlfriends and whatnot that they pay for. Then they turn around and they're like, all women are like this. And it's like, no, you're specifically looking for a service. And then you turn around and you shit on the people that are offering that service to you. But like for Kai, I don't think he has to go this route at all. It just doesn't make any sense. Bro, sometimes you can't read the crazy for a minute. You could read the crazy from the jump in that situation.
Woman, all I paid for was the trip home.
$50 for your fucking Uber. $50. What you talking about?
So obviously Kai was beyond outraged in this situation, and he's really trying to go the extra mile here to not only clear his name, but to also expose this corn star. And I guess this was her response to him saying that all he paid.
Corn star. I mean, besides money, is Kai really a catch? He's got the crazy sort of victim blaming. What, am I victim blaming Kai? I'm just saying that I'm shocked that I would not have expected him to hook up with a person who would like end up blackmailing them like this, because they seem like, you know, this is something I expect from the Fresh and Fit dudes. And no, Kai is a victim in this situation. Don't act like he's not a victim just because he's fucking rich or the man. The fuck do you mean? What are you guys talking about? This person literally fucking said that she would leak his address, leak his phone number, and I think she did leak his phone number, tried to fucking extort him. What do you want him? What could this woman have done for some of these chatters in here to like agree that the rich man in this circumstance is the victim? She leaked his fucking nudes. Like she literally is doing both revenge porn and also on top of that, like a shit ton of boundary breaking. Oh, I don't care. My man's getting his karma, God's plan. You guys are fucking insane, dude. Like that is actually wild. That is actually wild. Like what would have been sufficient enough for you to see Kai as a victim in the situation? If she killed him, if she like stabbed him or something, is that Is that when it would be valid? Like, that's crazy.
Paid for was the Uber, where she says, when the biggest streamer in the world pay for and lie to hide the truth, lol. She would then go on to share this message: grown men pay for. And listen, guys, I know they say all the time to not judge a book by its cover, but if we can learn anything from the last couple videos I've made, it's that sometimes you have to use your brain, and you can just literally sometimes see a woman or see a man and know what they're all about. Now here's where she continues to post this photo of Kai Cenat nude in bed. It looks like
trying to sue me after buying pussy is wild, lol. You going to jail too, clown. You breached the contract, so I guess I did, yo bitch ass. Be in a cell right next to me.
He took this picture while this man was sleeping, and he basically has his junk out. And yes, this would qualify as revenge porn. She says, trying to sue me after buying is wild. LOL, you going to jail too, clown. You breached the contract, and so did I. Guess your bitch ass. Be in a cell right next to me. And she would even take to TikTok to drop this video response to Kai.
Everybody keep asking me about all the...
Why does she think that this is going to, I guess, help her in any capacity? I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't get it. Like, she's just putting herself in a worse position, legally speaking.
The dates, all the dates.
Like, she's not even a good hustler if she is hustling here, you know?
See, he's not showing y'all shit from this year. I showed y'all last year and this year. He's just showing y'all last year, and he's showing from another iCloud. See, that's how dumb people is. It's a whole nother iCloud, shorty. I'm showing proof from our most recent leak up, which was 3 weeks ago.
Now, to be fair to her, do I think that someone with as much money, clout, and status as Kai Cenat would only have one phone that he's doing Apple Pay on? Absolutely not.
Where he paid me to delete anything that I had on him, which was the agreement, and I was cool with that.
Wait, so did he pay you to delete information about him, or did he pay you to sleep with him? Because you're alleging two different things right now. Your story really is not adding up.
You gotta understand, like, I'm in the industry. Everything I get is insurance. Period, point blank. I don't know y'all, I don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna always protect myself at the end of the day. So yes, I did collect.
Hassan, you're an actual himbo. You've never encountered crazy like this? I mean, I don't know. I guess I have, I try to stay away.
Insurance, you damn right, just like he did when he recorded my voice.
And the insurance she's talking about is all these different materials that she had to expose him, like that picture of him laying naked asleep in bed. I mean, when it comes to Kai, he was just an absolute idiot for messing around with someone like this. Like, the saying is very true: you lay down with dogs and you're likely gonna get fleas.
To act like you didn't pay me, bitch, now you got me up, and now I gotta expose you.
So basically what this woman is saying is that she wants to be viewed as a hooker. She wants to be viewed as someone who is down for the pay for play. I don't think that's the flex that she thinks it is.
I am about to post the transaction ID for the payment that you just recently made to me.
I mean, does anyone really care if Kai went out and was tricking on this chick? Absolutely not. Entertainers, athletes, people of status, they're doing this stuff every single day to all kinds of women. Normal women, industry women, corn stars. I mean, for these type of chicks, I have to believe that's kind of like their whole game.
Stop acting like you don't know why I'm doing this right now.
This guy is out of control. He just thinks that, like, yeah, dude, every person that does porn is always, like, leaking revenge porn and extorting people that they fuck. I know this woman is the villain, but I hate this YouTuber more, not gonna lie. Yeah, how do you fucking cover a situation like this where one party has been wronged and you, as the supposedly partial or impartial, unbiased or biased arbiter, like, where you're just communicating what's going on, and you just still come across like a fucking wrong and bad? It is shocking. Yeah, except as far as sex workers goes, I mean, sex workers do deal in secrecy for one, legal scrutiny reasons, and two, I mean, the age-old adage is true. It's relatively misogynistic thing to say, but you don't pay him to fuck you, you pay him to leave or whatever. But, like, technically, the payment in that situation is both for safety purposes, like, I mean, or the privacy in that situation is a part of the payment. It's for safety and discretion. Yeah, these hookers doing corn. He's riding Kai's dick more than she did. Yeah, the TikTok corn star thing is so silly.
Everything was cool until you didn't want to pay me my money, my hush money, and that's when it became a problem. You made this a problem.
I can't lie to you guys, this has to be one of the dumbest individuals that we've ever seen on my channel. Like, she's trying to expose him, but the whole time she's just exposing herself and her potential mini crimes.
Thank you for giving yourself another charge, dumb.
She even went out of her way to leak this man's number.
All right, here's the screen record for you guys.
That's insane. Like, this is a complete psychopath, by the way.
Up, down, message. Well, didn't have to lie.
And this clip right here would actually result in her getting banned from Instagram, which I'm sure like all the other OF girls, when it comes to promoting her page, you know, OF and Instagram go together like bread and butter. That's where they lure in all the simps.
See, if I just would've got my money, I would've shut up.
Well, you're definitely not going to get your money now, chick. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to be sending portions of...
You're definitely not going to get your money now, chick. Haha. I can't get over this fucking dude. Well, let me tell you, chick. You're not getting your money now, sugar toots. That's right. A dumb broad. Bro brought back the fucking 60s with the commentary. Hell yeah. Let me tell you now, sugar toots. A floozy in our midst. That's right. Beat it, toots. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. Not even the 60s. Like, yeah, more transatlantic accent. Talking from the side of his mouth.
Of your paycheck to HasanAbi for quite some time. And honestly, crashing out over...
Why are you shitting on him? He's just trying his best. If you don't like it, then don't watch. I mean, this is the first video that someone sent me, honestly. Doesn't really matter. I'm doing enough commentary that it's definitely fair use. So both on his commentary, but also the issue that he's talking about as well.
Like $5,000 is definitely not fucking worth it. Now, this is where HasanAbi really becomes a savage in this situation. He took a page out of 50 Cent's book, and he's being extra petty with the people trying to play with his name.
So, Layla, what's your domain?
Bro, it literally feels like he's just mad he didn't get the fuck Kai. He's like, let me tell you something. I would have done it for free, bro. Kai, please, bro. I would have done it for free, man. Please.
Now you might ask, what does that mean, Kai? It means every time somebody types in Kiara Rush, anytime somebody types in Layla Red, the first website that they will click on is all the lies you've told me, all the crimes you've done, all the dumb shit you...
That's a weird thing to do, because now you're just bringing more attention to this.
Just put yourself in to f up your life. So, no, your OF link won't pop up first. No Pornhub or anything like that won't pop up first. Oh, no. The top link will be Kiara Rush, okay? Showing everything that you've done.
So obviously the man is playing chess while this woman is out here not even playing checkers, okay? This bitch is playing like tic-tac-toe. And this is what you see when you go to these websites that HasanAbi set up.
KiaraRush.com. We got you, bitch. Every single clip for anybody who messes up. Oh, wait, I don't know Kiara's real name. Hold on, we don't know it. Oh, no. No matter what, for the rest of your life, this will be here.
I mean, I won't lie to you guys, that is a pretty damn good power play right there. And apparently Kai was even out here smoking on that Layla Red pack, dancing around. I don't know, this whole shit is hilarious. I mean, she really thought she was gonna make him look bad, and she really kind of just turned this into a W for him. And then she has the audacity to try and allege some very serious allegations against him, even if it's a little bit tongue-in-cheek here.
Oh, we taking people to court? Well, shit, I'm ready to take you to court, little P. Diddy Jr. You talking about you tried to sell me to one of your homies and all that shit? Don't forget about it. I got all that in the teeth, too.
So she's calling him P. Diddy Jr., insinuating that he is a trafficker because he went to one of his boys and told people what she's all about. I mean, clearly she prides herself on being pay-for-play, but now she wants to act like it's some sort of Diddy situation when it's convenient.
This is so gross. It's like one of these situations where I'm just like, I should have never even looked into it. The coverage of this is awful, too. Anyway, the whole point is... watch out, bro. This YouTuber's gonna make a video titled "Twitch's biggest fake socialist." If you shit on him too hard, I'm suspecting that he's already done that. But yeah, brother, is all I gotta say to this. I think it's Zoomer drama. No, I mean the whole point is the whole point is like she did do some fucked up ass shit, and I think that it's ridiculous. When I first found out about it, I was shocked that HasanAbi, that has so much to lose, would be dumb enough to link up with a girl like this 100%. And not because she's a corn star or whatever the fuck these guys are saying. I don't give a fuck about that. But there are plenty of decent, kind, and overall nice sex workers who would not do some shit like this at all. She is obviously a very awful person and is making a lot of people look bad. Anyway, how did you want him to know she was going to do that, though? I mean, not to this degree. I don't think anyone would have thought that she would do anything to this degree. This is like completely fucking unhinged. We could have watched a TikTok explainer that could have done this better. Yeah.
Convenient for her, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Come on now, y'all. Of course he was gonna come back with a story saying he gonna sue me. How else was he gonna look good to the blogs? I mean, you like a certified trick right now. Duh.
And you're what, a certified hooker and proud of it? Truly do not understand how an individual...
Anyway, like, all I'm saying is be safe. This is silly. Do you think she's telling the truth that she's doing it because he didn't pay her? I think even if she was telling the truth and he didn't pay her like $5,000, what she's doing is infinitely worse. Damn, dog, you're riding the coattails of others to get clout? Me? Or are you talking to this guy? She could start a defamation lawsuit. They can make things even worse. No, it's just like, ugh, I'm moving away from this video. Honestly, it's just that, like, she's obviously a bad person, but even if he didn't pay her, what she did is like ridiculous. You know what I mean? What she did is ridiculous. What she did is illegal. What she did is like totally unacceptable, fucked up. I don't know what else to say about it other than, you know, just a bad person for doing all that shit. Even if he had it, oh fuck, room cam. You guys got a little sight of Marat eating in the background. I unlocked the wrong thing instead of the Chatterino. Where the fuck is the Chatterino? Oh, there it is. No, you're not. What are you eating? Nice. Marat's eating sushi. Marat's having white girl dinner, he said. But yeah, as a meme format, it's I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand how the fuck he's like out here hooking up with girls like this. Disco Elysium playthrough when? Oh, we got a blast off? What the fuck? That's awesome. That's an awesome gif. Holy shit. Walking Dead season 2 time. Get in now. I'm watching and playing Walking Dead. I don't know how to describe it. It's like I might as well be watching it. This is the best gif, dude. Holy shit. Chat, look at this. Recap is going to be short and sweet. We're on season 2. It's Clementine. A couple of years have passed. I'm 11 years old. I'm an 11-year-old Blasian girl by the name of Clementine. And I'm originally with Omid and Krista. Okay. Except Omid dies pretty quickly with an accidental discharge from a person who is like trying to steal my shit in the public bathroom that I'm in. And then Krista and I, a year later, also get separated when a bunch of people come up to our camp. And are like trying to attack us. I get bit by a dog in the process, and a group finds me, and they think the dog bite is actually a zombie bite. They refuse to treat me, so I have to sneak into their fucking house and steal supplies to treat myself. And now I'm hanging out with that group. There's also a pregante. There's also a pregante woman in the group who fucking hates me. And I've decided I'm going to be devious and basically tell every single person that she's a cheater who cheated on her husband, Alvin, who seemingly is a good guy, but a little bit of a cuck. Walking Dead Season 2, Chapter 1, All That Remains. Alvin's a bit of a cuck, let's be for real.
How you holding up? I heard you got an earful from Rebecca last night. Once she gets going, there's no bringing her back. Her bark's worse than her bite.
She's mean. I don't like her.
She did come on a little strong.
How far are these fish traps?
It ain't much further. Anyone teach you how to shoot? By that I mean taught proper. Any idiot with a finger can shoot.
Yeah, but not a rifle.
We played this part.
That makes
It's just
sense.
making me replay
Let's
the
kick. This
last
thing'd
5
probably
minutes.
knock you
Shut
on
the
your
fuck up,
ass.
Chad. It's fine.
Nick was about your age.
It's
First
literally
time I took
3
him hunting.
minutes.
Came across this beautiful 13-point buck just standing there on the ridgeline. The boy takes the rifle, he lines up the shot just like I taught him, and then I hear him start whining. He turns to me and he says, "I can't do it. I can't shoot it, Uncle Pete. Please don't make me shoot it."
What a baby.
Hey!
I'm choosing different
Why didn't
versions
you wait?
for you guys,
You want us
okay?
standing around while you piss on a tree? You know where the river is, boy. Anyway, so I grabbed the gun out of his hand before the big buck runs off, when bang, the gun fires. Boy
Evil Clem
nearly
on
gut
lock.
shot me. And of course, the buck gets away.
What are you going and telling her this shit for?
'Cause you almost blew her face off yesterday. Seems relevant. Trying to let her know it's nothing personal with you.
Why are you always giving me a hard time?
Because you're always giving everyone else a hard time.
He's right.
I apologized already. She accepted.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
It's fine. He apologized.
You're always trying to embarrass me.
You're doing a good enough job of that on your own.
To the people complaining that we've already played this part, it's only 3 minutes long because I wasn't able to save, I guess, because the game automatically saves. May I urge you to just sit there and watch the 3-minute ad break instead at the top of the hour? And just shut the fuck up and watch a 3-minute ad break instead. Don't subscribe at the top of the hour and watch the fucking 3-minute ad break, okay? Here it is. There you go.
Leaving us again.
I know where the fucking river is.
So anyway, I found that buck later that season. Shot it right in the neck. Brought it up to my sister's figuring she'd want to freeze some of the meat. Nick didn't speak to me for weeks. Sometimes you gotta play a role. Even if it means people you love hate you for it.
He doesn't hate you.
Nick's father wasn't there much.
I know Shogun comes out later tonight.
So it fell to me to keep him in line, raise him right. Meant I couldn't just
Stephanie
be
Lee,
nice
thank you for the
Uncle
10 gift
Pete.
the subs.
Uncle Pete!
The uncle-nephew dynamic is in a state of disarray here, which we have to fix, honestly. I hate to see an uncle and a nephew fall apart like this.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Full of holes.
Who do you think did this?
Not sure yet, but it ain't your average gang of thugs, that much I know.
Think about Carvey?
You're Carver. What do you do?
Who's Carver?
Carver! Don't bring up Carver around little girl.
Check those
now.
guys there. Be careful. Some of them might still be moving.
Gang of thugs. This Carver man. Okay, now we're officially at the point that we were at.
See if you can find anything else.
Like what?
Like what might tell us who did this.
Shot in the goddamn head.
This one's shot too.
Through the head?
Yeah.
Check the rest. And look for ammo. We're running low.
34 MKD 50 with the 50 big ones. Goddamn.
Can I help?
I got it.
Bro, fucking chill.
Are you sure you're okay?
Ask my uncle. He knows everything.
Bro, listen, I'm trying to fucking merge the bond between uncle and nephew, okay? Don't fucking treat me with disrespect. I'm over here trying to mend the gap.
Is he shot too?
Yeah. These fellas got lit up something good.
We have
Take
to
a look
bring
around. Just be careful.
We have to fucking It is wild how many of these drama-loving freaks in this household are taking out all of their own internal anxieties on a fucking 11-year-old girl, by the way.
What's this doing here?
Like, I guess it's fine that they're treating me like an adult, and that's a good thing. But it is still objectively wild that they are, like, in the midst of a zombie apocalypse, they're just, like, treating me like shit.
I said I got it, okay?
Wait, what am I supposed to do? There's nothing else
I said
I
I
can do.
got it, okay?
There's not anything else I can do here.
Take a look around. Just be careful.
I can't find any. Wait, where can I go? Can I go to the other side of the river? No, it's like not letting me. I'm kind of stuck over here. I can't move past this boundary. How am I supposed to cross the river? I found the wood pallet. There's not much I can do about it. It's not letting me pass here. Hammer Nick. Oh, wait. There's blood here. Wait, no, I'm actually kind of stuck here. What the hell? This is the second time that I've had an issue with like the camera angles in this game. Oh, there's this. Okay.
There are more out there.
This wasn't no rinky-dink pissing match.
What was it then?
Foobar.
Where are you going? We need to get the fuck out of here.
Bolshevik, thank you for
What?
5 give the
Why?
subs.
Calm down and think about it, son.
Calm down? We gotta get out of here now.
What if someone's alive, Nick?
Who cares?
Because they might just be inclined to tell us who did this. We gotta do this now. Stay here. Keep searching these.
This is a dumb idea.
You know, Nick, I don't like this either. But sooner or later, you're gonna have to realize a simple truth.
What, that you're an asshole?
That nobody in this world is ever gonna give a goddamn whether you like something or not. You gotta grow up, son.
Whatever.
Come on, Clem. You want to be useful? Keep a lookout on that tree line. Whoever did this might still be out there, waiting for another sucker to stumble across this mess.
I'd be more useful with a gun.
I don't doubt it.
At some point, you guys have to trust me.
Hell, I trust you. But not everyone's at that point yet. Give them time.
Give me a gun, Unc.
Look, just keep your head on
I'll pop off your nephew. Don't use the gun.
All shot to pieces. Hope this isn't anyone you know.
No.
Good.
There we go. Smart. I thought he was going to be silly enough to shoot.
More on that side. You check out these ones. See if there's anything on them that'll tell us who they were.
What the fuck? Old boy here got domed as well. Is that Clementine? I mean, not Clementine. Is that Krista? No. Maybe she turned yellow? I don't know. It does look like Krista. Nah, that's Krista. Well, that is my backpack. Oh, shit.
What happened to you?
He's gonna turn Zombo?
You were in the woods with Krista, the woman I was with. What happened to her? Please, tell me. Tell me.
He's about to turn Zomboni. What? No. No fucking shot, bro. Fuck, I'll do it anyway because I'm a sucker. I'm better than the IDF, bro. I'm better than the IDF. I have to. Plus, this will be. Oh, did he get
Pete!
shot?
I'm fine.
Did he get bit?
Just lost my footing. Damn it. God.
Oh my
damn
god,
it.
he got bit. He got fucking bit. Oh shit.
Workers! I'm out of ammo. Come this way. Son of a bitch. Damn it! You get your asses over here, both of you!
I'll cover you! We gotta get out of here!
Get over here, goddammit!
Wait, why would I? What would
Can't
I
you
do?
listen to me once? Just one time? I've got ammo!
Nick! Pete!
Oh fuck, the QTE is dangerous here. The QTE is severe up in this bitch.
Pete! No! Jesus!
Oh my god.
He's dead, bro. He's dead. He's dead as hell.
No!
We have to go.
You could have saved him.
No, I couldn't have. What the fuck do you mean he got bit? He got fucking bit, dumbass. Oh my god, Nick, you are such an idiot, dude. Nick, you are so dumb. You are a dumb guy. Oh, this is where it ended?
What are we gonna do?
How was a fucking 11-year-old supposed to save Unc, dude? He was
outside.
bit.
Someone came here looking for you. A man.
Yeah, no, of course I'm gonna play one more. Did he say what his name
was?
We know damn well who it was.
Who is he?
One of the guys we were with before.
What's he gonna do?
I can't keep going.
I figure we got about 4 or 5 more days to reach those mountains.
We ain't here to rob nobody. Just relax and put the gun down, man.
You choosing the bend path this time? Bro, there was no way to save Unc, bro. I got survival instincts. Y'all have no survival instincts. Did you try to save Krista? You went 58%. Stopped to help Krista. Did you kill the dog? 52% killed the dog. Did you accept Nick's apology? 51%. Did you give water to dying man? Did you save Nick or Pete? You and 40% of players went with Nick. Bro, if Unc wasn't bit, I would have fucking went with Unc, obviously. All right. Episode 2, a house divided. Divided because of me, dude. I'm about to divide this house.
I'm freezing.
Wait till we get up to Wellington. Then talk to me about cold. I'm gonna go look for more wood.
Where's the rest of your group?
I'm by myself.
Bullshit.
Krista, run!
Wait, what do you mean Nick doesn't die if you help him? Or Uncle doesn't die if you help him? He got bit.
Would someone mind telling me what the fuck is going on here?
She was bit by a dog.
For all we know, she could be working with Carver.
So, since you're pretty much on your own, what's your plan?
That pregnant lady is so silly for saying that
Maybe
an 11-year-old,
I
am
could stay here for a
secretly
little
working
bit,
with some fucking
if that's
outsider.
all right.
I've got no problem with it.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Think about it. You're Carver, what do you do?
Who's Carver? You were in the woods with Krista.
Please.
Ah! I'm fine. Just lost my footing. Damn it. God damn it.
Come this way!
Damn it, you get your asses over here, both of you!
We have to go!
You could have saved him! How could you just leave him?
Earlier, I spent 6 hours watching your VODs playing Walking Dead. Hell yeah. Why are they trying to get in there? Oh shit. I thought that was the shack in my house, in the house that I'm staying in.
What's the plan here, Nick?
Wrong guy to ask.
What are you doing? Nick!
Put something through it, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, apples. Yo, let me get a fucking apple out of there, though.
I'm sorry about Pete.
Whatever.
What do you mean, whatever? Bro, what do you...
Why'd you leave my uncle? Back at the stream.
Pete got bit.
What?
He got bit. He wasn't going to make it.
How is he a bigger
now?
teenager than me? I'm 11.
If we're stuck here, we should at least look around. Maybe we can find something to help us get out of here.
I feel like...
Knock yourself out.
Not gonna lie, I feel like I'm gonna say this quite a bit, but I'm literally 11, okay? And I don't think these guys recognize that I'm literally 11. It's very weird. Oh, dude, moonshine. Let's go.
Still.
I know what it is.
The fuck you do.
Okay,
oh my God,
what
I'm, again, 11.
It's for making booze. That rig ain't fit to piss in.
Oh my God, he said the fuck you do doing it. Okay, that's crazy. The hell is your problem?
What is that stuff? Let me see.
It's alcohol, probably.
Whiskey.
Now what?
Oh, fuck if I know. We wait, I guess.
Dude, I miss Lee so much. Like, there were at least competent characters in the previous squad. I guess Luke is gonna be like our Lee in this situation. Bro, there ain't no way big boy out here is just getting drunk and just breaking shit. He did not. Dude, are you joking? Are you for fucking real, bro? Making noise?
What's your problem?
Bro, wait, don't. There's fucking alcohol in it. Dumb fuck. Douse the zombers with it and light them on fire.
Kill my mom. Sounds weird when I say it out loud, huh?
No, it's
Luke
more
always
weird
used
that
to
you're
push me.
wasting alcohol.
I never wanted to go into business with it. I remember when he sold me on it. His big plan. Some fucking plan. Case of beer in, he just said, Nick, we're burning daylight. And that was that. After 6 months, we were flat broke. I didn't care. We were having fun.
I mean, I killed my
I was
dad.
like him. I wish I could just keep moving all the time. I'm just not built like that.
Bro, you are trauma dumping at an 11-year-old girl, okay? In the middle of a zombie apocalypse at night where we are surrounded by zombies. What is going on?
Everyone I grew up with.
Pick up the fucking slack, dumbass.
Happened to them. Now, it's gonna happen to us. We're all so fucked.
You're just drunk.
No shit.
Huh.
I mean, what's the point?
There should always be a choice in this. And one of the conversation options should always be, I'm literally 11. And that should automatically snap the other person out of whatever kind of haze they're in.
Just march to some new place and somebody else will die. It's never gonna stop. Eventually, it'll be our turn. I can't believe we've been here a day. A day. It's been a day, right? Hey, kid, have a
Is
drink
he
with me.
offering me fucking alcohol?
It's gonna be your first and your last.
Fuck it. YOLO, let's do it. I'm 11 and I'm doing it, dude.
Peter Joseph Randall. The nicest mean old bastard I ever knew. Listen,
YOLO.
They're not coming for us. You should go. Run for it.
What are you gonna do?
Stay here. I'm tired. Go find Luke and the rest. They'll take care of you.
I knew someone like you.
Ben.
He was always screwing up too.
Ben.
Screwing up? I didn't ask for any of this.
Ben!
Nobody does. But so what?
I had to pick that. I had to pick the Ben option.
Come with me.
Are you kidding? And leave all this?
You can't just sit here and die.
Why not? What does it matter?
You still have Luke and everyone else. They're family. Nick, I need your help. Please.
Is Nick guy's
right.
dead weight? Leave him? No, it's a body. Chat, remember, every body is a body you can throw at the problem. Like, zombies come
Look,
in.
If we get separated, cabins.
Zombies come in, you can literally fucking, I could throw a rock in his direction and then have him trip and fall and have the zombies eat him. And if the zombies eat him, they don't eat me. Okay. So just like, these are the things you always have to think about. You don't have to outrun the zombies. You have to outrun the slowest man in the group. That's how it works.
Only half a mile from here. You can't miss it. You ready?
Yeah.
Fuck
Never forget, you have to outrun the prey, not the predator. That's how it works.
Fuck you,
See?
motherfucker.
It worked. See, he's being valuable.
Oh, shit.
Hey,
Bro,
over here. Come on, you fucks. Look at me.
Oh no.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh hell no. No, I'm gonna go to Nick. No,
I
let's
said
go.
get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna save him. Wait, what the fuck? I'm slapping Zomba ass, dude. You see me hit that Zomba? How can I outrun them but can't? Come on, dumbass, run. Bro, I'm 11 and I just punched a zombie in the chest. I fucking truck sticked him.
Clementine, are you alright? Luke's not with you?
Where's Alvin?
What
Damn,
happened?
Luke and Alvin are gone?
Where are they?
Clem.
We got attacked.
By who?
Walkers.
Jesus.
Pete got killed. I was with Nick, but...
My God.
Where were you? Where were you exactly?
Down by the stream.
We gotta go.
Just hold on a minute.
My husband is still out there. Get the guns.
Your husband, but not your baby daddy.
Luke and Alvin went out looking for you. I told them not to go. Damn it, Luke.
Give me a gun.
Clementine, can you please watch Sarah?
Thought you
She's
said
upstairs.
I can't be around
Just
him.
distract her. And don't tell her anything.
I'll take care of her. You can trust me.
Thank you. You'll be safe inside. Just don't open the doors for anything. We'll be back soon. And thank you.
I can't, dude. Carver and his goons are gonna make their way to this compound immediately. I suspect. Everywhere I go, from their perspective, I low-key get it. Everywhere I go, just chaos seems to follow me. Like, imagine this devil girl comes in, smart enough to fucking actually game the system, smart enough to steal their medical supplies. Literally, zombies start attacking the house. We're down 2 people now from the group, including the leader of the group. Like, the pregnant lady maybe wasn't actually in the wrong here. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I feel like the pregnant lady was kind of right.
I found this under the house. There was all kinds of old stuff. It's so cool. Take one of me. Come on, take one of me.
Sure.
Get me in a good pose, okay? Okay, I'm ready.
Maybe I'm the Ben.
What's wrong? Where's my dad?
They're just fishing.
I know that's not true.
Damn. I guess she's not that autistic. Carlos was wrong.
Sorry, I just need to...
The fuck? Carlos is like, I've been hiding it. I've been hiding the truth from her.
You want to see what I found?
She's clearly not autistic. I don't think she is either. Oh my God,
I
bro.
couldn't find any bullets. If something's wrong, I should know. What if I have to use one?
Okay, but it's not a toy.
I know.
First, remember, it's just...
Bro, this is the most American story, okay? A tale as old as time. This is why America is a threat even when it's not a zombie apocalypse. We got fucking blickies. We got blickies just out and about in the fucking house with little children who could just grab them and be like, how do you use this thing? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? Yeah, let's just use this. Let's just play around with it. That's like in normal circumstances, that's a threat. That's a danger.
Just a thing.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I thought it'd be heavier. Okay, what do I do?
The most important thing is, when you go to shoot, take a breath before you pull the trigger. Not that big.
What should I shoot?
Don't do that!
Sorry. Maybe I could practice outside. There's that tree.
No.
Hey, Luke's back.
Is that Luke or is that somebody else? That's not Luke, is it? That ain't Luke, is it, big dog? That's definitely someone. That's Carver. I'm willing to bet that's Carver. Yep, that ain't Luke. That ain't motherfucking Luke. Oh gosh, she's so fucking stupid. Maybe the dad was right. Maybe the dad is in the wrong for making her so stupid, though. That's not Luke, man. Fuck, chill.
That's not Luke. I think I know him. He can't see me. You have to make him go away. Go and find somewhere to hide. Where?
Hello?
Clem, I can't breathe.
Oh, come on. Oh, what an L. What an L. Jesus Christ. Figure out your anxiety disorder, girl. God damn. It's fucking...
Hello?
What the fuck?
Who are you?
Well, actually, I'm your neighbor.
Neighbor?
That's right. My family and I are set up a ways downriver. I'm kind of surprised we haven't run into each other yet. What's your name?
What's your name?
My name is George, honey. Pleasure to meet you. You mind if I come in for a bit?
Whoa,
I've been out all
chill.
morning. This heat has got me cooked.
Would you please leave?
He's not gonna leave.
This is a nice place. Is there anyone else around? You don't usually see cabins this big out here.
We have a big group. Lots.
Oh? How big?
I didn't open the door.
Dozens.
I tried to close it.
They'll be back
He opened it
soon.
before I could.
And they left you here all alone. They must trust you. Well, I'll cut to the chase. I'm out looking for my people. 7 of them, to be exact. They've been gone a long while, and I'm worried they might have gotten lost. Maybe you've seen them. Couple of farm boys and an old man. Spanish guy and his daughter. Quiet girl. Bit taller than you. Big black guy. This big.
I saw them. They're dead.
You saw who? Where?
Down by the river the other day. Walkers got them. I'm sorry.
The river? You sure about that?
Pretty sure.
Well, no offense, but I guess that wasn't them. 'Cause the ones I'm looking for are very careful people.
If you say so.
Oh wait, he's talking about my people, Spanish guy and shit. Bro, this is definitely Carver. Maybe George Carver? I don't have a gun, chat. I would fucking pop him ASAP. ASAP-amundo if I could. Trust. I'd be stabbing his bitch ass right now.
Well, looks like a damn tornado ran through here. Must be like close to 10 people with you?
More.
Just passing through, or you been here a while? Hey, listen, kid. I hope you're not one of those nuts headed up north, looking for Shangri-La.
Where do you live?
Yeah, down by the river there. There's a sweet little spot with a boat where we pitched camp. Got a few tents up and everything else.
Do you have a dog?
No, I don't. What difference does it make?
Just wondering.
It's not him anyway. Wait. I don't know if I should grab the knife or not. Oh shit, he's grabbing it.
Where does this go?
Oh, I'll take it.
Dude. Well, that didn't work. I tried.
Well, it's a real nice place. Kinda cozy.
You're losing at every front? Bro, I'm 11. You think I'm able to fucking stab him? No, he would overpower my ass anyway. There's no fucking way. I need to like manage the situation until the boys come home, okay? You're fucking so silly in the chat. I'm literally 11. You guys are forgetting that I am 11. Just like all the adults in the fucking story, chat is also forgetting that I'm an 11-year-old, okay?
I knew a guy that always wore shirts like this. Doctor. Real smug son of a bitch.
What happened to him?
Let's just say we had our differences. Sooner or later, people close to you will find a reason to cross you. Happens every time. Well, White's in trouble. 3 moves away from checkmate. What was that?
The house settling in. It's the old house. Come on, bro. You are so fucking nosy, big dog. I don't like that. I hope she locked the door.
I thought you said nobody's here.
It's probably just the wind.
Yo, he's so quick to get the gat. What the fuck? God, Sarah's so stupid. I hope she's smart enough to be under the bed. Okay, yeah, she is.
I told you, nobody's here.
Seems that way. Didn't mean to be rude. Couldn't just leave you here with a good conscience if someone was poking around, right?
Bro, you're poking around.
Who's this?
My sister. She's dead.
Really? Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Thanks.
I shouldn't have not taken that photo.
You have no idea who these people are, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me ask you this. When you met them, how much did they trust you?
What's your point?
If people don't trust you, how can you trust them?
Bro is trying to fucking debate me into submission here. That's craziness.
Well, I think I've troubled you long enough. I can let myself out.
I feel like Sarah is...
Why shouldn't I trust them?
You have a real good day now.
At least he fucking left. Jesus Christ.
Where is he? He's gone. What if he comes back? We need to find the others. We can't go outside.
Clementine. Sarah.
You threw so hard, bro. Wait, what? Why? Okay, chat, stop fucking spoiling. Shut
We're
up.
with Nick, right? We gotta go find him.
A man was here.
What?
What did she say?
Someone came to the cabin.
What?
Clementine talked to him.
And you just opened the door for him?
Calm down, Rebecca.
Calm down? I am calm. You calm down.
I didn't open the door. He just came in.
She's telling the truth.
Did he say his name? Did he say what his name was?
Maybe it wasn't him.
He said his name was George.
George?
That's what he said.
Look, Clem, just tell us what he looked like. What was he wearing? Did he sound different?
His voice was gravelly.
Like how?
I don't know, kinda deep and scratchy. He talked about you, Dad. You're not gonna hurt anyone, are you?
Of course he won't, Sarah. Your dad's the nicest man I know, which is why he's not gonna do anything crazy or not nice, right?
You know these are bad people, sweetie. They will do or say anything to hurt us.
What do you think? Did it seem like he'd be coming back?
He saw a picture of me.
A picture? What were you doing taking pictures?
Carlos.
What?
You need to calm down. You're scaring your daughter.
You told me to distract her.
Distract?
Sarah.
So I'm just an idiot? I thought we were friends.
He was scouting. We got lucky. He wasn't expecting to find us. Clementine must have surprised him. She hadn't been there. Well, he was too smart to stick around, but he'll be back with the rest. We don't have much time.
He's right. Everyone pack up.
I think honesty is the best policy.
Wait.
Shut the fuck up. Honesty is the best policy.
We have to leave now, sweetie, before he comes back with more bad guys. But it's gonna be okay. Let's just go get your things.
What does he want?
To bring us back. Clem, I don't know what he told you, but William Carver is a dangerous man. He's the leader of a camp not far from here, and he's very smart. We were lucky to escape. Look, I'm sorry to involve you, but now that he's seen you, you'll be safer with us. We have to leave.
Look, we gotta find Nick on our way out of here. You know where he was, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I think
Everybody
the
grab your
relationship
stuff.
between
Let's hit the
Sarah
road.
and Carlos needs to change. We need to start treating Sarah more like an adult. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem here. Sarah needs to be treated more like an adult. I need to be treated more like a baby. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I wanted you guys to get a look and feel for the zombers. That's why I left you with this screen.
Yeah, you said it was
Last time
just
I tried
up
to
here?
improve a relationship, the uncle died.
Yeah,
It's true.
just a little ways.
Hey, Clem. Sorry if I gave you some shit back there. I'm just a little on edge. I still don't like what you did. Sneaking around on us and taking advantage of my husband. But I know you were in a tough spot. I'll try to cut you some slack.
Why is Carver after you?
Yo, don't try to come at my good graces now, pregnant lady. After I fucking threatened to reveal your relationship secrets. Notice how she's like only now trying to be nice? Only responds to force, like Israel. She is basically the Israel in this relationship, okay?
Me? Oh, you mean us? It's a long story. He has a hard time letting go. I know you did your best back there. You know, none of us would make it on our own. Sometimes it's hard knowing just how dependent I am on everyone.
Oh my God, is Carver the baby daddy? That's crazy. Dr. Umar is literally turning in his grave because in this story, he probably died. Like in the zombie apocalypse. You know what I mean? He's very much alive in the real world.
I'm not used to that. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm supposed to be a mom soon. Guess I need to work on my patience. Alvin and I still don't know what to call her. Or him if that man gets his wish. God help me. Any ideas? Clem?
This is where our boy was.
That's where we were.
Damn, he actually clapped some cheeks, it seems. He's gonna be zomber in there. He's gonna be zombified, in my opinion. Oh, he's a zomber. He's zombified for sure. He's gonna pop out like, ain't no way he fucking made it. His drunk ass made it through. There's no way, dude.
Jesus.
Hey, man. You got any aspirin?
Nick, you asshole.
Checking for bites, bro. There's no fucking shot.
Pete's dead. I know, man, I do. We gotta get moving. Okay, Carver's gang showed up. Can you make it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. He's better than Ben. Like, there is no fucking way Ben would have survived that. Okay, my man hit the drunk kung fu, the drunken master so hard, and he kung fu'd all of those fucking zombos.
Yeah, let's go.
This is an upgrade. This is 100% an upgrade from Ben. Unless he's already bit and lying about it.
Hey, Clem. I just wanted to say, thanks for not giving up on me.
I'm sorry about Pete.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Ben left my 9-year-old ass to die. Nick chose to
What
defend
happened
my
back there in that
11-year-old
cell?
ass.
He do something stupid? Like, you can tell me.
Nick saved my life.
Really?
Yeah, sort of.
I'm worried about that kid. You keep an eye on him for me, would you? You sure you still want to come with us? Look, I know we got off to a rough...
True. I never saw Ben kill even one zombie. Oh my God. You're right. That motherfucker went through the zombie apocalypse without killing a single fucking zombo. Oh my God. He was so valid in his death. His death was so well deserved. I'm never giving this up. I'm sorry to the fucking Benners out there. You guys stay taking these fucking L's, dude. My man was doing a pacifist no-hit run. Zero KD. He killed like 6 of our group, bro. He killed like 6 humans and not a single zombo.
Man, I can't make any promises it won't get rougher, but we all know you now.
I have to look for Krista.
She was headed north, right?
Yeah.
So are we. Look, you're gonna have a better chance of finding her with us than on your own. I figure we got about 4 or 5 days to reach those mountains. Now, if they're tracking us, we should be able to lose them up there.
5 days?
It's gonna be okay, Beck.
We have to keep moving now. It's our only choice.
Yeah, Ben is a higher kitty than most zombies is right. Damn, we walked for 5 days straight. That's insane. No stopping. Where the fuck's
See
Nick?
anything?
Where's Nick?
She better see something. We've been walking for a damn week.
There's a lift or something.
Chairlift? Must be that ski resort.
I've never been skiing.
Dude, I don't like ski resorts from Last of Us.
Here, eat this, Beck.
There's a building on the mountain.
What's it look like?
It's big.
That sounds like a good place to spend the night.
Uh-oh.
There's the bridge.
And does it look passable?
Why are we making the 11-year-old scout out the binoculars? Like, what's happening here? Am I leading the group now?
I think so.
Are these guys that incompetent? What's happening here?
There's a little house by the bridge.
How big is it?
It's pretty small.
Why don't you look at it?
We have to cross that bridge. Let's
You're
go.
a goddamn adult.
Hold on now. We can't all go sprinting across that thing, okay? We get spotted out there, we're gonna be trapped.
Going around that lake will take too long.
Right, but look, we've got no idea who's out there. Okay, I'm gonna sneak across, make sure it's clear before we bring the whole group over.
You think splitting up the group is a good idea?
I never said it was a good idea.
It's never
but
a good idea.
It's better than risking everyone at once.
What's your plan?
Clem and I can scoot across low and slow, make sure nobody's waiting for us on the other side.
We'll have a tough time covering you from back here.
Well, we'll just turn back if it gets hairy.
Clementine should stay here.
She's what?
She's just
11.
a little girl, Luke.
She's a valuable little girl.
I can do it.
What do you mean valuable?
See? No problem. It's gonna be
I'm
fine.
11.
Okay, we'll signal you guys in 10 minutes. Just watch for a light at the far side.
I can go too.
You stay with the group.
I'm fine, Luke.
I don't like this.
Yeah, well, when's the last time you liked anything, Carlos?
If something happens, I'll cover you.
Come on.
Nobody believes Nick's prowess as a shooter.
Hey, sorry about that. I could really use your eyes, and right now I don't trust Nick to tie his own shoes.
Oh my God. What an L, dude. Luke literally just straight up spelling it out. He's like, I trust an 11-year-old girl over a whole ass adult. That's how fucking incompetent he is.
Still on edge after the Carver thing.
It's been 5 days.
Get
Why
some
would Carver still be following
Get
us?
some alcohol in his body and he'll be good.
What's the most important thing in this world?
Friendship.
What does everyone want? Even the gangs. You know, what do you think they're all after?
Safety?
Close. Listen, what's the one thing a guy would walk hundreds of miles to get back?
Family.
It's a tough world out there without people you can trust. Anyways, you can ask for better.
Yeah, pussy, money, weed, baby.
Okay, I'm not gonna get in the middle of it. We've all made mistakes. Done things that we regret. It's not my place to talk about someone else's past, you know?
Seems like we're already in the middle of it.
Tell me about it.
Bro says safety. I thought I would give an accurate analysis depending on the circumstances.
Can't shoot them. Too much noise. But there are only 2.
Let's take them.
I like your style. I'll take the big one. You get Shorty. Wish we could use guns. We should be okay.
Got it. I'll take the small one.
Good. Let's do it. Ho! Go ahead. Give it a good pull. It should come free.
I know. I've done this before, remember? In a shed.
Bro, why are you looking back at him?
Nice work, kid.
Ow.
I'm 11. Just saying. Fucking calm down, bro. New dad unlocked. By the way, people saying I'm 11 in the chat. I hope Twitch doesn't ban all of you. Because Twitch does have like an auto ban for anyone who even jokes about being under the age of 13. That'd be pretty funny if everybody just got mass banned. Oh, what the fuck? We are so fucking cooked, bro. What do you mean shit? Start clapping away, dumbass. I got 2 on me? Oh my god. What an incredible
I'm okay.
set of circumstances.
I'm stuck.
I can't reach.
It's okay. Clem, look, we'll figure something out. Behind you!
Oh shit.
Wait, what? Wait, why can't I hit him? Hit him! What the fuck? What am I supposed to do there? Wait, that was weird.
Clem! I'm okay. I'm stuck.
Classic HasanAbi blunder.
I can't reach.
It's okay. Clem, look, we'll figure something out. Behind you!
Oh shit.
Alright, I'm up. I'm up. I'm trying to hit him. Wait, what is happening? Wait, I can't do anything. Chat, what is going on? No, wait, what is happening? I can't move. No, it won't let me move. Okay, it's gonna happen this time. Insanity is doing the same thing twice. I thought there was like an issue.
Clem, I'm okay. I'm stuck.
I ain't making it out of this apocalypse, bro.
It's okay.
I'm not.
Clem,
I'm
look,
9.
we'll figure something out.
I'm 11.
Behind you.
Oh shit.
It's not gonna happen for me. Sorry, boys. Oh, never mind. That's how you're doing it. That's how you're supposed to do the damn thing. Oh my god, bro. Fucking Christ. Oh god, am I about to fall? What the hell? How are you operating with a hole in your head? Oh, well. Zombo time. Come on, why doesn't the zomber fall off? It's shocking that the zomber won't fall. Kick the zomber's ass. Oh my god. Sliced him and diced him. Oh my god. Oh my god. This sucks. I can't use my... I don't have the Lee power.
Here, give it here.
Oh my god. Okay, that was smart. He's smart. He's smart enough. We lost a hammer and a machete.
Thanks, Clem. Let's keep going.
We lost the machete. We lost the hammer. This is bad. We're out 1 hammer and we're out 1 machete. And we're out a steel pipe.
You see him?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Just play it cool. You do the talking.
What? Why me?
Because
I don't want to get in a fight. You really think he'd shoot a little girl?
I'm 11.
Just don't make any
why.
sudden moves. And don't piss him off.
Is he with Carver?
It's hard to see. I don't think so.
Well, who are you?
I'm
Who's
11.
asking?
I am.
I'm Clementine, and this is Luke.
Clementine and Luke.
Ready to be quick draw McGraw, Luke?
Huh. You don't look like assholes. Are you assholes?
I'm 11,
no offense
bro.
or anything, but you know how it is out here.
You're the one holding a gun.
Touché. You folks headed north like everyone else?
Everyone else?
I see at least one group a day move through here. You all look the same.
Have you seen someone named Krista?
Krista? Maybe.
Really?
No, I mean, a lot of people come through here. I don't know. I gotta say, you two look like shit. If you need food, I've got some canned stuff in that station back there.
Okay, that's weird, bro. He's way too helpful.
Awful nice of you. What's the catch?
No catch. I've got plenty.
Well, all right then. Thank you.
No shot.
Hey, no problem. Nice running into friendly faces out here. Like I said, I've got food and supplies back in the station.
That's
and
weird.
If you want... What the fuck, man?
What the hell is he doing? No, he's with us. Nick! No!
Put it down!
Don't shoot!
That's crazy. That's crazy. Nick, you are such a fucking asshole, bro. I cannot believe you, Nick. You dumb son of a bitch.
Where is
The
he?
first guy that
I
was
told you not to
good.
shoot. What? Who was that guy?
He was going to help us.
Who
How
was
do you
that
know?
guy?
Damn it, Nick. I told you not to shoot.
How was I supposed to hear you? You gave me a clear shot.
That shot rang out for miles. We gotta get off this bridge. Let's go.
Bro, that's insane. Oh my God, we do have a Ben, and he's more competent. We have a more competent Ben who knows how to use a rifle. Oh, this is so bad.
Who the fuck was that back there?
I don't know.
Looked like he had a gun on you.
That asshole drew on me. He was about to shoot.
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
What
was
is
he?
cop shit?
I'm telling you, man, he drew first.
Well, that's not what it looked like to me.
Everybody calm down.
I'm the voice of
What did
reason.
you see, Clem? Was that guy going to shoot?
Fuck you, Luke. You've been on my case the whole week.
And why do you think that is, Nick?
He wasn't gonna do anything.
I know what I saw.
Either way, you could have hit one of us.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Look, I know Pete was close to you, Nick, but you can't...
Don't fucking talk about him.
You think he was with Carver?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. But he fell over.
He fell off the damn bridge?
We have to keep moving.
I can't. I need a minute.
Fine. Luke, can I talk to you alone?
It's crazy. It's crazy. A more competent Ben is a more scary Ben because now he has a weapon and he can use
Clem,
it on
you got
us.
anything to eat? Beck's dying here.
Alvin, I told you I'm fine.
I can't.
Sorry, I'm out.
Asking
Wish
a
we still had
child
those
for
juice boxes.
food.
Yeah, me too.
That man said he had food in the station.
Mind checking it out? Maybe we could spend the night here. A little small for us, though.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I'll check
Thanks,
it out
Clem.
myself, Alvin. God damn it. Why don't you check it out? No, I'll just check it out myself, actually. Seems great.
Rebecca, are you okay?
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
And some food.
Alvin.
Lazy ass motherfucker. I'll do the work.
Thanks a lot for backing me up there.
Bro, why would I
they're
back
talking
you up?
about me right now. Look, he's becoming a danger to the group.
So who was that guy? I swear. It looked like he was holding you guys up.
He seemed nice.
Damn. If Alvin is in front of me, he takes that shot. What a fucking mess. Maybe I am losing it. I don't know anymore. God, I'm hungry. What time
Remember,
is it?
chat, it's only racist if the accent is not good, and he did a good job. He did a good job imitating Carlos, so it's not racist.
Anyway.
He nailed it.
Damn.
What's wrong?
I left my watch back at the cabin. It was Pete's.
Oh, I should have stolen the
He gave it to me.
watch.
That's all I
I
had
should have
left of it.
stolen the fucking watch.
You know
I would have
what?
given it to him right
I'm gonna
here.
go talk to him.
This is what I get for being a good girl, dude. This is what I fucking get. Shit. You see this shit? I'm never being a good girl. I'm being a bad girl going forward. It's bad girl time. I can't believe I'm going in here by myself. This is fucking nutty. I mean, I know that like you got to do the cool shit as the main character, but it is wild.
The man said he had lots of food. There's gotta be something left.
I wonder if he was lying. Maybe he was a fucking liar. Maybe he deserved to get shot. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see a key around here. That
Oh.
man probably had it.
Oh, well, guess we're cooked. WM.
Feels pretty good. I guess he slept here.
I'll take the free knife. Oh, there's a radio. Let's go.
It's dead.
Shit. I wonder if I can pry it open with the knife. I hope I don't break the fucking knife again. It's a big knife. It's a survival knife. I don't think it'll break. Okay, good. Last time I tried to pry something open, he did not have that much food, bro. He fucking was like, oh, I have plenty of food. That's a lie.
Man, and I thought we had it bad. Look at this dump. Guess he did have food. Man, fuck Nick. Nick's lost a lot of his people, that's for sure. But that doesn't give him any excuse to start shooting up strangers.
He was trying to help us.
Yeah, and someone died. I ain't no
What? I made this for you? Thanks, man.
judge, but that's straight up murder in my book. I mean, you ever known anyone to do a thing like that?
Lots of people. It happens all the
A
time now.
woman in our
It's
group.
fucking crazy. Pardon my French.
Yeah, don't curse around a child like that, Alvin. You know better. You're not going to be a good dad if you keep this up.
That's funny. She looks just like you. Hey, Clem, there's not a lot of food here, and Rebecca, well, she's eating for two. You think we can keep this just between us? I hate to even say it, you know, and I'd never go against the group, but I've got to put Beck and the baby first.
No,
The whole group should decide.
I know, you're right. It's just so hard right now. It's a shame. Nick was a good guy. He's still a good guy. He's just losing it.
Fuck does Nick have
God
to do with
knows we're
anything?
not perfect. Hell, I'm glad you're
No
with us
secrets.
Clementine.
No secrets among the group, Alvin. Come on, bro. Unless you're, secretly giving me a juice box, okay? Unless you're secretly serving the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour if you no longer want to see those ads. If you want the ads to be a secret, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. It's a 3-minute ad break now. By the way, Alvin's like, yeah, no secrets among the group. I don't want to have any secrets except for the fact that she might not have your child that she's carrying. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
The hell is that?
Zombos.
Walkers.
We got a problem here.
Yeah, we saw it. All right, we're heading up.
Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Zombinis, dude. Zombaronis. Break the bridge? I don't think it's that easy, man.
Well, what are we waiting for?
We have to be careful.
Careful? We've been on the road for 5 days. My back is done being careful.
Doesn't look like anybody's home. Damn. Nailed down tight. I'll check around front.
I'll go with you.
Well, it'd be good to know if anybody's actually back there. Could probably get a better view from up top. You'd have an easier time getting up there.
Oh my
feel like
god,
taking a look?
really, bro? Really?
It'd be just like climbing a treehouse.
I had a treehouse once.
Well, there you go.
I hated it.
Oh.
Emote only? Are there spoilers happening? Is that why? In the chat? Chat, don't spoil.
Just take it slow, and I'll catch you if you fall. Probably.
Oh my god. Not inspiring.
Got
a
a
lot
good
of
grip?
confidence.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we used to jump rooftops downtown. Now that was fun.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. The trick was not to look down, though. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Just look at me, okay? You're fine. All right, just slow down. Just for a second, okay? Got your grip?
Keep your voice down.
But you just yelled at me.
Shut up.
There's gonna be a zombo up there, and I'm gonna fucking die. Uh-oh. Raven. That's a bad sign.
Made it.
You see anything?
That's a bad fucking sign. No, I can't see shit.
I can
fuck
see the
is dark
bridge.
as hell. Oh, there's a car? What the hell?
Wait, I see something.
What is it?
A light. But wait, there's another. Luke. Luke.
Oh, shit. Oh, hell no. Just stay up there, girl. Don't go down, honestly. Luke also was supposed to be my protection when I was going up the stairs and down the fucking ladder, but he left my ass real quick.
Listen, everyone, just stay
Who
calm.
are you? Are you trying to rob us?
Excuse me, honey, but do I look like a fucking thief?
Everyone calm down.
Hey, man, you calm the fuck down.
Sarah, get behind me.
Just tell us who you are.
We ain't here to rob nobody. Put the gun down, man.
Fuck that.
Whoa.
We have kids with us, bro. Chill.
Just do what he says.
Wait, what? What?
Henny.
What?
Wait, you know this guy?
Oh!
Clementine?
Oh my god, he survived! Oh my god! Oh my god, he survived! Let's go! Yo! Oh! That's so sick! My goat! The legend! Oh! Oh my god, what a fucking... Oh, the goat. Oh, I hope he got a boat. I hope... Here I thought he was boating away in heaven, dude. Turns out my man is in boat heaven in the fucking real world, dude. Oh my god, the boat goat. Oh, real Florida man activities, dude. He survived that shit.
I'll take that as a yes.
These people with you? We can talk inside.
Great.
Damn,
I
that
just
made, me
started dinner.
that made me a little too happy. I need to check myself a little bit. It's like, this is a fictional character, Hasan. Calm down.
Are you sure you don't mind?
It's gonna storm soon. Please, come in.
Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, thank God, a competent fucking adult. Jesus Christ. Kenny, kill this guy, Nick, please. Kenneled.
Kenny and Sarita have been staying with us for several weeks. Used to be a ski lodge, obviously, so we have plenty of food. And believe it or not, we still get some power from that wind turbine out front.
Oh,
we tend to
woke.
keep most of the lights off at night to avoid drawing
Woke.
attention. But
Wind turbine. I don't want them wind turbine energy. They're killing birds.
after we found this stuff in storage, we couldn't resist making an exception. What's funny?
Oh, nothing, Walt. Walter here's one smart sumbitch. Makes a mean can of beans, too.
Well, why don't you two catch up while I get some dinner started?
That's crazy that Kenny
Please,
survived
make yourselves
that.
at home. You can leave your things over there.
Thank God
The
Kenny
hell-
left our busted ass group, bro. No disrespect to Omid, but that boy could not fucking shoot, okay? That boy could not shoot crabs in a goddamn barrel, all right? Or fish in a barrel, whatever is better colloquially.
Yeah, I'm holding on to my rifle. Thanks.
You're our guests here.
Kenaldino.
Tell him to put his gun down then.
Canaldo.
Will you vouch for these people, Clem?
Not really.
If you
Not
tell me
Nick.
they're good, then I'm good.
Us. You were the one waving a gun around, man.
Everyone, calm down.
I'm 11.
Dad, look, Christmas tree.
Not now, Sarah.
Carlos,
Isn't it
let her
great?
fucking
We
thrive,
found
man.
it all in storage. It's amazing.
You did not vouch for them? Yeah, because I can't vouch for Nick. I trust Kenny way more than I trust Nick. Sorry. I had a whole fucking season with Kenny. And let me tell you, the limited amount of interactions I had with Nick, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. And I'm 11, so I can't throw him real far. Nick sucks, bro.
Good. If you'll all follow me, I'll show you where you can sleep.
Canaldino. Canaldo, my goat. Yeah, Kenny stared at Sarah and was like, oh, she's a little busted like my son, Duck. She's not all right in the head, like Senator John Fetterman.
Still wearing this dirty old thing, huh? You know, I half expected to see Lee walk up next to you. You guys were like two peas in a pod.
Yeah, I killed him.
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to... It's just hard not to think about it, you know?
He saved me.
I knew it. I knew he would. That guy had a fire in him, sure as shit. Hell, he was a hell of a guy.
Damn. This is
When my
like...
son...
Bro, basically, this proves that the shippers were right. Like, Kenold was gonna fuck Lee if Lee wasn't bit. Actually, you know what I mean? Like, this is proof. I'm writing the Wattpad fanfics right now.
He took care of him. I'll never forget that. So, where'd you end up?
I was with Krista and Omid. Omid... Well, Krista and I were together for a while, but these guys caught us. She's gone.
Sounds like it ain't been easy for you. I'm sorry, darling.
Omid
I
got
wish
killed
I
by like
could've
a
found you
14-year-old girl.
But everything's gonna be fine now.
Krista told me you were dead.
I am. This is all a dream.
Wait, what?
Sorry, bad joke. Krista got in a hell of a mess. I gave her a hand and then it got messier. For a minute there, it wasn't looking too good for old Kenny. Long story short, I got lucky. Real lucky. Spent a long time alone after that.
How the fuck did he get through that? Zombo apocalypse. The Zombo swarm.
And then I met Sarita, thank God. Gosh, it's great to have you back.
You two catching up?
Clem, this is my girl, Sarita. Ain't she beautiful?
Nice to meet you, Clementine.
Hey, Walt, where's Matthew?
Bro, Kenny is a real sucker for an accent, okay? I've begun to notice. He also is such a Florida boy. He went from like a Ukrainian wife to wait, is she Indian? I thought she was like Venezuelan or something. I can't tell from her accent. But he loves an accented woman, okay?
Still out there rooting around?
Of course he is. Well,
oh, is her name
I'll start
Sarita?
dinner.
Carlos, right? Mind if
Libertarian
I steal
guy
your
with
daughter
Asian
for a
wife.
secret mission?
That tracks.
Stay in sight, sweetie.
Can we do anything to help?
You know
Could
I
use a
can't
hand
stay
outside.
away from them
We got a lot of
exotics.
supplies to bring in before that storm hits. Sure.
He's a passport,
Clem,
bro.
why
How
don't
dare
you
you?
help
Don't
Walt
say
with
that.
dinner?
Don't say that, Chad. Come on, Kenny's a good guy. He's not a fucking passport, bro. I thought she was Latina.
Hey, Clementine. Settling in well enough?
Yeah, thanks.
Excellent. Want to help me prepare a little dinner? So
It's
how do you
you
know
and me.
Kenny? He and Sarita have been a huge help. Matthew and I barely knew what to do around here the first week.
We're old friends.
Why
I
haven't
met
we
him
mentioned the
after
lights
it
I saw?
happened.
When he was with Lee? Yeah, he only told us a little. Connecting with people is so important. I don't know what I'd do without Matthew. Gosh, you remind me of my students. I can't imagine what it's like growing up in the middle of all this.
I don't think they're doing a lot of growing up.
I managed just fine.
Now you really do sound like one of my students.
And you sound like a teacher.
I'll take that as a compliment, thank you. Almost done. Would you do me the honor of tasting the first course, madam?
Looks great.
It looks like mush.
No, it doesn't.
As an artist, there's nothing I like less than a friendly critic.
Oh my god, bro. This dude is such a fucking NPR listener. I'm gonna shoot him myself, okay? He is such a fucking typical, like, I voted for Obama, by the way, type dude. Oh my god. He's such a quintessential I'm with her ass dude, down to the sweater and everything.
Huh. Striking resemblance.
What the fuck? Bro.
Anyway, I'll take it from here.
No, this little girl does not look like me, bro. What the fuck? I'm Blasian. Y'all are racist as hell, bro. That's crazy. Y'all crazy for that.
Crazy. Cousin Jared's concert, October 13th, 1998.
Jesus Christ. It does not look like me at all. Play Kanye, he's problematic. Some of you would listen to Kanye in an apocalypse, not me. I'm above that sort of thing. Oh, true. This is 2010. This is like 20. No, this is 2014 technically when the game came out.
Good King Wenceslas. It's my favorite Christmas song.
What's it about?
Well, it's about a king that brings food to a poor man. The king and his servant march all night through a cold winter storm to reach the man. The storm's very strong. After a long time, it gets so cold.
It's crazy that when you press space, it just says pause like this
The servant can't
now.
go on. But the king tells the servant to just step in his tracks. Mark my footsteps, scoot my page, tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt find the wind.
Okay, I don't
we could
care.
use some
Stop
help.
singing.
Here, Sarah, you take this and string them up over there. You knew Kenny before. It must be incredible to see him again. When I met him, well, he's so different now.
So, how'd you meet Kenny?
I found him holed up in an old restaurant, if you can believe it.
Hold up.
You should have seen his beard then. Perfect. Now we just need the topper.
Bro, who cares about making this Christmas
angel
tree?
on top of our tree.
My family didn't celebrate Christmas.
Oh, this means that there wasn't a boat situation, which is kind of sad. I'll be honest. Like, that's a big L for Kenny. I thought he was a real one about the boat situation.
But I still love the decorations.
I thought Kendall cared about the whole boat. His commitment to the boat. You need to have fun in the apocalypse. In this game's timeline, the outbreak happened in 2003. Is that a Broski report hoodie? Yes, it is. Is that the topper? Little duck.
What a funny little guy.
Bro, I didn't tell anybody about the fucking lights downstairs, which is crazy. Well, not downstairs, outside. Like, those guys are going to show up eventually. They're going to see the light in here. As a Muslim Turk, you'd be decorating a Christmas tree in the apocalypse?
Crazy.
It's
Why
true.
would they follow us this far?
Oh, they know about the lights.
It's been a week, man. We gotta be out of the woods.
We can't be sure. They might be tracking us.
Tracking? Who do you think they are? Ninjas?
Clem, Luke said you saw some people in the valley.
People? Way down there. How?
She's got binoculars, genius.
I saw lights.
Which way did they go?
Back into the woods.
We cannot take any chances. We leave at dawn.
But we're safe here for tonight.
We leave at
right?
dawn.
Clementine, you talked to that man Walter, right? What did he say? You didn't tell him anything about us, did you? We have to be careful.
He mentioned someone else.
Someone else? Who?
His friend. His name is Matthew.
Look, I don't care what that man said. We're staying here tonight.
Just talk to the rest of them. They trust you. See what you can find out.
Bro is sending me out on a fucking poking
Honey,
mission.
I don't feel
Like,
so good.
Beck, what's wrong?
I just need something to drink.
You got it. I'll be right back.
he's like, yes, use yourself as
Are
a
you
double
okay?
agent.
Just got a little dizzy. I can't even take care of myself. How am I supposed to raise a child? I mean, how can anyone now?
I think it's possible.
How do you know?
I'm
Well,
11.
I'm still here.
I know it's gonna be hard, but at the same time, I already feel a little less lonely because I know that no matter what happens, I'll get to meet someone new. She's kicking. Wanna listen?
What happens if the baby comes out dead and then it turns into a zombo? Like, does the baby turn into a zombo if it like dies during pregnancy? I wonder. Something to consider.
That food smells good, huh?
Can I?
She's gonna be a runner. If he finds out it's not his, he'll kill me. I don't know what to do. I can't believe I'm asking a little girl for advice.
He won't kill you.
There's my man.
Yeah, he's a cuck. He's not gonna kill you.
Dope.
Just need to get some food in you. Thanks for staying with her, Clem. Can you go ask that Walter guy when we're gonna eat?
I love you, silly bear.
I hate it when you call me that.
I know, but I mean it.
I love you too. You get some rest now.
That's nice, I guess.
What?
Beautiful. I used to love this time
She
of
doesn't
year.
like it?
You know, now that you're friends...
What do you mean Sarah will remember that? Fuck you want? Oh, she wanted an angel. Oh, well, fuck her.
Here, this place is starting to feel like a real home. Matthew and Walter are amazing people. Honestly, it's dangerous to be this kind, but they can't help it. Wait until you meet Matthew. He's a real character. The first time he met me, he called me Rita.
Where is Matthew?
Oh, he likes to go on long walks. He and Walter used to vacation here.
That's insane.
He should be back soon.
That's insane to do in a zombie apocalypse, to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go on a long
I
walk.
wanted to ask you, does Kenny seem different to you? I didn't know him before, and well, I'm curious.
He seems like the same old Kenny to me.
Oh, well, that's good.
Well, you three have been busy.
Kenny, isn't it great?
I got it, hon.
I think I can manage, Ken.
I said I got it.
Yo, chill.
Always has to play the gentleman. But I'll tell
What
you,
the
when I
fuck?
met him,
Okay, maybe he
couldn't
is
lift a
different.
Fly.
Why you lie? He hasn't said boat once. That's a red flag, bro. He was being weird. That's a little bit misogyny. That's a little bit toxic masculinity, Kenny.
Well, everyone, dinner is served. Come on, let's eat.
Pussy changes a man? Yeah, it's true. Why are we having this, like, fucking dinner right now as though things are fine? I'm confused.
You okay, man?
Yeah, I wish I hadn't pulled that trigger.
Just try to forget about it.
Right here, Clem.
That's weird, bro. I gotta talk to Kenny. Come on.
Here
It's
you
drama,
are,
but
Clem.
like, sorry, Lucas. Kenny's my
Clem,
man.
We were just talking. What's the deal with the kid? And what's his name? Luke? He in charge? You trust him?
Kenny, please.
Sarita, we don't know these folks.
I like him. He's a good guy.
Would you trust him with your life?
I think so.
That guy, Big Al, he said they were on the run.
Some people are after them.
Well, you don't have to worry about that no more. They'll go tomorrow and you can stay here.
Absolutely. Honey, you stay with us as long as you want.
She's staying for good.
I can't leave my friends.
What?
Of course you can.
I kind of like
They can
like
stay
Luke.
too.
No.
Honey,
Wait, this is genuinely gonna alter the trajectory of this fucking game if I stay with Kenny versus staying with Luke?
Hey there.
Dude, let me remake the team. Let me remake the squad. I'll pick the best ones, okay? Sarita, you're out. Sorry. It's gonna be Kenny, Luke, Alvin, Purgante lady stays behind. Okay, we're giving the Purgante lady to the fucking kidnappers. Is his child anyway. Is half his child. Men's rights. Women's wrongs, men's rights, that sort of thing.
Hey.
Hope you like the food.
Keep the doctor, not the
it's-
daughter.
It's great. Thank you.
Peaches and beans. Great for nutrition. Not too great on the way out, though, I tell you.
Kenny, you're
so
fucking gross.
It's Luke and Nick. Luke and Nick. You guys sure do look like a match.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just saying you look like good friends, that's all.
So, what was your plan here? Hold out for the winter?
Actually, we were thinking of moving on. Somewhere up north. You ever heard of a place called Wellington?
Wellington? The hell is that?
A place.
What kind of place?
A good one, Einstein.
Yeah, Krista and I were going there.
Supposed to be a big camp up near Michigan.
Michigan? Kenny being
You got a
inferring
hearing
that they're
problem,
gay?
kid? Yeah, Michigan. Think about it. Fresh water, lots of land.
Yo, Kenny's being a little too aggro, honestly. I don't really like it. Kenny, fucking chill, bro. I feel like he used to be chiller. Am I wrong? He's a bit of a douchebag now. He's acting brand new. He's like, yeah, I took care of a shit ton of zombies, you know what I mean? Like, fuck you.
And cold-ass winters so the walkers get slow.
Sounds like bullshit.
Listen, Vanilla Ice, I don't know what your deal is, but you're
Oh my
more than
God.
welcome to take off in the morning.
That'd be just fine by me.
What's the deal with these guys, Clem?
Hey,
fuck you, buddy.
It's fine, Nick. We're not staying.
She's staying.
Please, don't fight.
Gentlemen, please. There's no need for this. Now look, we've all had a long day.
Hello?
Please eat.
Hello? What is this? Okay, you can open the door. This is crazy. She just knows that you're gonna walk over, so she just walks away from the bed. No, come on. Stop fucking with her. Just open the door. Can you let her out? Thank you. It's fine. Can you bring her back in before you leave?
Pass me that can, Duck.
Duck? Who's Duck?
Leave him alone, Luke.
Hey, Clementine, would you lend me a hand outside for a moment?
That's sad. Look at him. Oh my God, he's devastated. I should be the one devastated for being called Duck. Or did she call me Duck? Did he call me Duck, or did he call...
I'm sorry about that. You know, I used to be a teacher, and I remember what it's like to be caught in the middle.
We get it, bro. You said it like 8 times. God, you're such a fucking nerd. Okay, he's not in the group either.
2 clicks. I suspect they'll find common ground soon enough. It may take a little time, but that's just how these things work.
Oh, I used to be a teacher, bitch.
Listen, relationships are like any machine. You don't throw them out when they break down. You get your hands dirty and you grease the wheels. What do you say? Will you help me work on them?
I want to stay with you and Kenny.
Then stay you shall. I know that'll please Kenny.
I missed him.
And he missed you, I can assure you.
I'm picking Kenny.
They say
dude.
the world is over, but I'll tell you a secret. It's not. People are more political now than they ever were before.
What?
In the end, we can't change the world. All we can do is continue to learn from each other, to empathize and use our heads.
Okay, never mind. I made up my mind. Lucas never gave me the fucking long-ass riot act like this. Shut up, dude. Shut up, bro. What is this boring-ass bullshit? I'm going with Luke.
War is a symptom of man's failure as a thinking animal.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Shut up.
Well, we have plenty of time.
Shut up. Talking about Steinbeck, fucking commie writer, Big L. Fucking get the hell out of here.
Catch you up on your reading. My partner Matthew is amassing quite the literature collection. I think you'll like him. In any case, the point is, as long as we have our wits about us, we can always make the right choice. Right?
Bro, oh my God.
It's never that easy.
What's the matter, Clementine? Is there something you want to tell me?
You're gay.
You can talk to me, Clem. There's almost nothing you could tell me that would surprise me. I can promise you that.
I'm just worried about the people chasing us.
You're safe now. Don't worry. Matthew will be back soon, and everything will be fine.
Hey kids, what are you two talking about?
Oh, politics.
The hell?
Well, being from Florida, I would imagine you know all about politics, Kenny.
Oh my God, bro. Kenny, shoot him. Kenny, shoot him right now. Kenny, shoot his ass.
Man, I know one advantage of living in the apocalypse is not dealing with that shit no more.
That's right, baby.
I was just
That's
gonna
what
check
I'm
the
talking
windows
about.
around back before this storm hits. Give us a hand?
Sure.
Classic.
Miss?
Please, do you have any food?
Are you okay?
Shoot him.
I saw the house and I have a family. We're starving. We live down there.
Of course. Why don't you come in, Miss...
Bonnie.
Oh my
Walt,
God.
I don't know.
We killed the
Just
husband.
gonna let her in like that?
It's fine, Kenny.
We killed the
don't
husband.
know this girl.
Then we'll have to get...
We killed the husband, 1 hundo.
Right, Clem?
Walt.
How much damage can this poor woman do?
Check her for weapons.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really, but that storm will be on us soon, and I
Just
gotta
shut
get
up.
back to my family.
Reveal that you
I'll
have no
bring
weapons
something out to
then.
you then.
You don't have to do that.
No, it's fine.
What about your people?
We've got plenty. You stay put. I'll be right back.
Bro, this dude's gonna get us fucking killed. What is this? What is this NPR ass bullshit, bro? Fucking be a little bit more
I
ruthless,
have
man.
a little girl like you. How old are you, sweetie?
I'm
I don't
11.
know.
I would have thought older than that.
That's so much
Here you are,
food,
miss.
bro. That's
This is
so
too
much
much.
food.
Don't mention it.
I don't know how to thank you.
Just
That's
help
so
someone
much
else
food.
down the
God,
line.
you suck.
Thank you so much. I'll be going now.
You stay safe.
You too.
Clem, go on inside and get to bed. Walt and I gotta talk for a second.
Walter is so dumb.
Don't freak out.
What is going on?
Listen, okay, I gotta tell you something. That guy on the bridge was Walter's friend.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He ain't coming back no more. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He ain't never coming back from that walk, bro. Cause he's fucking dead. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my fucking God, bro. You suck so bad. We have to kill Nick. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, Nick, you fucking asshole. He was a good dude. He was a good dude. Oh
I knew
my
something was off,
God.
so I asked Sarita about their friend. Now they're all worried he's not back yet.
Where's Nick?
I don't know. I don't think Walter knows yet. So we have to keep this quiet. I mean, who knows what the hell he'd do if he found out?
Probably nothing.
We should tell him.
He's gonna ask who did it. And you're gonna tell him.
It's the right thing to do.
It's right to get Nick killed because that's what's gonna happen. Now, do you still have that knife? Because if it was Matthews and Walter sees it, he's gonna put 2 and 2 together.
It's with the other weapons.
Okay, well, go get rid of it. And I'll find Walter and run interference.
No, I'm not getting rid of a weapon. Just fucking tell him.
Keep an eye out for Nick.
I'm right here.
On
What's up?
peace, dude.
Oh, it's nothing. Man, I just wanted to check and see if you're okay.
You coming to tuck me in?
Yeah, something like that.
We have to tell you something.
Hey, if there's something going on, I want to know.
No, just go back to bed, Nick.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
God damn it. Hey, Nick, shut the fuck up.
I can't, man. I can't.
Do not fucking blow it.
Blow it? It's over. I have to tell him, Luke.
What? No, you can't.
Yeah, you do.
You cannot do that. Are you fucking nuts?
Do it.
I gotta.
Tell him.
I can't live with that on me.
You should tell him.
Ben run. Ben run.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm warning you.
Ben
This is
run,
fucking
baby.
suicide.
We've done this before. We've done this before, chat. Is never good. It's good to nip it in the bud. You know what I mean? It's a Ben run. I'm trying to eliminate the risk early on, okay? We're not doing a fucking Ben run again. Yeah, it's Clemming time, dude. Nope. Tell him immediately. Get Kenny to kill him, and we cut him out. We cut the losses.
I'll live with it.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. I can't handle this.
Look, Clem, just go do that thing, all right?
This is a 0% no Ben run, okay?
It's gone.
Uh-oh. Oh, he found the knife. He found the knife. In my backpack, too. Luckily, I'm an 11-year-old girl, so I'm sure they won't blame me for it. But judging by the way that they operate, they do treat me like an adult, usually. So they probably will blame me for it.
Are you okay?
Oh, he's
I always
smoking a
liked
cigarette.
this knife. Gave it to Matthew when all this started. I know he's dead. Who did it? Was it that kid? What's his name? Nick? Heard him talking earlier, something about shooting a man. I could see it.
Walter. Dark Walter.
I could see it on his face.
He's gonna go Joker mode.
Wasn't sure then, but now,
It was us. It was our fault.
Jesus, I don't feel good.
Nick shot him.
Take another puff, and then it's fucking.
Is Nick a good man?
Oh my God.
Or is he just like everyone else? Is he just one of those fuckers that don't give a shit about anyone but themselves?
He is. He's a good guy, Walter.
I feel
he saved
bad.
my life.
I'm such a fucking asshole. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I know I fucked up. I caved. God, I'm such a bitch. I always have to play the fucking straight and narrow. I'm such a bitch. I pussed out. I'm fake. I'm a little baby. I'm 11 years old, guys. Come on. I'm just 11. I'm just a baby. Okay. I have to be honest. He did save my life. He saved my life. He means well, but he's a fucking idiot.
He was always going out alone. I told him something like this would happen, but he wouldn't listen. No, Matt always knew best.
What's going on?
You need to tell him.
Tell him what?
What happened on the bridge.
Tell me what you did. Just tell me, son. Tell me what happened.
From a distance, it looked like anyone. I thought he was going to shoot my friends, and I shot Matthew. It happened real fast. I didn't know if I hit him, but I did, and I didn't mean to.
Is that my jacket?
You know what you've done to me? Do you have any idea?
I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Walter.
He's not gonna stab him. I said he was a good guy. Bro, what is happening? Bro, pick the knife back up. Why'd you throw
Walt,
it down?
What's going on? The storm's got it spinning out of control. That sound's gonna draw walkers. We gotta shut it down now.
Nick, help me. Carry the guns.
Gun?
Dude, this is why liberalism is a wrong thing. Okay, is a wrong ideology. You see that? Even in the Zombo apocalypse. Oh, let's use renewable energy. If we had fucking oil and gas right now, if we had that fossil fuel cooking up, ain't no sounds would be coming out of the fucking source of energy. Once again, Donald Trump is right, baby. That's why I'm voting for him. MAGA 2024.
That thing's a damn dinner bell. What the hell was that? Damn it! Transformer must have gone.
Gotta check it. I could use a hand.
I'll go with you.
I'm going to.
No! It's too dangerous. Rest of you, get this thing shut down.
Clean coal. Clean coal would have made it. Clean coal would have made it run smooth, baby.
Does anyone know how to do this?
Let the 11-year-old handle it.
I can do it.
Okay, we'll watch your back. Nick, scan the trees with me.
Classic. I knew that that was going to happen regardless. Of course.
It's too dark. Have to shut this thing down.
That was easy.
Something ain't right.
Yeah.
Zombor knows.
We don't have much ammunition.
We gotta get back to the lodge. They're behind us.
Wait, what the fuck? I hit him in the head. Bro, why are you hiding? Go. Run home. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I'm aiming at their fucking head, bro. Okay, well, I'm out of bullets. No, it won't. It's you're supposed. It's lets you lose. No, there isn't an actual aiming system.
Go! Keep moving. Get to the lodge.
It was scripted. I did not miss. I did not miss. Bro, they call me the Turkish tens. Dude, they call me the Turkish Tarık. I didn't actually miss it all. You know what I mean? Move his ass over. Grab that fucking two-piece. Let's go. Oh, shit. Once again. Oh, it's too far, I think. Easy peasy, baby. Wait, take the knife. Take the weapon and take the knife.
Help me!
You better pop his ass. Damn. This libtard knows how to use a gun. Okay. Okay, NPR Andy. Okay, he's kind of badass. I take it back. He's kind of dope.
Clem, get inside. Go!
He would have died if you said he was like everyone else.
Clementine, are you okay?
It's fine.
What the
Still
hell?
a body. NPR National. What the fuck? Yo, they got AKs? Yo, that was sick. Okay, these guys are dope. Maybe I should go with them, bro. They got fucking AKs and shit. Oh my God, Bonnie was with them? Hey, yo, Bonnie was with them? We fed our enemies, dude? Oh my God, of course.
Howdy, folks.
Bonald, you fucking bitch. Really? You gonna hold us at gunpoint?
Where's Rebecca?
Carver.
It's nice to see you, too.
Dad! Sarah!
Inside.
It's you.
Keep moving.
That's crazy. Ken Aldino's about to come back with a vengeance, dude.
Look at this place.
I told you guys the fucking lodge is always a scary sight in a zombo apocalypse. Last of Us taught us that.
You believe this fucking place, Bonnie? Power and everything. A lot of windows, though. It's fucking huge. Bill's gonna hate it. Now the rest of them could be anywhere.
You gotta keep
Man, how the
Alvin
fuck we
alive
gonna
so
cover
we can
these guys and
prosecute
look for them,
Trump.
too?
Oh my God. You're right. That's Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, dude. Oh my God, you're right. He's literally doing a hush money. He's literally the main prosecutor on the Trump hush money trial. That's crazy.
Johnny, cover that window.
That's so stupid. You guys are so dumb. These guys are fucking terrorists, dude. How many episodes in this season, chat? Oh, 5 as well?
Listen,
okay.
I'm only gonna ask you once. Where's Rebecca?
Sarah, look at me. It's gonna be okay.
Rebecca!
Oh, what the
Rebecca,
fuck?
our baby deserves to be raised in a place of safety. I know you're out there, and Alvin, and Luke, and the girl. This is real simple. You want this over quick. You all play nice. And show your faces.
My dad, please.
He'll kill him.
No, Alvin.
We gotta go down there.
I can't do that.
Beck, the baby. You need a doctor.
No. Where's Luke and Kenny?
He won't kill a doctor.
He'll do anything.
Bro, give Rebecca up.
Clem can sneak out. Find Luke.
What the hell is she gonna do? And you heard him? Carver knows she's with us.
Just stop. Don't hurt my dad, please.
We're going down there.
He'll kill you.
Fuck you. Shoot him! Somebody just shoot him!
Clem, go get help.
He'll kill him, Beck.
He'll do it anyway.
He's gonna kill him. Rebecca, we have to give up.
Yeah, give up. Give up, Rebecca. That's your man.
Stop!
Rebecca, you had no problem letting Bill nut inside of you. All of a sudden, you're out here acting brand new. Okay? You literally let him nut inside of you. You fucking give yourself up right now. He's not going to kill you. He's not going to do aborto. Victim blaming.
Right? Fuck you, Bill.
He keep coming inside of
You
her.
don't want to
I don't know what her situation
Please
is.
let these people go.
Just shut up.
Can you reach my hands?
Everything under control?
I'll try.
Let's go,
Kenny.
Kenneld.
Don't move.
Big Dick Bandit. Bonnie, you deserve to get fucking popped. You stupid ass. Kenneldinho, bro. He took down a fucking squad of zombies. I am not worried. He's gonna take him down too.
Watch them.
Just like shooting ducks. Wait,
No.
what?
Stop!
That's for our man. Now, I didn't want to do this, but you ain't leaving me much choice. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna march another one of your friends out here, and I'm gonna put a bullet in the back of their head. Or you can give up now. Your choice. Hi, Alvin.
You motherfucker.
Alvin! Bill, no! Tell him to stop!
Dude, this sucks. I thought...
You remember George, Alvin? You see, I do. I remember a guy that was your friend named George. I remember when you murdered him in cold blood. And why? Because you didn't like me? You could have lodged a complaint. You could have been civil.
Bill, no! We'll do whatever you want.
Protect Alvin.
Love you, Beck.
Bill, please!
Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? I don't know. Protecting Alvin? Bro, I have to. That's Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, bro. What are you kidding me? I didn't think he would kill a fucking 11-year-old. I didn't know he was cold-blooded like that.
We can do this all night. Is that what you want?
Also have plot armor. Damn, dude, you folded Kenneldinho. What the fuck?
Where's Luke?
Bro, it's up to Luke now. We're so cooked.
Finally cut and run, huh? Why am I not surprised? I warned you. I warned you not to follow him. Look where he's led you. But you're safe now. We're going home. As a family.
Alvin doesn't understand what's going on, I don't think.
All right, round him up. We're heading back to camp.
Wait, that's it? That's a crazy endpoint, dude. That's a crazy place to end it.
I don't know if we could have saved Walt, but I know one of us didn't just give up.
Yeah, I know. The folks are sore over what happened. But let's remember, these are our brothers and sisters, and they all have a vital role to play in this community. They strayed from the flock, yeah. That don't mean they can't earn their way back into the fold. I don't mean we can't find it in our hearts to forgive them, knowing full well those who choose not to accept our love surely wish that they had. A storm is on the way.
Dude, what the fuck? This is a crazy place to end it. Nick's fate. 56% players convinced Walter to forgive Nick. 56% players told Walter the truth. Who did you sit with at dinner? 64% sat with Kenny. Took blame for Sarah's photo. You and 51.5 players blamed someone else. Left to find Kenny. You and 56% players stayed to help Carlos. Wow, this is the first time I've hit the majority options. No, uno mas por favor, but I can't. Chat is 8 hours. I can't do another one, but get excited for tomorrow because I will definitely do this tomorrow. Dude, this game is so sick. I freaking love the Walking Dead. What a masterpiece. Short stream, do it for 10 hours. Yeah, I know. Gaming is back, folks, in a big way. The gaming frogs have eaten so much that they are growing silly. They have grown silly. Straight silly Billy mode with how much they've eaten, okay? Gaming frogs are like dudes who just came out of a fucking POW camp, okay? They went from famine conditions and starvation to eating so much that they're gonna die. They're gonna have like, what is it called? Refeeding syndrome, you know what I mean? Also, first episode, The Walking Dead, the telltale First episode is out on the gaming channel, by the way. They said no jump scares. Walking Dead Season 1, Episode 1, A New Day.
Sunny Los Angeles, California.
Anyway. Peak, bro. It's peak. No one is praying harder for peace in the Middle East than gaming frogs. Yes, dude. Peace in the Middle East is established, and I'm gaming nonstop forevermore. You know what I mean? All right. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow as always. Okay. All right. Bye bye.
Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover.